Hey y'all, what's up? What's up? In September, okay, September 10th, retrograde in Uranus and Gemini, okay. From February 8th, through September 10th to February 8th, OPHUICHUS. Okay, I couldn't find the Uranus and the OPHUICHUS for the retrograde. All right, I'm gonna read a little bit and then we'll see what may be happening. Uranus planet, sudden changes, freedom, and waking up. Time to rethink your thoughts, ideas, and ways of communicating. The shift. Instead of big outer events, outer planetary retrograde asks you to look inside and change old habits. It shifts the planet's chaotic outer energy inward, bringing inner awakening, personal course correction, and a review of sudden life changes. It's a slow-moving outer planet that spends about 5 months of every year going backwards. It affects feelings more subtle and my goodness, psycholo- psychological than sudden. Okay, psychological than sudden. Core theme and personal effects shift focus inward. Instead of dealing with external shocks or unexpected disruptions, you process recent surprises and integrate lessons about your freedom. Reassessing stability. It prompts you to look closely at your relationships with security, self worth, and personal values, especially regarding money and routines. Processing evolution. You get a chance to catch up with yourself and see where you are, res- resisting necessary personal growth or holding on to old restrictive habits. Collective and technological impact. Pacing disruptions. The frantic lightning fast drive for sudden societal revolution slows down, giving the collective time to catch its breath. Reviewing innovation. Attention burns toward elevating how new technology, digital communication, and shifting economic systems affects daily life. Okay. Alrighty. Let's start with world events. If you could see what happens. Okay. Alrighty. Mm. Okay. Communication. Eight of Swords. Speedy news. A lot on the news. It could be shots also, arrows, native people of the land as well, about the land. More communication on who we are and what we are, stuff like that. Arrows of love. Okay. 8. 8, 8. Okay. Want to give me everything at once. Okay. Psychic. Pisces energy, Cancer energy. Knowing. So, like I showed y'all the, if y'all listen to my channel, and I showed y'all the, hey, how you doing, old man? Hey, Larry, how you doing? Welcome. of people finding out the truth about the land, what happened, who was here first, who got put out, who came here, all that kind of stuff, why they came here. I showed that on another 10. Okay. Capricorn energy. Okay, number 5. Leo energy. Ego. Yeah, who took what? See, taking there, he got all of their stuff by him, turning their backs. Maybe they couldn't do nothing about it. And then also the sky, the shifting or whatever was in the sky. We got the chemtrails or whatever that may be. In their feelings, the water back there. Okay. Boaz and Abraham's father, Jabal. Okay. Dealing with the Israelites. Remember him and Ruth. That's Boaz. And Javan, Abraham's dad. Okay, remember he had a lot of gods that he worshiped, and when that particular alien came, Jehovah told him to only worship him. Okay, you know, first of all, let me tell you, I feel like the Bible's about aliens. Okay, of extraterrestrials. Okay, that's my thoughts. All right, so that'll be coming out more and more. Yeah, but the presidency, our fathers, our forefathers, all about that, how everything got started, who were they, what they did. Like I say, how do we all get in this predicament? Yeah, how they went to other lands, other islands, how they brought people to other islands, how they took the land, the whole 9 yards. Okay, all of that will be coming out. It's in us as well. Just a matter of digging deep, doing your work, because they took a lot from us, right? Hey, Maddings, hello. 2 of Cups reverse, cutting ties, right? So when they have people go over or send people over, taking their land, all that kind of stuff, and some came over here first before the Europeans made some leave here. Okay, the treaty that was signed every 50 years for the corporation, president's corporation, that's going to be non and void after a while. Don't know how long it's going to be, but it says no peace. Of course, it's going to be a brawl. Okay. Gotta have chaos. Aries energy first. Mars. Okay. Let's see what else we got. But I said, of course, it's going to be a brawl, right? Yeah, because they ain't going to want to give up what they got. You know, they don't want the truth to come out. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of heartless. They're going to be really upset. You know, it's understandable. You've been living good for so long on somebody else's stuff. Or a land that was somebody else was living on, and you took it, okay? And you rerouted their whole way of living. Ace of Swords, the lies, right? Obstacles, I don't understand, trouble, so people gonna be playing stupid. No focus, no action. The money system, the peace. So, like I think I erased it after my daughter passed, but I talked about the bartering system, helping neighbor. Oh, I had a little message for the farmers. Where is it? The farmers. I wrote this the other day. Just a thought. Why don't you invite people to stay on your land and help you farm it? Share the land. This could help. People helping people. Don't mistreat them. Just a thought. All that land, but put fences if you're insecure around where you live at, because you don't trust everybody. Charge some rent or something like that. Just a thought. You know what I'm saying? Instead of trying to make somebody work free on your land. You have to look in the description box and come back and tell me. Ask the question, okay? Okay, Ace of Cups, yeah, helping hand, security. Yeah, they've been, like I said, been living on the land so long, and claiming things that weren't yours. So, very secure in their position. They're not gonna want to let it go. Okay. Alrighty then. Let's see what else. Yeah. So this could be Vatican as well. Using their power to not let it go. Always discrediting. Now this is, to me, this is like England also, and especially discrediting a woman. Right? Not all of them, because some women agree, because they have with the status on all of this as well. Yeah, different world. World in the palm of their hands. So they had the world in the palm of their hands is being taken. Chariot reverse. And this is like they're going to try to stop new arrivals here, as we see with ICE. Okay. Yeah. It's going to be a crazy time. It's happening already, but... Okay. No passion. Okay, the old way, old system is going to come in. Old out, new in. Okay. Arrival. So those going to try to come in. They're going to try to stop them. Let's see if they come anyway. Because it's showing, Egyptian is showing the land who it was here first. I read in the Bible, when I was studying the Bible, Joseph asked Pharaoh for the west side. The west is America. For him and his dad and them to stay on. I read that years ago. So they were already here. Okay. Yeah. Improvements. Yeah. So discussion about it, a powwow like they did with the pilgrims. Don't want to be exposed. Maybe secret meetings, because secret societies, governments, son children. Okay. So they discussing the originals. The Moors. Okay. So this is an offer. So I don't know if this is going to be reparations. Let's see. try to buy them off maybe so they can stay, not change the system. Let's see. The Five of Swords reverse. Past insults. Let's see. For peace. They don't want to clean it up. They want to cover it up, but it's going to be exposed anyway by the Sun children. Okay, who were innocent in all of this uproar. Yeah, who they lied on. So they're not gonna be. They won't be able to be insulting them. Y'all drug addicts, y'all thieves, y'all robbers, y'all this, y'all that, y'all that. Y'all, you know, the truth is gonna come out to who been doing what. Okay. They're strong people. Who's been programming who? Okay. Which they hid. Okay. It's future tense. Innovation. So new. The new land. Not foreigners. They were right here. Yeah, the system is going to be broken. Can't control what the truth going to come out. They don't love it at all. Okay. Might try to cause, like I say, some more havocs, a flood or some kind of something. Been wiped out. Okay. The mudslides, all that kind of stuff. The control, the toxicity. The cover up. Four of Swords reverse. People awake now. Planted a gun, evidence set up. They have evidence of how many times they covered up a city, built city on top of city, took people's stuff. A chip listening device, listening and all of that crap they've been doing to us every turn. Time for rest. Secret Service. It's good and bad ones as well. That's my Ethiopia. Well, okay. I wasn't gonna say Ethiopia, but okay. Haiti, black people, Africa, the cover up. And Aquarius energy, Uranus, the inventions, Queen of Wands. Okay. The true queen, the true empress, the true empire. Obsessive, spoiled. Yeah. Confidence, lack of energy, evil witch. Uranus, I was just talking about Uranus. The inventions, the lives. So they're going to try some heavy spell work to make this. So our extraterrestrial family is going to be here. They're already here. So yeah, there's going to be hopes, dreams. Yeah. A waste. Water, putting stuff in water. I come to the water. I was looking at this lady. She was talking about her on the forums, They had planted some plants just for their personal gardens, and their plants was growing good, and all of a sudden a rain came through, and they plants shriveled up. So I don't know what they put in the air. I was talking about the chemtrails to stop people from food. That's why you got to go to Mother Nature's food. She takes care of her own. Knight of Pentacles reverse. Yeah, mask off. So it's like police, cricket police, or self-discipline. Schedule, stick to it. Virtual reality. Yeah, still going to try to make people, because this humanitarian is humans, right? Still going to try to convince you, you know, of their way. Hermit mode, Virgo energy. This is getting everything in order, analyzing everything, looking at everything. Everybody gonna go within. Okay, could be some soldiers, cops, or whatever as well, because we already got that happening now. They telling the truth what went down. Okay, not accepting the bullshit. Okay, the stealing. Someone, they still gonna try to take stuff. Don't want to, in secret society. Don't want to be exposed. Artifacts that maybe were hidden gonna be exposed. They say they burnt everything. They did not. Yeah. Try to manipulate the situation, stalling on the evidence, full of their ego. Sacrifices that were done, hanging, the lynching, all that kind of stuff. They're going to implement that more, and it's going to backfire real bad. Because people going to start taking matters in their own hands. It's going to be ugly. Something they ain't going to see coming. Yeah. Hangman again. Sacrificing people, all of that kind of shit. And no idea what's coming. Truth, Ace of Swords. And they know it's time. They know it's time. You can't keep treating people like shit. It's just not gonna happen. What I say, exposed. It's not gonna happen. They're not gonna keep happening. It's not supposed to keep happening. The 2,000 years are up. They can't, no more treaties signed. Obama tried to. I don't know how many years he gave them when he signed, because he's a Moors, Kenya. He's from Kenya, so he's the only one that could have got into the presidency to sign the treaty, because it was made by the Moors and the Europeans and Spaniards when they came. Okay? For, yeah, the elite, the rich folks. They can't control it anymore. It's not the money, making people starve, can't barely live. Then back then you had one set that's more worse off than they would that started from Egypt here. Because the world, if you look at the old maps, all the world was together. It was not an ocean, it was a river in between. So everybody can come over here with no problem. So I don't know how it got with a big ocean in the middle. Probably a war, a spiritual war or something like that. I don't know. Giants, extraterrestrials, I don't know. And got far away. Emperor, that's okay. That's the empire. Okay. Empire's lies. Okay, that's Asian, Chinese, Japanese. Okay. Dishonesty. Yeah, everything gonna be balanced out. Got to be. Marriott laws. Everything got to be balanced out. That's just the way it is. Order. Order by the universe. Universal law. They try to get over it. They tried everything. I'm still trying everything they possibly can to stop this. But how can you stop something that was made before you? You were made. You know what I'm saying? A hybrid. You have extraterrestrial in you, true enough, but you're not an extraterrestrial. I was looking at, I'm going to try to find it, where they were talking about Germany, underground, another realm, where they was proud of beating the extraterrestrials. They used horses. They were humans, were a special kind of human, but they don't like being called Nazis. But they were bragging on they beat the extraterrestrials, because there's been many wars kind of take this back, because the time been up. I can't remember. I'm gonna try to find it. I'm gonna look at, put some videos on after a while. But they were proud of that. Okay. This to me is like it's like non-family. It's like in-laws and friends, neighborhood people that aren't X planet, the planet X. I think the planet X is Orion or Sirius B. Don't quote me on that. Okay. King of Cups, so that's another, the people underwater, the extraterrestrials that like Atlantis or whatever else under the water. It's a lot. That's a lot. Pirates. Dried up. Okay, so the water is drying up. They say it's by the, what is those thing called? Data centers. So the water has been drying up. It's still in Europe. Most here too, but I seen today it was showing a lot in Europe. And that's done for a reason, because I think in the Bible says about Euphrates River, when it dries up, that the ones that's underground is going to come on top. Now a whole lot of them want to come back on top. Okay. Nine of Pentacles reverse, disrupting the peace. The plants, animal. When you see the animals feeling shit, you know shit is up. Okay, reverse. Shit, I want to go where they going. My dream I had a long time ago of this whole bunch of water, and the animals were just running and running and running. Three of Wands, boat, a ship, the ark, which is I think coming out of the water, spaceship, lights. Yeah. Extraterrestrial, that's my extraterrestrials also. So, because you know you got some that want to keep everybody still the way that's been controlling. They want to keep everything the same. So they're already fighting. But I think we're going to see it after a while. I mean, really see it. So you're going to have to choose. We need to find out who our people are. Now the swords reverse. Slowly. What is that? Aggressive. Okay. Abusive. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of that going on. Has to happen. Has to happen. Russia, all the countries, everybody that's been lying, that's been following the protocol. And like I say, it wouldn't have been bad if you wouldn't have made other people starve, you know, and not live to their highest potential, take their memories and all kind of bullshit. Been fair. Yeah. They won't be able to fight. Some gonna be trying to find a way out. That's why they doing all the research now. How to find a way out when all of this gonna come, but I don't think they will. That's also like Saturn, but Saturn is not what they think. They know that. Well, maybe they don't. I don't know. Saturn ain't gonna play with them. Yeah, boomerang will be put right back here. You ain't going nowhere. Bring your ass back. Spirit, I told you, spiritual. In the spiritual world, they're gonna be trying to get away. It's a fantasy. Yeah, child. She thought you was going somewhere. Thought they was gonna celebrate getting out of here. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. Satellites and all that shit gonna crumble down to the earth. Some people say it's already coming down. It's not gonna go that way at all. So get ready for the new land. A Bifrost store. I don't know exactly whose side is what with that. But people gonna be living better. For the lies that were told about the land, about the people. And this is all colors. The color of the rainbow. Everybody been lied to by these elite that were controlled. You know, not working. The lies ain't working now. Look who's working now. Critical. Empty. Yeah. Helping hand. Queen of Swords. I say. Be no fool. So this is don't be fooled. So the feminine energy, 10 of Wands. Yeah. Changing the situation. Abusing magic. So this like lights, magic. It's a spiritual warfare. Portal's been open. Miss opportunity. Some gonna miss it. Some gonna miss it because they're gonna stay stubborn or refuse to open your mind. Don't appreciate nothing. Still believe in the old patterns instead. This is Aquarius age. Trouble for a time. Ice walls. Where the other realms at on the other side as well. They say they've been trying to come get us. The big ark rescue us. And they've been fighting whatever extraterrestrial, military, or whatever that is. They're observing everything. Okay. Matrix gone. Zeus is ruling. Still here. It's a god. Okay. Empress reverse. So whatever feminine energy that was stuck, unstuck, they were abundant off of us. Because abundance and beauty and all of that is feminine energy, not masculine. The gold, the beautiful clothes, the fashion, all of that kind of stuff. Feminine energy. Okay. Educational systems. Reverse. The false teachings. Okay, spying. Deception. Mansions. Possible country setting. Okay, let's see. 1111. Queen of Wands. Reverse. Knight of Wands. Bold. Bring up love. So, her army. Empress. Queen of Wands. Reverse. So I imagine it's some extraterrestrials that are feminine energy. I think you got Palladians, you got, because they say the Palladians, not all of them, I don't know all of them, if all of them, they were controlling our minds, how to think, what to do. They say they control, Palladians would control Hitler to have him do whatever he was doing. So somebody, this could be trying to protect what they have as well, with that being reversed. King of Wands, 2. Restless, not in charge, forced, can't lead, controlling. King of Wands, again, it's an overruled. Overruled, devilish, slow, and same patterns. They ain't wanted to change what I was saying. So it's gonna be a fight. Page of Cups reverse. Grow up, ignorance, bad news, shifting their weight. They're not in charge though. Universe is sending out what they need to send out. Yeah, it's time. Time is up. Time is up for all this bickering. Lying about sacrifice and all that shit. Hurting people. Yeah. You're not gonna win. Celebration time. Knight of Wands. No more tears. Everybody waking up. Rebuke. It's time to go. It's time to go. You don't want no more. Now that's like looking at different things, different spaceships and ships and all that kind of stuff coming back or going leaving out, whatever the deal. I don't know how they're gonna resolve this. Coming up out of the water, your family coming. So figure out who that is for all communities, because we all got families, extraterrestrial families. What are you saying? Hey, Amber, Sonia. like 7 parties, current feeling, no contact for. Oh, look in the description box and come back and talk to me. Community. Yeah, the world gonna be turned upside down. They ain't gonna wanna, it's finna be different. Yeah. It's already prophesied. They gotta go down. Harden their hearts like Pharaoh. Guard your heart. Jobless operation. So guard your heart. Open your heart to the truth. Seven of Swords Matrix. The temptation, all of that bullshit. Promise something and didn't do it. Getting out. Forced. Some gonna be forced, like I said. Knight of Cups, improvement, pleased. Yep. Party, choices. Giving people choices, I guess. Overbearing, trophy. I don't know. Okay. Test, clearing up, cleaning up, clean up. But I missed it. I don't know if this the Luciferians, because we got everything coming. We got the vampires, we got the werewolf, Luciferians, we got serial killer, everything being exposed. The Baphomet thing, the whole 9 yards. Supposedly the fallen angels, which were us, who Zeus remade, caged, obsessed, controlled. Angels and demons. Okay, both. You know, that's also, like I say, my black people card, Hades, they say Ethiopia, Africa, spiritual. In the spirit world, lack of teamwork. Yeah, they don't want to work together. Melanated. The system, the celebrities. A lot of them ain't gonna want to give up. Some of them, a whole lot of them might want to. Get the hell out of there. It says be careful. Watch. Okay, Queen of Pentacles. Selfish and jealous. Of course, look at all the queens that benefited. You got the Queen of England. I mean, whoever else queen, got a lot of them around here. So they ain't gonna want to give up that reign, that beauty, that money, that control. Look in the description box. You know, I just seen the money. They gonna be crying about it. They time up. No more sacrifice. None of that shit. Trying to bully. Trying to get away. That's what, underground or to a special island or whatever. It's not gonna work. You got to lay down. Got to sit their ass down. At the end. Some of them gonna pass away. Okay. It's a new world, new money, new everything. It's kings. What he doing? Don't want to be judged. Page of Swords reverse. Need protection. Ask for protection or no protection. Yeah, start Age of Aquarius. It's here. Happy home family. People getting their own space. That wasn't fair. All this land, everybody should have their own land. It's enough to share, you know? And they want to be greedy like that. I want you under me. That's crazy. Glamour spells, the Orishas, Ogun, the steadfast Orisha of iron, metal, hunting, and war. I'm not gay, so stop putting spells on, worrying me, trying to set me up, turn me gay. All that making men gay, women gay, all of that stuff, the extraterrestrials that don't like women, discrediting women, all that kind of shit. Messing with the men, making them weak, making them succubus, incubus, come to them, phony. Sudan, Lebanon, mom and son suspect. Have mom and son not close, want you homeless and calling on them. Tibet still want us to fall in their trap. Tibet, y'all forever changed my life. It'll be a long time before I trust someone, if ever. True that. Seattle, New Mexico, Costa Rica, charged with the crime of evidence, charging people who are innocent. Spicy, that's also Spanish. Or she, he, Mexican or Spanish. How you doing, people? Treating them like shit. No, this was their land. Text also taking women off the streets, walking alone, and rape and torture them, lonely people, all of this bullshit. Okay, blonde hair. You're safe. It's reversed. Not, but those are the ones who still want to keep the rule the right way. Okay? I mean the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? And black people with blonde hair first. Moving my man, woman in my mom's house. Cuba. So I think they were still having some issues over there. So they all getting together to try to make it work. Constable, sheriff, accident. Ghana wasn't an accident, it's reversed. They did what they wanted to do to people. Papa Legba. The principal did in voodoo, the mediator, the one in the middle. Okay? Because, and today is his day, because dad, mom ain't in your life, I'll give you material stuff. Spoil you. Love is financial rewards. Gift, not real. So somebody trying to pawn a child or something like that, or mom and dad issues. That's only to lure them in to play the game. Houston. Don't go. Slovakia. How you say that? I know that word, but I can't say it. That country. Slovakia. Okay. Train or promise your spiritual gifts. Lies, rebuke in the name of the creators. Somebody messing with my throat. We got Peru. Want to make you have a heart attack. Glamour spells. WRTLEMBERG. Wherever that country is. I was there, but I didn't help. Asia. Yeah. Orisha. HY, the sun deity for Igbo Pantheon, rising sun and the dawn of a new nation. Light of day, rebirth, a new day, hope and awakening. Goddess, good fortune, knowledge and wisdom. Created by Supreme God Chikwu to fulfill a specific responsibility related to nature or a principle. Molly, Warren Hunting. reverse, but he's in charge of that. Yeah, it's a new day. Let me see. I'm finna go over here to the videos. Let me look for it. I wanted to show something first. The Hopi Indians and the Ant people in the Grand Canyon. Okay, here it goes.
In 1958, a writer named Frank Waters traveled into the high desert of northern Arizona and sat with Hopi elders for years. Not weeks, not a single interview. Years.
Boost Mobile gives us clothes, so make the switch to Boost Mobile.
So, what do we think? Are there any synergies? What are the benchmarks?
It still has to go through market research.
It needs a good name.
It has the name, Gerald. Any other obvious questions? Nope.
Working alongside a Hopi interpreter named Oswald White Bear Fredericks, Waters gathered testimony that most of the outside world had never been permitted to hear in full. What came out of those conversations became one of the most detailed outside accounts of Hopi cosmology ever assembled. And buried inside that testimony was a warning. The elders described a blue star, not yet visible in the sky, that would one day appear. When it did, they said, it would mark a turning point, a signal that humanity had reached the edge of a choice that could not be walked back from. Waters wrote it down exactly as it was given. He did not interpret it as metaphor, neither did the elders who spoke it. If this is the kind of investigation you have been looking for, subscribe now and stay with me, because what those elders actually said has never been properly examined by anyone with the authority to examine it. Now here is the detail that most coverage of this prophecy never reaches. In Waters' own field notes, later donated to a university archive where they have sat largely unexamined, there is a passage where an elder describes the sign not simply as a star. He describes it as something that would be seen by all people at once, in every land, on the same night. Sit with that phrase for a moment. Before photography, before telegraphy, before broadcast media of any kind, the phrase, seen by all people at once on the same night, was not a verifiable claim. The technology required to actually confirm that every person on Earth witnessed the same event on the same night did not exist until the 20th century. Which means whoever formulated that specific description was either anticipating a future in which global simultaneous visibility could be confirmed, or preserving a memory of something so large and so bright that the tradition carried it forward as the most significant celestial event in human memory. That detail has been in that archive since Waters donated his field notes. Nobody has formally examined it. 40 miles from where those conversations took place stands a formation known as Prophecy Rock, a stretch of sandstone near the village of Old Arabi, one of the oldest continuously inhabited settlements in North America, occupied for over 1,000 years without interruption. Carved into that rock are symbols that predate any written record of who made them or when. Among the images, a long horizontal line representing a path. The path splits into two roads. Figures walk toward a choice between them. Above the split, a circle, a star. The Hopi say these carvings are ancient. There is no peer-reviewed study that contradicts them, because there is no peer-reviewed study at all. Prophecy Rock has never been comprehensively dated. The rock varnish, the dark patina that forms on exposed sandstone across centuries, suggests significant age, but rock varnish dating is imprecise and no formal scientific analysis of the site has ever been published in any academic journal, which means nobody outside the Hopi community can currently say with confidence when those carvings were made. The star was already carved into that rock when Waters arrived in 1958. It was already there when the first outside researchers began documenting Hopi culture in the late 19th century. How long it had been there before that, nobody has measured. Now the specific sequence the elders described to Waters, because the blue star is not an isolated image in the Hopi tradition. It is the final signal in a sequence. The elders described a series of events they called the Great Purification, signs that would unfold in a specific order before the emergence into what they call the fifth world, each sign marking a stage, each stage moving humanity closer to the choice carved into the rock at Old Oroby. The blue star was the last sign, not the first, not an early warning, the signal that the choice had arrived. The elders who described this to Waters in 1958 were not speaking casually. They were transmitting something they understood to be preserved knowledge, carried through the clan system across an unknown number of generations before it was ever written down by an outsider. That kind of transmission does not happen accidentally. It happens through deliberate institutional effort across centuries. The same deliberate effort that maintained the astronomical sophistication at Chaco Canyon, that preserved the Pleiades ceremonial calendar, that kept the sun watching stations calibrated across generations of trained observers. The testimony exists in an archive in northern Arizona. The field notes exist, the rock carvings exist. The star symbol is still carved into Prophecy Rock above the split path near Old Arabi. What does not exist is any serious institutional engagement with what any of them actually describe. And the reason that engagement never happened is not what most people assume. It is not dramatic. It is not a classified file or a sealed archive or an institutional conspiracy. It is something quieter and in many ways more effective. And that is where this investigation goes next. Before anyone takes the Blue Star prophecy seriously, or dismisses it, there is a baseline question that needs to be settled first. Were the Hopi capable of serious astronomical knowledge, not ceremonial decoration, not seasonal folklore, serious, precise, sustained astronomical observation passed down across generations, with enough accuracy to still function as designed today? The answer is documented, peer-reviewed, undisputed, and it changes everything about how the prophecy should be examined. Chaco Canyon. The great houses built there, identified by Hopi oral tradition itself as constructed by their own ancestors during an earlier phase of migration, are aligned to solar and lunar cycles with a precision that required sustained observation across multiple generations to calibrate. This is not interpretation. This is measured, published in peer-reviewed journals, accepted without controversy by mainstream archaeology. The sun dagger at Fahada Butte, a spiral petroglyph that marks solstices and equinoxes through the precise movement of light across the carving at specific times of year, required centuries of careful observation to design. The geometry works. It still works today. A civilization capable of building that did not do so accidentally. It required institutional knowledge, trained observers passing accumulated data across generations with enough fidelity that the precision survived the transfer intact. If the people who built Chaco were tracking celestial cycles at that level of accuracy centuries before European contact, the idea that their descendants preserved a specific prophecy tied to the future appearance of a star is not a leap into fantasy. It is the expected output of a tradition that had already demonstrated exactly that level of sustained astronomical sophistication. Now the Pleiades. Throughout Hopi ceremonial life, the star cluster known as the Pleiades holds a specific, well-documented role. It appears in Kahina ceremonies, in the timing of ritual observances. in oral tradition as a marker connected to origin, migration, and renewal. This is not disputed. It is one of the more thoroughly studied elements of Hopi astronomy. But here is the detail almost nobody connects. Thousands of miles from Hopi territory, in the Hopewell burial mounds of the Ohio Valley, copper and mica ornaments recovered from sites dating back roughly 2,000 years repeatedly incorporate 7-point star motifs, matching the Pleiades cluster, in a completely separate archaeological tradition, separated from the Hopi by geography, by centuries, by every conventional boundary the migration timeline draws between them. Two unconnected traditions, both organizing sacred knowledge around the same 7 stars. In any other field, the convergence would immediately generate a funded research question. In this field, it gets filed under coincidence and moved past without elaboration. But convergences like that do not appear randomly. They appear when two traditions share something deeper than the conventional timeline accounts for: a common astronomical inheritance, a shared origin point, a connection the official migration models were not designed to accommodate. Now the sun-watching stations. The Hopi maintained physical observation points, specific locations from which trained watchers tracked the position of the sunrise against fixed landscape features across the full calendar year. Not occasionally, continuously. As an institutional responsibility held by specific individuals whose role was passed down through specific family lines. This determined planting times, ceremony schedules, and the precise timing of ritual observances that govern the entire agricultural and spiritual calendar of the community. This is applied astronomical science, institutional, precise, sustained across enough generations that the stations still function as designed. A tradition capable of maintaining that level of observational precision across centuries is not a tradition that preserves astronomical knowledge casually. When the Hopi elders described a blue star that would appear as a specific signal at a specific moment, they were speaking from within a tradition that had already demonstrated it could track the sky with measurable precision across generations. The question is not whether they were capable. The capability is proven. The question is what exactly they said, and why the institutions equipped to examine it have consistently declined to do so. Here is the answer hiding in plain sight. Archaeoastronomy, the academic discipline that studies ancient astronomical knowledge, operates on measurable, verifiable alignments, sun daggers, solstice markers, geometric precision that can be photographed, calculated, and published. Prophecy resists that methodology by definition. An academic discipline built on falsifiable claims has no clean framework for evaluating a tradition that says something will happen. It can study that the prophecy exists. It cannot, within its own rules, study whether the prophecy is accurate. So the blue star gets filed under religious and cultural tradition, worthy of respect, not considered a testable historical claim. And the astronomical sophistication that surrounds it, that gives it context, that places it inside a tradition of serious, sustained sky watching across centuries, gets studied separately without ever being placed in the same room as the prophecy it belongs to. The Chaco alignments in one category, the blue star in another, the Pleiades motifs in a third, never examined together, never asked what they are all pointing at when held in the same frame. That separation is not accidental. It is the normal operation of institutional categories that were not designed for a body of knowledge that crosses every boundary they drew. Frank Waters was not an anthropologist. That single fact became the mechanism through which everything he documented in 1958 was quietly set aside by the institutions that would otherwise have been obligated to examine it. Not destroyed, not classified, set aside, with the efficiency that only institutional indifference can produce. Waters was a novelist and independent researcher. His 1963 book was met with divided reception inside professional anthropology. Some praised it, a rare, respectfully gathered record of testimony almost never shared with outsiders at that level of detail. Others criticized it for blending genuine oral tradition with Waters' own literary interpretation, making it impossible to separate what the elders said from what the author shaped. That ambiguity gave institutional archaeology a clean exit, not because the testimony was false, because the documentation method did not meet the standard required for serious academic engagement. The testimony exists. The pathway to examining it was closed before the book was published. Then the New Age movement arrived. Waters' book became enormously popular outside academic circles, folded into a framework that had nothing to do with what the elders told him in 1958. Ancient astronaut programming, lost civilization theories, frameworks that credentialed researchers cannot engage with without appearing to validate everything surrounding them. The Blue Star prophecy got swept into all of it. The prophecy itself had not changed. The context surrounding it had become toxic to anyone whose professional standing depended on credibility.
And what the hell made
This is
them
how legitimate
superior
testimony
and
gets
the
buried,
right to
not through a
doubt
classified
somebody?
file, through proximity, through association,
Their word
through
mouth.
professional culture that cannot afford to be seen standing next to certain questions, regardless of whether those questions deserve to be asked.
Gives a fuck
Waters'
if they
field
believe
notes,
it.
the actual words from those 1958 conversations were donated to a university archive, available to researchers, largely unexamined. The passage describing the star seen by all people at once in every land on the same night sits in those notes, unanalyzed, unfunded, unchallenged. Prophecy rock has never been the subject of a published dating study. Rock varnish analysis has been applied across the American Southwest. Not here, no grant written, no institution identified it as a priority. The Hopi Cultural Preservation Office has maintained a consistent position for decades. Certain knowledge is meant to be shared on Hopi terms, not extracted, tested, and returned stripped
Right.
of the context that gives it meaning. Not
Yeah, they think they
confirmation,
would.
not denial. A request for restraint. Skeptics read that silence as evidence there is nothing worth protecting. The other reading is what you would expect from the people who watch their children taken to boarding schools designed to erase the oral transmission systems carrying this knowledge
Yeah, it
forward.
is.
Who watch ceremonies suppressed, sacred objects catalogued as artifacts in institutions with no relationship to their meaning. A community that has watched what happens when indigenous knowledge enters the public domain without protected context does not share that knowledge casually. The silence gets read by the outside world as absence of content, rather than evidence of protection. The testimony
That's
is in
what
the
they do.
archive. The carvings are on the rock. The dating technology exists. And the pattern keeping all of it unexamined is not a decision made anywhere. It is the accumulated result of institutional categories, methodological standards, cultural contamination, and professional incentives that produce the same outcome as active suppression, without requiring anyone to have intended it. The knowledge stays where it was placed, waiting for a framework capable of holding it. There is one detail in the Blue Star prophecy that separates it from every other sign in the Great Purification sequence. Every other sign describes something observable within a limited geographic range. The Blue Star is different. Every land, every person, the same night. That is not the language of seasonal astronomy, not ceremonial timing, not local observation. It is the language of something so large and so visible that the tradition preserved it as the defining celestial event in human memory. Now the candidate nobody is formally examined, a supernova visible to the naked eye, bright enough to be seen in daylight, documented independently by civilizations on every inhabited continent, preserved in oral traditions from cultures with no contact with each other. The supernova of 1054 CE was recorded by Chinese astronomers, by Arab astronomers, and appears in rock art across the American Southwest, including sites the Hopi identify as their own ancestors' work. It was visible in daylight for 23 days. It appeared without warning. It was seen simultaneously across every inhabited continent on the same night. The Hopi tradition preserving the memory of something seen by all people at once, originating from a people whose ancestors documented the 1054 event in their own rock art. It's not a coincidence that can be set aside without explanation. nobody has formally examined whether the Blue Star Prophecy and the 1054 supernova are describing the same event from opposite ends of time. Not because the question is unanswerable, because nobody has placed both bodies of evidence in the same room. Here is the full
There you
picture
go.
when everything is held together. The Chaco alignments establish the ancestral Hopi were tracking the sky with measurable precision centuries before European contact. The Pleiades motif, appearing identically in Hopi ceremony and Hopewell burial objects thousands of miles away, establishes a convergence between separate traditions organizing knowledge around the same astronomical reference point. The 1958 testimony establishes a specific astronomical prophecy preserved in enough detail to identify its key characteristics. The seen by all at once detail establishes the prophecy describes a singular global event, not metaphor, not seasonal marker, a specific phenomenon of sufficient scale to be simultaneously visible across every inhabited continent. The 1054 supernova establishes that exactly such an event occurred within the ancestral Hopi occupation period, documented on every continent, appearing in rock art at sites the Hopi identify as their ancestors' work. 5 bodies of evidence, 5 separate institutional categories, never examined as a single unified question. Prophecy Rock still stands near Old Arabi. The carvings undated, the star still carved above the split path. Waters field notes still in the archive, available, largely unread. The 1054 supernova record sitting in Chinese and Arab archives alongside southwestern rock art. The Hopi oral tradition still held within the community, still transmitted, still protected. The question of whether those 4 bodies of evidence are describing the same event from 4 different directions has never been formally asked by anyone with the institutional standing to pursue it. The sky above Old Arabi
Of
looks the
course
same
not.
tonight
They want
as
to
it
be
did in
right.
1958.
They don't want to admit
The
that they was
star
wrong.
the elders described,
The
seen
fuck
by
they be
all
thinking
people
they
at
is?
once, may have
That's what
already
it get
appeared
me.
11
If your word's
centuries
so
ago.
powerful over somebody
And the
who's
tradition that
way
preserved the memory
before
of it
your
has
ass
been waiting
exists.
ever since for someone to recognize
Okay.
what they were actually looking at.
Okay.
I'm Jeff. New ExxonMobil Rewards Plus app users can earn $10 in points.
That kind of shit
Okay.
pisses me out.
Ooh, still hot. Redeeming rewards is so easy, it might
Y'all
surprise
know I
you.
was one like in
Totally.
school. I ain't trust nobody. I ain't
Trust the
trust none of that shit they had in school. I just felt that it was wrong. Oh no, this ain't my family. This ain't happening. That's what I used to say.
For generations, long before the Grand Canyon became a national park and decades before a mysterious newspaper story captured public attention, the Hopi people preserved an extraordinary tradition. They spoke of a world beneath the canyon. Not a symbolic underworld or a place reached after death, but vast underground chambers where their ancestors once lived and where mysterious beings were said to have existed long before the present world began. According to the Hopi, these beings were tall, covered in hair, and lived deep beneath the canyon. They were remembered not as monsters or legends, but as part of the oldest history passed down through the Bear clan for countless generations. Then, in April of 1909, an Arizona newspaper published a story that sounded strangely familiar. A government-sponsored explorer claimed he had discovered a hidden cave carved into the walls of the Grand Canyon. Inside were underground chambers, preserved mummies, unusual artifacts, and inscriptions unlike anything archaeologists had ever documented in North America. The story quickly spread across the country. Then, it disappeared. More than a century later, one question remains. Was the newspaper describing an elaborate hoax? Or had it stumbled onto the same underground world the Hopi had been describing all along? Today, we're examining the historical
I ain't never
records, the
seen them
Hopi
people that
oral
want to be so
traditions,
right.
and the events
make
surrounding
everything
one of the most
everybody
debated
else so wrong
stories
in my life.
ever connected to the Grand Canyon.
That's crazy.
To understand why the 1909 Grand Canyon story continues to fascinate people more than a century later, we have to begin much earlier, long before explorers mapped the canyon, long before archaeologists surveyed its cliffs, and long before the Arizona Gazette published its famous article. The Hopi were already telling a story about what existed beneath the canyon. For the Hopi, this was never simply a legend. It was part of their history. Their oldest oral traditions describe humanity passing through a series of worlds before arriving in the one we know today. According to those traditions, the present world is not the first. Earlier worlds ended through great catastrophes, and each time the survivors were guided to safety before eventually emerging into a new age. That emergence is one of the foundations of Hopi belief. The place where it happened is known as the Sipapu, a sacred opening through which the ancestors entered the present world after living below the earth. Unlike many creation stories found around the world, the Hopi tradition speaks of a real place connected to the landscape of northern Arizona, not simply a symbolic heaven or spiritual realm. But what makes the tradition especially intriguing is what the ancestors were said to have encountered before that journey was complete. According to the Bear Clan, whose oral history has preserved many of the oldest Hopi traditions, there were already beings living beneath the earth. The Hopi called them the Ant People. Despite the name, the descriptions do not resemble ordinary ants or insects. They are remembered as intelligent beings who lived inside underground chambers and possessed knowledge of the world below the surface. During times of catastrophe, they sheltered the ancestors, protected them, and helped them survive until it was safe to emerge again. Some traditions describe them as taller than ordinary
See
people.
what I'm saying? Find
Others
out who your
remember
people
them as
is.
being covered in hair. And nearly all agree on one important detail. They lived beneath the canyon. For generations, these accounts were preserved through oral tradition, passed carefully from one generation to the next, long before they were ever written down by anthropologists or historians. They remained part of Hopi cultural memory without any connection to newspapers, archaeology, or government expeditions. Then, in the spring of 1909, a newspaper published a story that sounded uncannily familiar. Before we continue, if you enjoy documentaries that explore forgotten history through historical records, archaeology, and indigenous traditions, consider subscribing. It helps the channel and allows me to keep researching stories like this. Because the report published in Arizona that year didn't just describe an ordinary cave, it described an underground world that seemed strangely similar to one the Hopi had been talking about for generations. On the morning of April 5th, 1909, readers of the Arizona Gazette opened their newspaper to what would become one of the most controversial stories ever connected to the Grand Canyon. The headline described an extraordinary archaeological discovery. According to the article, a man named G.E. Kincaid, who identified himself as an explorer working on a government-sponsored expedition associated with the Smithsonian Institution, had discovered a hidden cave carved high into the walls of the Grand Canyon. The entrance, the newspaper reported, could only be reached by boat along the Colorado River because it sat hundreds of feet above the waterline on an almost vertical cliff face. What caught people's attention wasn't simply the location. It was what Kincaid claimed to have found inside. The article described a massive underground complex extending deep into the rock. A long central passage reportedly stretched for more than 1,000 feet, with dozens of chambers branching off in every direction. Some rooms were said to contain carefully stored grain that had somehow remained preserved. Others held pottery, copper tools, weapons, and carved objects, unlike anything archaeologists had associated with the ancient cultures of the American Southwest. Then the report became even stranger. Kincaid described discovering several mummies seated rather than laid flat, carefully wrapped and preserved
Now they
inside
think
the
they're gonna
chambers.
go in them caverns and shit.
Nearby
It's
were
all
statues
people and
and
leave us
carved
up here to
figures
be
that,
fucked.
according to the article, appeared to resemble artistic styles more commonly associated with Egypt or Asia than with prehistoric North America. The walls themselves were reportedly covered with symbols and inscriptions that neither Kincaid nor the expedition's archaeologists could identify. They measured what they could, photographed portions of the site, and continued documenting the chambers over multiple visits. Only 4 days later, on April 9th, the Arizona Gazette published a second article expanding on the discovery. Rather than treating the first report as a joke or a rumor, the newspaper presented additional details about the expedition, the layout of the cave, and the remarkable collection of artifacts said to be waiting inside. To readers in 1909, the story sounded less like fiction and more like the announcement of a discovery that might completely reshape the history of the American Southwest. But then, something unusual happened. The story simply stopped. No photographs of the chambers were ever published. No artifacts appeared in museums. No scientific report followed. And the expedition that had supposedly made one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in American history seemed to vanish almost as quickly as it had appeared. That disappearance would become just as mysterious as the cave itself. As interest in the Arizona Gazette story grew, researchers began asking what seemed like the obvious question. If this expedition really happened, where were the records? The newspaper had identified the explorer as G.E. Kincaid and stated that the work was connected to the Smithsonian Institution through an archaeologist identified as Professor S.A. Jordan. If one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in American history had actually taken place, there should have been photographs, excavation reports, correspondence, museum records, or at the very least an official acknowledgement that the expedition had occurred. Instead, researchers found almost nothing.
Plan your finances with like-hearted people. Thrivent, where money means more.
Your best accessory for a night out?
Government
A
shut that
glowing
down.
smile. Bring on whiter teeth that last 12 months.
Help me find your bedding that fits my Maximus.
Try the new large pepperoni pizza with Caesars with a web of shredded pepperoni and toasted 2-cheese bread. Hey.
Over the years, historians and independent investigators searched for documentation that could confirm the expedition described in the newspaper. The Smithsonian has consistently stated that it has no record of G.E. Kincaid being employed by the institution, no record of Professor S.A. Jordan connected to the expedition, and no record of artifacts matching those described in the Arizona Gazette articles. For many historians, that was enough to dismiss the story as nothing more than an elaborate newspaper fabrication. But others argued that the situation was not quite so simple. The newspaper itself was real. The April 5th and April 9th editions unquestionably existed, and researchers have verified that both articles were genuinely published in 1909. The mystery was never whether the newspaper printed the story. The mystery was whether the events described in those articles actually occurred. That distinction is important. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, newspapers occasionally published sensational stories alongside ordinary reporting. At the same time, legitimate archaeological discoveries were also being announced through newspapers before formal scientific papers appeared. Simply appearing in print did not automatically prove a discovery, but neither did it automatically disprove one. Then researchers noticed another detail. Only 3 years before the Arizona Gazette story appeared, the Antiquities Act of 1906 had become law, giving the federal government authority over significant archaeological discoveries made on federal land. The Grand Canyon was already under federal protection, meaning that any major discovery there would have fallen under federal oversight. The Smithsonian frequently worked with government agencies on archaeological investigations during this period, making the newspaper's reference understandable within the historical context, even though no expedition records have been publicly confirmed. Decades later, researchers continued looking for additional clues. Some reported finding scattered references to a man named G.E. Kincaid in unrelated historical records, suggesting that a person by that name may have existed. Others pointed to gaps in archival collections from the period, although missing records can occur for many ordinary reasons, including incomplete preservation, cataloguing errors, or simple loss over time. None of these findings by themselves confirm the Grand Canyon expedition described in 1909. So more than a century later, the story remains suspended between two possibilities. Either the Arizona Gazette published one of the most detailed archaeological hoaxes of its time, or it reported on an expedition whose full history has never been recovered. And that uncertainty becomes even more intriguing when the newspaper's description is placed beside something that had existed long before 1909. The Hopi traditions had already been describing underground chambers and unusual beings beneath the Grand Canyon for generations, long before anyone claimed to discover a hidden chamber inside the Grand Canyon. The Hopi had already been telling a remarkably similar story. For generations, Hopi elders passed these traditions from one generation to the next through their clan system. Unlike written histories that can disappear with time, Hopi knowledge survived through continuous oral transmission, carefully preserved by elders whose responsibility was to remember and teach the history of their people.
These days, they don't want y'all to listen to the elders. They make us look stupid.
List of these traditions is the story of the Ant people. To someone hearing the name for the first time, it sounds almost mythical, but the Hopi descriptions are far more detailed than the name suggests. The Ant people were not remembered as ordinary insects or imaginary creatures. They were described as intelligent beings who lived beneath the earth inside underground chambers. During times of great catastrophe, when earlier worlds were destroyed, these beings sheltered the ancestors of the Hopi, providing protection until it was safe to return to the surface. According to the Hopi emergence tradition, humanity eventually came into the present world through the SEPT, a sacred opening that marked the transition from the underground world to the one we know today. What makes these traditions especially interesting is that they describe the underground world as a real place rather than a symbolic one. The stories speak of chambers beneath the land, long migrations through underground passages, and guides who already knew those hidden places before the Hopi ancestors arrived. To the Hopi, these accounts were part of their history and identity, not simply stories created for entertainment. Anthropologists have generally studied them as elements of Hopi cosmology and religious tradition, while many Hopi continue to regard them as sacred teachings. Then there are the descriptions of the beings themselves. Different versions of the tradition contain different details, but some themes appear repeatedly. Several accounts describe them as larger than ordinary people. Others remember them as being covered in hair, and nearly all agree that they belong to the underground world beneath the canyon rather than the villages built later on the mesas. By themselves, these traditions would simply be an important part of Hopi cultural history. But when placed beside the Arizona Gazette story, the similarities become difficult to ignore. The newspaper describes hidden chambers deep inside the Grand Canyon. The Hopi describe an underground world beneath the canyon. The newspaper reports preserved remains and unexplored passageways. The Hopi remember ancient beings who lived below the surface long before the present age. None of those parallels prove that the newspaper story was true. They do not prove that the cave existed exactly as it was described, but they do raise an important historical question. Could two completely different sources, one a newspaper published in 1909 and the other an oral tradition preserved for generations before that, be pointing toward the same place? That question becomes even more intriguing when we look at the canyon itself, because the Grand Canyon is not a single open valley. It is a landscape filled with extensive natural cave systems, especially within the Red Wall limestone formation. Many sections remain extremely difficult to access, and even today, large portions of the canyon's cliffs and cave networks have never been comprehensively explored. Perhaps that explains why this story has survived for so long, not because anyone has proven what lies beneath the canyon, but because no one has completely answered the question either. And more than a century after the Arizona Gazette published its extraordinary report, the Grand Canyon still keeps its deepest places remarkably well hidden. More than a century has passed since the Arizona Gazette published its remarkable story. During those years, countless books have been written about the Grand Canyon. Millions of visitors have stood along its rim, looking down into one of the most studied landscapes on Earth. Geologists have spent decades examining its rock layers. Archaeologists have documented villages, trails, and artifacts left by the many indigenous peoples who have called this region home. Yet despite all of that work, the story published in April 1909 has never completely disappeared. It continues to return because it asks a question that has never been answered in a way that satisfies everyone. If the article described a genuine expedition, where are the photographs, field notes, and recovered artifacts? If it was simply an elaborate newspaper story, why was it written with such remarkable detail, including measurements of chambers, descriptions of artifacts, and references to locations that remain difficult to reach even today? History has not provided a definitive answer. Instead, it has left us with fragments, a newspaper account, a Smithsonian denial, a canyon filled with thousands of caves, and an indigenous tradition that had been preserved for generations before the newspaper was ever printed. The Grand Canyon itself adds another layer to the mystery. Most visitors experience only the rim, looking down across an immense landscape carved by the Colorado River. But beneath those towering cliffs lies an intricate world of natural caves, hidden ledges, narrow passages, and rock formations created over millions of years. The Redwall limestone alone contains extensive cave systems, many of which remain inaccessible without specialized climbing or river expeditions. Even today, much of that underground landscape has never been fully explored or mapped in detail. That does not prove the cave described in 1909 exists, but it does remind us that the canyon is far larger and far more complex than most people imagine. Then there is the Hopi perspective. In the year 2000, the Hopi Cultural Preservation Office issued a statement concerning sacred places within the Grand Canyon. Rather than encouraging further exploration, the statement emphasized that certain locations inside the canyon are spiritually significant and are not appropriate for public investigation. It did not confirm the Arizona Gazette story, nor did it attempt to validate every claim connected to it. Instead, it asked for respect. That distinction matters, because throughout this documentary, we have looked at three very different kinds of evidence: a newspaper report, archaeological and geological knowledge about the canyon, and an oral tradition that has been carefully preserved within Hopi culture for generations. Each tells part of the story. None of them by themselves settles the question. History is rarely that simple. Sometimes a discovery answers all questions. Sometimes it creates entirely new ones. The Grand Canyon has done both. It has revealed civilizations, villages, trails, and sacred places that have transformed our understanding of the American Southwest. At the same time, it continues to guard places that remain beyond easy reach. Perhaps one day, new technology, whether high-resolution LiDAR, advanced cave mapping, or future archaeological surveys, will provide evidence that finally settles the mystery raised in 1909. Or perhaps the answer has never been hidden inside the canyon at all. Perhaps it has always existed in the stories of the people who knew this landscape.
Rhythm Energy's power shift electricity plan is shift may use to cheap hours and save. Now that's the shift.
It's all systems go in Inner City, thanks to Floor Store's probiotic gummies. Their triple action formula helps with gas and bloating.
At the base of Dawa Yalan, the great sandstone mesa that rises above the Zuni River Valley in what is now western New Mexico, two stone columns stand apart from the surrounding cliff. They are weathered, narrow, and unmistakably separate from the rock formations around them, positioned at the exact edge where the valley floor meets the escarpment. The Zuni have a name for them, and a history attached to that name, one that has nothing to do with wind or erosion. According to Zuni tradition, these are not natural formations at all. They are a son and a daughter, turned to stone at the edge of a rising flood so that the water would stop climbing toward the people gathered on the mesa above. The story of how they came to stand there was already old when Frank Hamilton Cushing arrived at Zuni Pueblo in 1879, sent west by the Smithsonian's Bureau of Ethnology to catalog what its director, John Wesley Powell, understood as a vanishing category of human knowledge. Cushing stayed far longer than his assignment required. He was initiated into the priesthood of the bow, given a Zuni name, and entrusted, over years rather than weeks, with an account of a flood that predated any settlers' arrival in the valley. What he recorded, and what the Bureau eventually did with what he recorded, are two different stories. If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Drop a comment telling me where in the world you're watching from. I love hearing from you. The account Cushing carried back east did not begin with the flood. It began much earlier, with an origin narrative the Zuni call the Chimikianakoa, the story of the beginning. In it, the ancestors of the Zuni did not arrive in the southwest from anywhere else. They emerged from within the earth itself, passing upward through 4 successive underworlds before reaching the surface of this one. The journey was neither quick nor complete on arrival. According to the tradition, the earliest humans who reached the surface world were unfinished in some sense, their bodies not yet suited to sunlight, their senses still adjusting to a sky instead of a ceiling of stone. Webbed fingers, tails, and eyes unaccustomed to daylight were said to have marked the first generation, features that were shed gradually as the people moved further from the place of emergence. They were guided by 2 beings, sons of the sun, remembered as the twin war gods, Ahayuta and Matsailema, who led the people on a migration that lasted for generations before ending at a specific place, the place the Zuni call Itiwana, the middle place. That place is Halona, Wa, the site of old Zuni Pueblo on the banks of the Zuni River, and the mesa of Dowa Yalane stands above it. The migration itself was long, broken into stages, with clans splitting off and rejoining at points still named within the tradition, some identified today with real geographic features scattered across Arizona and New Mexico. The narrative describes a system of ceremonial verification, a set of tests entrusted only to the ranking priests, by which a given valley could be confirmed or rejected as the true center of the world before the people committed themselves to settling it. This part of the tradition treats settlement as a technical achievement rather than an accident of geography, and it does not soften the cost of getting it wrong. Several earlier stopping points are remembered by name, each one abandoned only after the priests determined, through methods the tradition does not fully disclose to outsiders, that the place fell short of what was required. When the Zuni finally arrived at Halonawa, they had already rejected several such locations. The world they settled into was not empty, and it was not without hazard. It had a river, a fertile valley floor cut by centuries of seasonal runoff, and, before long, a catastrophe remembered with a specificity that an outside observer in 1880 might easily have filed away as ordinary folklore. By the time the flood is said to have occurred, the world the tradition describes at Halona Wa was already a functioning one, not a scattering of survivors waiting for disaster. The valley supported irrigated fields of corn, beans, and squash along the river terraces, a farming system that later bureau surveyors would themselves document as sophisticated, built around waffle gardens and check dams designed to hold scarce rainfall in a landscape that received it unpredictably. Turquoise mined from deposits north of the valley moved outward through exchange networks that reached toward the Gulf of California in one direction and the Rio Grande Pueblos in the other, traded for shell, for macaw feathers carried up from what is now northern Mexico, and for obsidian worked into tools and ceremonial objects. None of this required a written record to function. The calendar that governed planting, harvest, and ceremony was maintained through observation of the sun's position against fixed landmarks on the horizon, a system precise enough to coordinate a farming community across an entire agricultural year without a single page of paper. The flood, in other words, did not strike an isolated or precarious settlement. It struck a village with an established relationship to its river, which is part of why the tradition remembers the crisis as one requiring the most serious response the priesthood could offer. The flood came, in the version Cushing recorded, after the people had settled at Halona Wa and begun building their permanent village along the river. Heavy rains fell for an extended stretch, and the Zuni River, ordinarily a modest stream cutting through a wide, shallow valley, rose beyond anything the people had prepared for. Water began climbing toward the village itself, and the priests determined that an offering was required, not a symbolic one, but a direct and irreversible one. A young man and a young woman, identified in some versions of the account as the son and daughter of a chief priest, were dressed in their finest ceremonial clothing, adorned with turquoise and woven cotton, and led to the edge of the rising water. They were given to the flood. As the account describes it, the waters receded almost immediately afterward, and where the two had stood, 2 columns of stone remained, facing outward toward the mesa, permanently positioned at the edge of what had been the flood line. The people who survived the flood retreated to the top of Dawa Yalani itself, a mesa rising more than 300 feet above the valley floor, its summit broad enough to support a settlement, and its approach narrow enough to be defended. What makes this account difficult to dismiss as simple invention is the specificity of its geography, and the fact that the geography still exists in a form that can be independently checked against other, unrelated historical records. Dawa Yalam is a real mesa, still standing above the Zuni River, and it was used again, centuries after the flood the tradition describes, for exactly the purpose the tradition assigns to it. In 1680, during the Pueblo revolt against Spanish colonial rule, the Zuni people abandoned their riverside villages and moved onto the top of Dawa Yalane, where they lived for approximately 12 years before returning to the valley floor. This is not oral tradition alone. It is documented in Spanish colonial correspondence, in the accounts of the reconquest expeditions of the 1690s, and in the archaeological remains still visible on the mesa top today. Low stone foundations laid out in a pattern consistent with a settlement built quickly, under pressure, for defense rather than comfort. The mesa's role as a place of retreat from catastrophe is attested twice, once in a tradition describing a flood with no fixed date, and once in a documented historical episode separated from that tradition by an unknown span of centuries, and yet pointing to the same physical refuge. The 2 stone columns at the base of the mesa are also real, and their presence has been independently confirmed by more than one 19th century observer working from different sources. Matilda Cox Stevenson arrived at Zuni in the same 1879 expedition that brought Cushing, part of a Bureau of Ethnology survey party led by her husband, James Stevenson. She continued her fieldwork at Zuni for more than 2 decades, publishing initial findings as early as 1887 in a Bureau report on Zuni religious practice among children, and completing her fullest study, the Zuni Indians, in 1904, after James Stevenson's death had left her to continue the research independently. Her records describe the same twin pillars, the same flood narrative, and the same identification of the columns as the transformed children, drawn from informants who were not necessarily the same priests who had spoken to Cushing. 2 ethnologists working across different years and through different relationships within the Pueblo arrived at matching accounts attached to the same physical location. That convergence does not prove the flood occurred as described. It does establish that the Zuni were not assembling a story for Cushing's particular benefit. They were transmitting one that already carried an internal, geographically anchored consistency before either outsider set foot in the valley. Cushing's access to this material was not granted quickly, and it was not granted for free. He arrived at Zuni as an outsider attached to a federal survey party, and for the first year of his residence he was treated as exactly that. Permitted to observe public ceremony, but excluded from the material that mattered most. What changed his standing was less a matter of persuasion than of endurance. He learned the language well enough to converse without an interpreter, adopted Zuni dress, and submitted to a lengthy period of instruction and testing before the priesthood agreed to initiate him into the Order of the Bow, an institution responsible, among other duties, for maintaining certain categories of the tribe's sacred history. Initiation carried obligations that did not end with the ceremony. Cushing was expected to participate in the priesthood's ongoing responsibilities, and the flood account, along with the larger creation narrative it belongs to, appears to have reached him gradually, over repeated tellings, rather than in a single transcribed session. The two stone columns themselves, as both he and Stevenson described them, rise several feet above the talus at the base of the mesa, narrow enough that a person can stand beside either one and see daylight around its edges, carved by weathering into a shape that neither ethnologist claimed was obviously artificial, but that both recorded as the specific object the Zuni pointed to when they told the story, not a general description of stone, but a designation of these two, and no others, among the many outcrops along that stretch of cliff. What the Bureau of Ethnology did with this material afterward is where the story becomes an institutional one rather than a purely ethnographic one. Powell had built the Bureau around a framework borrowed in large part from the anthropologist Lewis Henry Morgan, one that arranged human societies along a single developmental ladder, from savagery through barbarism to civilization, with oral tradition and origin narrative treated as evidence of a stage a society was passing through, rather than as a record a society might be keeping. Under this framework, a flood account like the one Cushing recorded was processed not as a potential witness to an actual hydrological event in the Zuni River Valley, but as a data point in a much larger 19th century academic project, the comparative study of flood myths across world cultures, a field newly energized by the decipherment of the Mesopotamian flood tablets at Nineveh in the 1870s, and shaped, in its methodology, by the anthropologist Edward Burnett Tyler, whose 1871 survey Primitive Culture had already catalogued dozens of global deluge traditions as evidence of shared stages of primitive imagination. Zuni testimony about a specific flood at a specific mesa was filed alongside Noah's flood and the Mesopotamian Utnapishtim account, treated as one more entry in a comparative table rather than as a local record that might correspond, in some verifiable way, to a local event. Cushing's own material suffered a more specific fate within this larger pattern. His creation narrative material, the fullest version of the Chimikianakoa he had gathered across years of residence, was not published as a complete work during his lifetime. He died in 1900 at the age of 42 after choking on a fishbone, and the material he had spent years assembling was compiled and issued by the Bureau of American Ethnology afterward, in its 13th annual report, under the title Outlines of Zuni Creation Myths, dated 1896, but drawing on field notes taken more than a decade earlier and edited by colleagues who had not been present for the original telling. The posthumous editorial process meant Cushing was never able to defend, expand, or correct the material in response to the questions his peers raised about it. Some of those peers, including Powell himself, expressed skepticism not about whether Cushing had recorded what the Zuni told him accurately, but about whether Cushing had become, in the language used at the time, too close to his subjects to serve as a reliable observer. His initiation into the Bo priesthood, the access that had made the fuller account possible in the first place, was treated by some within the Bureau as a professional liability rather than a methodological achievement, a suspicion that followed him for the remainder of his career. If you're hooked on this story, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an upload. Your support means everything and helps me bring you more emotional stories like this one. Cushing's case was not an isolated one within the Bureau's larger operation. The comparative mythology project that absorbed his Zuni material was applied across dozens of tribal traditions collected by other Bureau ethnologists during the same decades. Each origin account and flood narrative funneled into the same classificatory apparatus, catalogued for its resemblance to other traditions rather than examined for what it might independently establish about the specific landscape it described. The Bureau's annual appropriations from Congress were modest and were justified, in the language Powell used before congressional committees, primarily in terms of salvage, the urgent recording of vanishing customs before the people who held them were assimilated or died out, rather than in terms of sustained investigation into whether any particular tradition corresponded to a verifiable event. Funding followed the collection of material, not the testing of it. A field season spent gathering new accounts was easier to justify to Congress than a season spent drilling sediment cores to check one already on file, and the Bureau's budget, chronically smaller than Powell wanted, left little room for the kind of follow-up geology that a flood account like the Zuni one would have required to move from folklore into something closer to local history. The consequence of this institutional handling was not suppression in the sense of a document being sealed or destroyed. The material was published. It sat available in the Bureau's annual reports, open to anyone who sought it out in a federal library. But its classification as mythology, a designation that carried real administrative weight within Powell's evolutionary framework, meant it was never seriously investigated as a possible record of an actual flood event in the geological or hydrological history of the Zuni Valley. No follow-up survey was dispatched to determine whether the valley showed evidence of a flood severe enough to have generated the kind of communal crisis the tradition describes. No geologist examined the sediment layers along the Zuni River for an anomalous flood horizon that might be dated independently of the story attached to it. The account was treated as complete once it had been filed under its assigned category, and the category itself foreclosed the kind of follow-up investigation that might have connected the oral record to a physical one. This was not unique to the flood account, but the flood account illustrates the pattern with unusual clarity because it names a specific place, a specific pair of stone witnesses, and a specific mechanism in a way that many of the other origin narratives the Bureau collected during this period did not. A tradition describing an unlocated ancestral home somewhere to the north offered nothing a survey team could go and check. The Zuni flood account offered exactly that: a river, a mesa, and 2 columns of stone that could, in principle, have been examined, dated, or at minimum photographed and measured as physical evidence rather than transcribed testimony. That the opportunity went unused for more than a century says less about the quality of the tradition than about what the Bureau considered worth pursuing once a subject had been classified as folklore rather than as an open historical question. That the valley is capable of producing exactly the kind of flood the tradition describes is not speculation. In 1905, a major flood on the Zuni River destroyed much of the historic village of Halona Wa, the same site identified in Zuni tradition as the location of the original flood and the site the survivors rebuilt after retreating to Dowa Yalan. The 1905 flood is documented in federal agency correspondence from the period, and it forced a substantial portion of the Pueblo's population to relocate to higher ground along the valley's edge, a pattern that mirrors, with unsettling precision, the pattern described in the tradition Cushing had recorded a generation earlier. The river that runs through Zuni territory is not, in ordinary years, an obviously dangerous waterway. It is a modest, often nearly dry channel for much of the year, fed by a watershed that depends heavily on summer monsoon rainfall across the surrounding highlands. But the valley's geology, a wide floodplain bounded by mesas capable of channeling and concentrating runoff during periods of intense rainfall, makes it capable of exactly the kind of sudden, catastrophic rise in water level that both the ancient tradition and the 1905 record independently describe. Later stream gauge records kept by the United States Geological Survey, once instrumentation was finally installed on the river in the 20th century, confirmed what the 1905 flood had already demonstrated by force. The Zuni River's flow can rise many times over its ordinary baseline within a matter of hours during the peak of the summer monsoon, driven by storm cells that concentrate rainfall over a small portion of the watershed rather than spreading it evenly across the valley. A flood generated this way does not announce itself days in advance the way a snowmelt flood on a larger river might. It arrives quickly, and in a valley without the kind of modern flood control infrastructure built along larger southwestern rivers in the 20th century, it arrives with little warning. None of this constitutes proof that the specific flood described in Zuni tradition happened exactly as the priests told Cushing it happened. It does establish, beyond argument, that the valley the tradition is set in has never stopped being capable of the event the tradition describes. The witness at the center of this account is not, in the end, Cushing or Stevenson, though both were careful and serious recorders of what they were told. The witness is the tradition itself, transmitted through the Zuni priesthood across generations before either ethnologist set foot in the valley, and maintained since without dependence on either man's published record. The Zuni did not require the Bureau of Ethnology to preserve the memory of the flood. It survived, and continues to survive, within the Pueblo's own religious structure, carried by the same institutions, the priesthoods and the Katsina societies, that carried it before 1879. What Cushing and Stevenson did was translate a small portion of that structure into a form the federal government could archive, a process that captured the content of the tradition while stripping away much of the context that gave it standing within the Pueblo itself as accountable knowledge rather than casual storytelling. That transmission has not depended on any archive to continue. The Zuni still hold Shalako, an annual ceremony that renews the Pueblo's relationship to its origin narrative and to the Katsina figures associated with it. A ceremony that predates Cushing's arrival and has continued, largely unbroken, in the century and a half since. The flood account occupies its place within that larger ceremonial structure, reinforced through practice rather than through publication, which is part of why its survival has never depended on whether the Bureau's published version remained in print. Stevenson, for her part, continued documenting Zuni religious life for years after her husband James died in 1888, becoming one of the first women in the country's history to hold a formal, salaried position as a government scientist, a status she used to keep returning to Zuni for field seasons that stretched across more than 2 decades. She later helped found the Women's Anthropological Society of Washington at a time when women were routinely excluded from the professional societies where male ethnologists presented and debated their findings, and her insistence on returning to the same material Cushing had already recorded, rather than assuming his account settled the matter, is part of why the flood narrative and the pillars it explains were independently confirmed, rather than resting on a single observer's report. She worked with informants Cushing had never spoken with, women in particular, whose knowledge of certain ceremonial matters diverged from what the male priesthood had shared with him, and her published record of the flood account survives as a genuinely separate line of transmission, rather than a restatement of his. Cushing's own field notes, portions of which survive today in the National Anthropological Archives in Washington, show a man increasingly uneasy about the gap between what he had been told and what his institution was prepared to do with it. In private correspondence with colleagues, he expressed frustration that the Bureau's publication format flattened distinctions the Zuni themselves maintained with care, distinctions between an account transmitted through the Bo priesthood, which he understood as carrying a status closer to sworn testimony, and stories told more casually to children or to visiting outsiders, which functioned differently within Zuni society and carried different obligations of accuracy. The published version of Outlines of Zuni Creation Myths does not fully preserve this internal hierarchy. It presents the flood narrative in roughly the same register as material Cushing himself considered less rigorously sourced, a flattening driven by the demands of a standardized government publication rather than by any Zuni understanding of their own tradition's reliability. What survived this flattening was the account itself, not its institutional standing. The Zuni continued to identify the twin pillars at the base of Dawa Yalane as the transformed children well into the 20th century, and the identification is maintained by the Pueblo today. The mesa remains within Zuni tribal land, and access to it, along with much of the surrounding area considered sacred, is restricted by the Pueblo's own governance, a fact that has limited the kind of independent geological or archaeological investigation that might otherwise have been carried out on the pillars themselves or on the sediment layers of the valley below them. This restriction is not secrecy in the sense of concealment. It is the same distinction between respect and access that runs through indigenous relationships to sacred landscape more broadly, a distinction that 19th century ethnology, built around the twin goals of extraction and publication, was never well equipped to accommodate, and that federal science in the 20th century largely inherited without revisiting. The geological question, whether the Zuni Valley experienced a flood event severe enough and early enough.
Hey, can I take that for you? Thank you. It's really nice of you.
But I don't want the needles to be too big. What do you think?
If you go up, it's gonna get kind of baggy.
to correspond to the tradition's account, remains formally unresolved. The 1905 flood demonstrates that events of the necessary severity are possible within the valley's hydrology, but it does not, on its own, establish the age or historicity of the specific flood the tradition describes. No sediment coring study of the Zuni River floodplain, of the kind that has been used elsewhere in the American Southwest to date prehistoric flood horizons along other river systems, has ever been conducted specifically to test this tradition against the physical record. The absence of that study is worth naming plainly. It is not that the question was investigated and answered negatively. It is that the question was never formally asked, because the category the material was filed under in 1896 closed off the kind of institutional curiosity that might, under different circumstances, have asked it. Elsewhere in the Southwest, similar questions have occasionally received the kind of attention the Zuni account never got. Archaeologists working along other river systems in Arizona and New Mexico have, in isolated cases, cored floodplain sediments specifically to search for the signature of catastrophic prehistoric floods, layers of coarse gravel or displaced ash deposited by a single high-energy event, rather than by ordinary seasonal deposition. Those studies exist because someone with institutional standing decided the question was worth the cost of asking it. No comparable decision was ever made for the valley below Dower Yalan, not because the account there was any less specific or any less anchored to a checkable location, but because by the time anyone might have proposed the work, the tradition had already been sitting for decades inside a government report filed under a heading that told readers, before they ever opened it, what kind of material they were about to find. What remains, in the absence of that investigation, is what has always remained. Dower Yalan still rises above the valley floor, its summit still marked by the low stone foundations left from the 12 years the Zuni spent there during the Pueblo Revolt, a documented historical episode that the older flood account appears to have prefigured, whether by coincidence, by a pattern of cultural memory shaping the response to later crisis, or by some relationship between the two that the surviving record cannot settle on its own. The pillars still stand at the base of the mesa, weathered by more than a century of additional exposure since Cushing and Stevenson first described them in their notebooks, still identified by the Pueblo as the son and daughter given to the water so that the water would stop. Visitors who travel to the town of Zuni today can see Dower Yalane from the valley floor, a dark, table-topped mass of rock rising abruptly from the plain, and can see, at certain angles and in certain light, the two narrow columns standing apart from the base of the escarpment, exactly where two ethnologists working a century apart both said they would be. The Zuni River still runs through the valley below, undramatic for most of the year, capable, as it demonstrated in 1905, of rising with a speed that outstrips the geological patience its ordinary channel suggests. No federal survey has returned to test what the sediment beneath that channel might show about the flood the tradition places at the founding of Halona, Wa. No formal investigation has reconciled the specificity of the account, its named landmarks, its identified stone witness.
Hey y'all, say happy birthday to my baby with me. Her name is Jayla. She's 26 today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, my baby Jayla. Happy birthday to you. Mommy love you, sweetie. Miss you a whole lot.
Its documented later echo in the Pueblo Revolt refuge, with the geological question of when, or whether, in a form outside science could verify independently of the tradition itself, the water actually came. The record Cushing carried east in the 1880s was filed, published, and set aside under a category built to hold it at arm's length from historical inquiry. The mesa it describes has not been set aside. Dower Yalan still catches the last light of the afternoon before anything else in the valley, its sandstone face turning a shade of red that has nothing to do with the story and everything to do with the mineral content of the rock. And still, at its base, are the two columns that generations of Zuni have pointed to as a son and a daughter who who did not run from the water when the priests came for them. Cushing photographed them once, in the 1880s, with the heavy equipment of his era, and the photograph survives in the Bureau's archive, alongside notes that call the flood a myth, without ever explaining why a myth would leave two stones standing in exactly the place its narrators say they should be. The valley has had more than a century to answer that question since. It has not yet done so. The stones are still waiting, and so, in its own way, is the river.
Now, where'd it go?
If Texas was a truck, we'd be a Ram truck. Undefinable and unstoppable. Leather luxury in the front, towing live leather in the back. We show off because we're good at it.
Great deserts of the land, found everywhere at different latitudes. A unique environment. But is it possible there was a unique life form in this unique environment at one point in time? When we explore it, we see unique structures. And perhaps they're just simply natural structures that have artificially unique features to them. Yet if you go around the desert enough, you can be excused for understanding that there may have been a very different form of life there. Our official mainstream and scientific accounts tell us that evolution is the explanation for different life. But what if there's an entirely different account, a oral tradition that relates a different sort of cycle that we've looked at? In this exploration, we're going to examine the account of the Hopi, their 5 ages, and most specifically, the very unique account of the saviors of their particular culture, their society, the ant people. We have found many examples that indicate that there was some sort of high civilization that may have existed. Now, whether this civilization was subterranean or existed on the surface, and the details that we still find in the Hopi culture that may refer to it, the very dramatic landscapes of the desert that give rise to the possibility of different civilizations and a very different form of life, a completely different account of our origins and what we may have endured in the past. Come join me as we explore the account
Near the end of the book of Enoch, an angel takes the prophet north, past the storehouses of the winds, past the pit where the fallen stars are chained, all the way to the outer edge of everything that exists. And there, at the boundary of the world, Enoch describes something that should not appear in an ancient text. A structure of cold so total that nothing living crosses it. Not a mountain range, not a frozen sea, a wall. And he writes that it is guarded, and he records the ranks of the ones standing watch along it. That passage sits in the Ethiopian Bible right now, exactly where it has been for more than 2,000 years. Almost nobody has read it, because the book it belongs to was stripped out of every other Bible on earth in the 4th century. The Ethiopian church kept it. Every line, including the description of what waits at the end of the world, and the names of who is stationed there. And before we go further, I need to pause for a second, because what I'm about to tell you gets significantly darker. And I realized a while ago that some of this cannot be fully explained in a video format. The complete reconstruction of the wall of cold and the beings stationed along it, the exact GS wording of the 3 northern gates, the names Enoch records for the wardens posted at each one, the Council of Laodicea's own written reasoning for why the passage had to be removed. I put it all into a written document. It's linked below, and the QR code is on your screen. Now let's continue. Start with the book itself, because most people do not know it exists. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church holds the largest biblical canon in all of Christianity. Where a Protestant Bible carries 66 books, the Ethiopian canon carries 81. Inside those extra books is a text the rest of the Christian world abandoned 17 centuries ago. The Ethiopians call it Henoch. We call it the Book of Enoch. And it is not some minor devotional pamphlet. When the Dead Sea Scrolls were uncovered at Qumran in the 1940s, fragments of Enoch turned up in Aramaic, older than most of the books that stayed in the Old Testament. The scholar Joseph Millick spent years publishing those fragments, and the dating that came out of that work placed portions of Enoch among the oldest Jewish writings ever found. The text is ancient, it is real, and for most of Christian history, it was deliberately kept out of reach. And Enoch is not alone in that canon. Alongside it, the Ethiopian Church preserved the Book of Jubilees, another ancient text dropped by the rest of Christianity, which retells the early history of the world with the same detailed cosmology, the same obsession with the exact structure of creation, the same assumption that the world is a bounded, ordered place with edges and appointed times. 2 of the oldest, strangest, most structurally specific accounts of the cosmos that survived antiquity survived in the same place, the highlands of Ethiopia. In the same language, kept by the same church everyone else stopped listening to. Here's the detail that should stop you before we even get to the wall. The Book of Enoch was cut from the Bible, but the Bible still quotes it. In the Epistle of Jude, a book that stayed in the New Testament and sits in your Bible right now, the author quotes Enoch directly, word for word, naming him as a prophet. A book the church removed is quoted as scripture by a book the church kept. Whatever Enoch was, the earliest Christians treated it as authoritative. Then, later, someone decided it had to go. And to understand why, you have to follow Enoch to the place the later church did not want described. Enoch is written as a first-person account. The man claims he was taken, not shown a dream he then struggles to interpret, but physically carried by angels to the edges of creation and walked through how the machinery of the world actually works. He is given a guide. The archangel Uriel, described in chapter 20 as the one set over the luminaries of heaven and over the world. Uriel walks him through the structure of the cosmos the way an engineer walks a visitor through a building he designed. He shows him where the sun goes at night. He shows him the paths of the stars and the leaders that command them. And near the end of that tour, Uriel takes him north. Before the north, though, Uriel shows him the gates, and this is the piece that makes the wall make sense. There is an entire section of Enoch that scholars call the astronomical book, or the Book of the Luminaries. In it, Enoch describes the sun and the moon rising and setting through a system of gates set into the edge of the sky. 12 gates in total, arranged around the boundary of the world, and the sun moves from one to the next across the year, and the winds come through them, and everything that enters the world enters through a gate that something controls. This is not vague poetry. Enoch counts them. He measures the days the sun spends in each. The ancient world ran a working model of the cosmos as a bounded space with controlled openings, and the men who wrote this down treated those openings as real architecture. So by the time Uriel brings Enoch to the far north, the idea of a gate at the edge of the world is already established. What is new in the north is what comes through those particular gates. And the gates are not only for the sun. In the same section, Enoch describes the winds coming through the openings at the 4 quarters of the world. Some of those winds, he writes, bring blessing and growth and healing. Others bring destruction and locusts and ruin. Through the northern openings in particular come the winds of cold. So the gate system is not neutral scenery. It is the mechanism by which everything that enters the world, warmth and storm and cold and plague alike, is let in from outside in measured amounts through controlled openings that each answer to a keeper. The northern wall is simply the coldest and most heavily sealed section of a boundary that runs the entire way around the rim of creation. The northern chapters are short, and that is the first strange thing about them. Enoch spends long passages on the fire of the west and the prison where the disobedient stars are chained. He lingers. He describes the abyss in detail, but when he reaches the far north, the writing tightens, as though he is recording something he was not entirely permitted to linger on. He says he came to the ends of the whole earth, not a figure of speech for a distant country. The ends, the place where the earth simply stops. And there, he writes, he saw a great and glorious structure standing at the outermost boundary of everything. The architecture of that edge is described in more detail than most people expect. In chapter 18, Enoch reaches what he calls the cornerstone of the earth, and the pillars, the foundations on which the whole structure rests. He sees the 4 winds bearing up the sky and holding up the ends of the earth. He sees 7 mountains of extraordinary stone, and a deep chasm beyond them, where there is no firmament above and no ground below. This is not the vague, drifting landscape of a dream. It is load-bearing. There are foundations, supports, corners, and a rim, described the way you would describe a building you would actually walk the outside of. And at the far northern stretch of that perimeter stands the cold. Set into that boundary, Enoch counts 3 gates. Through each gate, he writes, the north wind comes, and when it blows, it brings cold, and hail, and frost, and snow, and ice, and rain. This is the origin of the phrase, people now shorten to the wall of cold. Enoch is not describing weather the way we feel it on an ordinary afternoon. He is describing a fixed structure at the edge of the world through which cold itself is released into creation, gate by gate, under control. Something opens those gates. Something governs how much passes through. And that is the exact point where the account stops reading like cosmology and starts reading like a roster. To understand what stands behind those gates, you have to move to a different chapter. Chapter 60. There, Enoch is shown the storehouses. Not warehouses of grain or gold, storehouses of the forces of nature themselves. He describes a chamber for the snow, a chamber for the frost, a chamber for the mist, a chamber for the hail, a chamber for the winds. And here is the detail the casual reader slides right past. Each storehouse is not an empty vault. Each one has a keeper. Enoch writes that the spirit of the frost has its own angel, that the spirit of the hail is a good angel, that the spirit of the snow has withdrawn into its own chamber and holds its own power. He is not describing ice at all. He is describing who is in charge of the ice. And chapter 60 does not stop at snow and frost. Enoch is shown the chamber of the thunder and the chamber of the lightning, and he is told that neither one is random, that each has a spirit assigned to it, that each is restrained and released on command. He describes the sea and the great deep held in their place. He describes the winds weighed out by measure. Read now. The effect is less like ancient myth and more like a man being walked through a control room and shown, one instrument at a time, everything that governs the natural world, and told the name of the hand resting on each one. And once you see that, the northern wall reads in a completely different way. It is not a barrier that happens to be cold. It is a guarded installation, and the cold is what it holds. So who, exactly, is stationed along it? Enoch does not give you one warden. He gives you ranks. At the top of the structure sits the authority of Uriel himself, the angel set over the whole world. Below him run the keepers of the individual storehouses, each bound to a single force and a single gate. The one who holds the snow, the one who holds the frost, the one who releases the hail. In the logic of the text, these are not decorations. They are functionaries. Each is responsible for a specific opening and a specific substance, and each can release or withhold. The wall is not empty. It is manned, position by position, the way you would staff a border. Before we move on to what stands beyond the final gate, stop for a second. What you just heard about the storehouses of the cold is the part that changes everything, but it only makes sense when you see it written out next to the original J.A.'s passage. The sealed chambers of frost, the keepers who hold the gates. It's all in the document linked below. Take 5 seconds right now, grab it, and then come back, because what comes next builds directly on it. The link is in the description. QR code is on your screen. Here is what makes the passage genuinely difficult for a modern reader. Enoch is not describing the planet you were taught to picture in school. In his account, the earth has ends. It has edges you could walk to if you traveled far enough. It has a solid boundary at its rim, and gates set into that boundary, and a dome of heaven fastened over the top like a lid. This is not a careless mistake or a stray poetic flourish. It is a complete and internally consistent map of the world, and it is the same map every ancient culture in that region drew. The Babylonians described a cosmos enclosed by cosmic waters held back by a barrier. The early Hebrew scriptures describe a firmament, a solid dome, with the waters above it. The Egyptians drew the sky as a body arched over a flat earth with edges, a bounded world, a walled world, with something cold and guarded stationed at the outer edge. Enoch is not an outlier. Enoch is the most detailed surviving version of a map the whole ancient world agreed on. Now follow what happened to the book that contains that map. In the year 364, at the Council of Laodicea, church authorities drew up a list of which writings could be read aloud in the churches and which could not. Enoch did not make the list. Within a few generations, it had vanished from the Western Church almost entirely. Jerome, assembling the Latin Bible that would define Christianity for 1,000 years, dismissed it as apocryphal. Augustine, in The City of God, argued that Enoch's descriptions of the edges and structures of the world should be read as allegory rather than geography, because in his theology the places it named could not physically exist. The pattern here is the exact same one that repeats through this entire story. Enoch made concrete, located, testable claims about the shape of the world and what guards its borders. The church preferred claims that could not be checked. So the concrete book was set aside, and the abstract framework was kept in its place. But it was not always that way, and that is worth saying plainly. Before Laodicea, Enoch had defenders inside the church. Tertullian, one of the most important early Christian writers, argued openly that Enoch should be regarded as scripture, and pointed to the fact that Jude had quoted it. For the first 2 or 3 centuries, this was a live book, cited and copied and taken seriously. The decision to remove it was not the discovery of a fraud, it was a choice, and the choice landed hardest on exactly the chapters that described the world as a bounded, gated, guarded structure, because those chapters made claims a growing, organized church could no longer afford to have people testing. Everywhere except Ethiopia, the Ethiopian church operated far outside the reach of Rome, and it never dropped Enoch. The complete text survived in Ge'ez, the ancient liturgical language of the Ethiopian highlands, copied out by hand in mountain monasteries for over 1,000 years, while the rest of the world forgot the book had ever existed. When the Scottish traveler James Bruce carried 3 Ge'ez manuscripts back to Europe in the 1770s, scholars who opened them found entire chapters no Western Christian had read in more than a millennium. Among them, the Northern Journey, the 3 Gates, the storehouses, the Wardens of the Cold listed by rank, exactly as they had always been. And this is where the second layer of suppression appears, quieter than the first and easier to miss. When the standard English translation was finally produced by the scholar R.H. Charles in 1906, certain passages describing the structure at the world's edge were rendered in soft, spiritual, abstract language that dulled what the Ge'ez actually says. Later translators working directly from the Ethiopian manuscripts, including the scholar Ephraim Isaac, noted that the older text is more physical, more specific, more like a survey report than a sermon. The wall is more solid in Ge'ez than it is in English. The gates are more literal, the keepers are more clearly present, and more clearly on duty. Something in that passage kept getting softened on its way into the languages the wider world could actually read. Which raises the obvious question. What was so difficult about a cold wall at the edge of the world that it had to be blunted every single time it crossed into a new language? Part of the answer is that the description refuses to stay quietly in the past. There is, at the far south of our own world, a genuine wall of cold. A continent ringed by ice, encircled by the most hostile water on the planet, governed since 1959 by an international treaty that restricts who may go where, and what may be done there, and what may be removed. Enoch placed his boundary in the north, and the ancient world oriented its maps differently than we do. So the compass directions do not line up cleanly, and I am not going to pretend they do. But the shape of the idea is what stops people cold. A frozen rim at the edge of the known world, sealed, restricted, watched. That is not an image a herdsman in the ancient Near East had any ordinary reason to invent. He described a guarded cold boundary at the end of the earth thousands of years before anyone alive could confirm the earth had one at all. Think about who was supposed to have written this. Not a sailor with a fleet, not an empire with explorers pushing toward the poles. A figure in the ancient Near East, landlocked, with no ships capable of crossing open ocean, and no earthly reason to imagine a frozen barrier at the limit of the world. Every practical fact of his life pointed inland toward desert and river and mountain. Nothing in his world held ice on the scale, he describes. And yet the account he leaves behind is not of a hot edge, or a watery edge, or an endless plain running off into haze. It is of cold, sealed cold, guarded cold, at the exact outer limit of everything that exists. And the book that records it is still not fully open. The oldest and most complete Ge'ez manuscripts remain in Ethiopian monasteries and church treasuries, and some of the most important collections have had restricted outside access for decades, especially through long stretches of political upheaval in the 20th century. Scholars have spent whole careers requesting examination of specific manuscript traditions and being turned away at the door. The text that describes a sealed structure at the world's end is itself, in its oldest surviving form, sealed, behind stone walls, behind permissions that have not been granted. The parallel is almost too clean to be comfortable, and yet it is simply where the physical documents are, right now, as you watch this. So return to the wall itself, and to the ones standing along it, because that is the part every Western edition tends to bury under gentle vocabulary. Enoch does not present the keepers of the cold as pretty personifications of winter. He presents them as posted, each at a gate, each with authority over one force and one boundary. In chapter 20, he lists the archangels and their assignments, the way you would read out a chain of command. Uriel over the world, Raphael over the spirits of men, Michael over the best part of humankind, Gabriel over the serpents in the garden. Each one has a jurisdiction, and beneath that top rank, the northern structure runs on the same logic as everything else Enoch is shown on his journey. Nothing is unattended. Every gate has a keeper. Every force has a hand on it. The cold does not simply exist at the edge of the world. It is administered there, by name, by rank, by assignment. There is one more thing on that same northern journey you cannot separate from the wall, because Enoch places the two almost side by side. Before he reaches the far edge, Uriel shows him a prison. Enoch describes seeing 7 stars, bound together, burning like great mountains, thrown into a place of fire and confinement at the ends of the earth. He asks why they are held there. The answer he is given is that these are stars that transgressed, that did not come out at their appointed times, and so they are chained until their sentence is complete. Sit with that arrangement for a moment. On the same tour, at the same edge of the world, Enoch is shown a prison for things that broke their order and a wall of guarded cold. 2 structures, both at the boundary, both watched. A book that puts a prison and a wall in the same remote place, staffed by the same kind of keepers, is not describing scenery. It is describing a frontier that had to be secured against more than one kind of thing. And notice which angel sits over all of it. The same chapter 20 that assigns Uriel to the luminaries and the structure of the world also names him as the one set over Tartarus, over the pit, over the place of confinement itself. Read that slowly. The being in command of the northern gates, the storehouses, and the cold at the world's edge is the same being placed over the deepest prison in the entire account. The keeper of the boundary and the keeper of the pit are one and the same. Whatever the wall of cold is holding back at the edge of the world, it answers to the exact authority that holds the chained stars and the bound watchers below. That is not the arrangement of a weather system. That is the arrangement of a containment operation, run top to bottom under a single chain of command, with the coldest and most heavily sealed stretch of the perimeter placed at the far north. And if you take the text on its own terms, that carries an implication most people never sit with for very long. A wall exists to keep something on one side of it. A guarded wall exists because someone decided that boundary had to be held by force rather than left to nature. Enoch never states plainly what the cold is meant to hold back or hold in. He describes the structure. He counts the 3 gates. He names the ranks of those who watch it. And then, in the northern chapters, he goes quiet, the same way he goes quiet every other time on the journey, when he reaches something he was shown but not permitted to record in full. The wall is described, the wardens are named. The one thing left deliberately in shadow is the reason it has to be guarded at all. To grasp what a boundary like that even does, you have to remember what the ancients believed lay on the other side of it. In the older Near Eastern picture of the cosmos, the ordered world was a bubble of dry, living space carved out of an endless, hostile deep. Water above, water below, chaos pressing in from every direction. The firmament, the dome, the walls at the edges, all of it existed for a single purpose, to hold that chaos back and keep the inhabited world from being swallowed. A wall at the end of the earth, in that framework, is not an ornament. It is the thing standing between order and the outer dark, which makes the guards along it something far more specific than caretakers of the weather. They are the ones holding the line at the last edge of the world, against whatever the world was carved out of. That silence is the center of the whole thing. Everywhere else in Enoch, the text explains. It tells you why the stars are chained. It tells you the crimes of the watchers who came down and what their punishment is for. It is, if anything, a book obsessed with explaining why each thing is where it is. But the northern wall gets the ranks and the gates and the storehouses, and then nothing about the purpose. In a document this thorough, a gap that specific does not read like an oversight. It reads like a redaction that happened before the ink was even dry. Enoch was shown the boundary and the guards, and either was not told or was not allowed to write down what the boundary is for. For 17 centuries, the Western world did not have to think about any of this, because the book had been removed, and the question inside it had been removed along with it. But the Ethiopian church never removed anything. The passage sat in Jez the entire time, in monasteries most of the world could not find on a map, describing a structure of cold at the end of the earth and the keepers stationed gate by gate along it. The men who cut Enoch from the Bible in 364 believed they were closing the matter for good. They were not. They only made it harder to reach. The wall is still described exactly as it always was. The 3 gates are still counted. The wardens are still named in the oldest complete version of the text, in a language almost no one alive can read, behind walls of stone in the highlands of Ethiopia. Enoch said he stood at the edge of the world and saw who was posted there. The book that records it survived every effort ever made to erase it, every council and every quiet translation, and every long century of imposed silence on it, and it is still telling anyone willing to open it exactly what stands at the boundary of the world, and exactly who is. There's a version of Judgment Day that the church teaches, and a version that Enoch actually describes, and they are not the same event. The church version is familiar. The dead rise, the living are gathered, God sits on a throne, names are read from a book, heaven or hell. That is the framework most people carry, the one woven into sermons, hymns, and every conversation about what happens at the end. But that version did not come from Enoch. It came from centuries of theological summary, condensed and simplified until the original architecture of the event was no longer visible. Enoch saw the architecture. He did not just witness a verdict. He witnessed the mechanics of the proceeding, who sits at the seat of judgment, what categories of beings are brought before it, what specific acts are placed on the scale, and what the outcome is for each category. Chapter 45 through chapter 62 of the Parables of Enoch describes a judgment sequence so detailed, so structurally specific, that scholars who read the original GA's text consistently note that it does not match the simplified framework the church inherited. The Book of Enoch was removed from the Bible by the Council of Laodicea in 364 CE. For the next 17 centuries, it was banned, buried, labeled too dangerous for ordinary teaching. When 11 copies surfaced in the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran in 1947, more copies than were found of Deuteronomy, the fragments confirmed what the Ethiopian church had preserved in Jez manuscripts, locked in stone chapels in Axum for over 400 years. The complete parables section, chapters 37 through 71, appears only in the Ethiopic tradition. No Aramaic fragments of the parables have survived. The church that removed Enoch from the canon also removed the only tradition that preserved his full account of what judgment actually looks like. What Enoch describes in those chapters is not a simplified reading from a book. It is a structured proceeding with multiple defendants, multiple categories of evidence, and a judge whose identity was itself suppressed from Christian teaching for reasons the early church fathers put into writing. And before we go further, I need to pause for a second, because what I am about to tell you gets significantly darker. And I realized a while ago that some of this cannot be fully explained in a video format. The complete reconstruction of Enoch's actual judgment sequence, the specific categories of what is judged, the names and functions of the beings brought before the seat, the GE's passages that Western editions removed entirely, I put it all into a written document. It is linked below, and the QR code is on your screen. Now, let us continue. The first thing Enoch establishes is who judges. Chapter 45, verse 3 says, "The elect one will sit upon the throne of glory and judge the works of the holy ones in heaven above, and their deeds shall be weighed in the balance." That is not God the Father on the throne. That is the elect one. Chapter 46 introduces this figure more specifically. Enoch sees a figure whose face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy angels, and he asked the angel who was with him about the Son of Man. Who was he, and where did he come from? The angel's answer, in verse 3, is one of the most suppressed passages in the text. He says, "This is the Son of Man who has righteousness, and with whom righteousness dwells. He will open all the hidden storerooms because the Lord of spirits has chosen him." The church read Son of Man as a messianic title and absorbed it into Christology. But Enoch is describing something more specific than a title. Chapter 48 says, "The Son of Man was named before the sun and before the stars of heaven were made." Verse 6 says, "Before the creation of the world and forever, he was concealed in the presence of the Mighty One. The being who judges at the end was present before creation and hidden inside it, not arriving at the end to judge. Already there the entire time, waiting for the moment the judgment begins." What the church obscured is who this figure is in relation to Enoch himself. Chapter 71 closes the parables with a passage that translators have argued over since James Bruce brought the J.S. manuscripts to Europe in 1773. Verse 14 has the angel address Enoch directly, saying, "You are the Son of Man who was born to righteousness." The man who wrote the text is told he is the figure who appeared at the start of the vision. This is not allegory. The text is saying something concrete about identity, about the relationship between the witness and the judge, and that is precisely why Jerome, compiling the Latin Vulgate around 400 CE, excluded the parables entirely, not because they contained too much, because they named who was on the throne. But the identity of the judge is only the beginning of what Enoch gets specific about. The categories of what is judged go far beyond what the church teaches. Church teaching frames final judgment around personal sin. You are judged for what you did, what you failed to do, whether you believed, or how you lived. The individual soul stands before God, and its deeds are weighed. This is the framework from Matthew 25, from Revelation 20, from centuries of theological tradition. It is individual, moral, personal. Enoch does not begin with individual human souls. He begins with something else. Chapter 55, verse 4 records the Lord of spirits saying, "The kings and the mighty and all who dwell on earth shall be humbled and cast down. They shall see my elect one sitting on the throne of glory, judging Azazel and all his company and all his hosts in the name of the Lord of spirits." The first defendants at the judgment Enoch describes are not humans. They are the leaders of the watchers, Azazel, his company, his hosts, the angelic beings who descended, who corrupted the earth, who taught forbidden knowledge to humanity. They stand before the seat of judgment before the kings of the earth do. This matters because it restructures the entire moral framework of what is being judged. The watchers are not being judged only for what they did to themselves. They are being judged for what they caused. Chapter 10 had already named their specific offenses. Azazel taught humanity weapon making, metallurgy, the production of instruments designed to kill. Shemyaza organized the rebellion, secured the oath that bound 200 watchers to the plan, and led the group that produced the Nephilim. Penemu taught humanity writing itself, the transmission of knowledge through ink on parchment. Kazdasia taught practices that ended life before it began. Gadriel taught the making of weapons of war, the engineering of mass death. These are not vague moral failures. They are specific acts with specific consequences for the human world, and each one is entered separately into the judgment. What Enoch is describing is a proceeding that holds the corrupting parties accountable before it reaches the humans they corrupted. The chain of causation matters. The source of the corruption is tried first. Before we move on to the next passage, stop for a second. What you just heard about the order and categories of Enoch's judgment sequence is the part that changes everything. But it only makes sense when you see it written out next to the original GS text. The sequence itself, the named defendants, it is all in the document linked below. Take 5 seconds right now, grab it, and then come back. Because what comes next builds directly on it. Chapter 62 is where the judgment of human rulers begins. And the specific category of human being placed before the throne in this chapter is not sinners in general. It is kings, mighty ones, those who possess the earth. Verse 3 says, "They shall see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory, and the kings, the mighty, and all who rule the earth shall fall on their faces before him." Verse 9 specifies the charge against them. They have denied the Lord of spirits and his anointed one. The Ge'ez word, translated as denied here, is not the same as the common word for unbelief, doctor. Ephraim Isaac, who produced the standard translation of the Ge'ez text for Oxford in 1983, noted in his commentary that the term carries the specific connotation of active suppression, not passive ignorance. These rulers did not simply fail to believe. They knew and chose to conceal. They had access to the knowledge and they buried it. This is a meaningfully different charge than personal unbelief, and it appears nowhere in the simplified judgment framework the church teaches. Verse 11 of chapter 62 describes what happens to them. Pain will come upon them as on a woman in labor. When they see the Son of Man sitting on the throne of glory, they will begin to say that he was previously hidden. The text puts a recognition scene into the judgment. The rulers see who is on the throne and they recognize him. They know what they suppressed. The judgment does not reveal anything to them that they did not already know. It confronts them with what they chose to deny. This is structurally different from the church's teaching about final judgment. The church teaches that unbelievers are judged primarily for rejecting a theological truth. Enoch says the rulers are judged for actively suppressing a person they knew was there. The gap between those two framings is not small. Chapter 63 continues. The kings and mighty ones attempt to make a final petition. Verses 1 through 3 record them saying, "Our Lord, grant us a little respite that we may glorify your name. We have believed in our idols, and we could not renounce our idols. We could not renounce them because we did not want to." That last clause is the key. The Jayez reads more precisely as we were not willing, not unable, unwilling. The distinction is built into the original language, and the petition is denied. Now the structure of the judgment shifts again, because after the rulers, the text turns to a category the church almost never discusses in the context of final judgment, the angels of punishment. Chapter 53 describes Enoch seeing a valley, and in the valley, angels bringing chains, not chains to punish humans, chains to bind the hosts of Azazel. Verse 5 says, "These chains are being prepared for the hosts of Azazel to take them and throw them into the lowest abyss, and their jaws will be covered with rough stones. And Raphael, the angel of healing, is ordered to bind Azazel hand and foot." The judgment sequence Enoch witnesses involves the imprisonment of the watchers being finalized at the judgment itself. They were held in temporary detention before the proceeding. The proceeding issues the final sentence. The actual confinement at the deepest level occurs at the end of the judgment, not before it. This detail dismantles a common assumption. Most people who have read Enoch understand that the watchers are already bound, already imprisoned, already sealed beneath the earth. Chapter 10 describes that imprisonment as something that happened before the flood. But chapters 53 through 55 describe those same beings standing before the throne for sentencing. The pre-flood imprisonment was pre-trial detention. What Enoch sees in the parables is the actual trial. Two separate events, separated by the entire span of human history. The earthquake that opens that valley in chapter 53 is described in verse 1 as the earth being cleft asunder. Enoch sees it happen and watches the chains being readied before the verdict is even announced. The physical infrastructure of the final punishment is already built, already waiting. The judgment does not create the consequence. It activates the consequence that was prepared before the proceeding began. This is one of the details that most directly conflicts with popular church teaching about judgment. The common framework presents judgment as the moment when God decides. Enoch presents judgment as the moment when a decision already made from before creation is formally carried out. The outcome was never uncertain. The proceeding makes it official. Chapter 60 introduces another element entirely, the Leviathan and Behemoth. These beings appear in verse 7 and verse 8, separated from each other, Behemoth held in a dry wasteland east of the garden, Leviathan held in the ocean abyss, both described as set apart for the great day, not condemned on that day. Set apart before it, waiting for it. They are not defendants in the judgment. They are part of the provision made for the judgment banquet. Verse 24 says they are made for punishment and for feasting. Ancient readers would have understood the banquet imagery. Modern readers skip past it. But the text puts two cosmic beings, already separated, already held, specifically reserved for what happens after the verdict, not as evidence and not as prisoners, but as part of the eschatological provision that follows the judgment. The church does not include Leviathan and Behemoth as eschatological figures waiting on standby for the end of days. Enoch puts them there with specific locations, specific functions, and the explicit language that they were set apart for this purpose. Chapter 61 shifts to the mechanics of the heavenly assembly that conducts the judgment. Verse 10 describes the Lord of Spirits placing the elect one on the throne of glory, and all the holy ones in heaven bless him, praise him, and exalt him. But verse 8 specifies something that most translations render too smoothly to notice. It says the hosts of the God of Spirits measured and weighed their deeds with exact scales. The word translated as exact here is specific in the GS. It means not a scale that approximates, but a scale that resolves to the smallest unit of measurement. The judgment Enoch describes is not impressionistic. It does not deal in approximate moral character. It produces a precise accounting. What is being measured is described across the parables in fragments. Chapter 45 says the deeds of the holy ones are weighed. Chapter 62 says the works of the mighty are examined. Chapter 63 says the deeds of the rulers are entered into the record. Chapter 38 describes sinners whose names will be driven from the congregation of the holy. The word driven is important. It does not say excluded. It says driven, removed by force. Their names were in the congregation and are taken out of it. The judgment removes. It does not simply redirect. Chapter 38 verse 2 is one of the most unsettling passages in the parables. When the righteous one appears before the righteous, those whose works are weighed by the Lord of spirits, and when the light of the righteous one is seen, where will the sinners and those who deny the Lord of spirits be? It will be better for them not to have been born. The jaz here is not hyperbole. Other ancient Jewish texts use this same phrase in contexts where the specific meaning is that non-existence would be preferable to the outcome. The Talmud uses it concerning Judas. Enoch uses it here for an entire category of people whose names were in the congregation of the holy and whose works, when measured on the exact scale, produced the result that removed them. Enoch teaches that judgment has at least 4 distinct categories of defendants. The first is the watchers and their leaders, judged for the specific knowledge they transmitted. Barakel for astrology, Pinemu for writing, Gadriel for weapons. Each offense entered separately. The second is the kings and rulers who possess the earth, judged for the active and knowing suppression of truth. The third is what chapter 22 describes as the compartmentalized dead, 4 groups already separated before the judgment, the righteous awaiting resurrection, the sinners never punished on earth, the murdered who cry out for justice, and the watchers whose punishment has already begun. The fourth is the spirits of the Nephilim. Chapter 15 verse 8 says, "The spirits of the giants shall be evil spirits on the earth. They are not imprisoned, they are loose." The judgment is the moment their operational status ends. What the church collapsed into a single event, the moment of verdict for individual souls. Enoch describes as a layered proceeding, moving through multiple categories in sequence, each with its own evidentiary framework and its own outcome. The suppression of this distinction was not accidental. Jerome did not exclude the parables from the Latin Vulgate because he had not read them. He had read them. His preface mentions texts circulating under Enoch's name, describing elaborate judgment scenes with named beings brought before a throne, which he calls fabrications. But Jerome is writing in 400 CE. The Qumran fragments that would confirm Enoch's text as dating to at least 150 CE would not be discovered for another 1,547 years. Jerome dismissed as fabrication what archaeology later dated to the Second Temple period. Augustine takes a different approach in The City of God. He argues that what Enoch wrote should not be trusted because it was not preserved by the Jewish community in its canonical texts. The problem is that Enoch was widely cited by New Testament writers. The letter of Jude quotes chapter 1 verse 9 of Enoch directly, calling him Enoch, the 7th from Adam, treating the text as a source reliable enough to cite by name in a letter read in churches. The New Testament contains at least 128 references to, or echoes of Enoch. Account compiled by Dr. Margaret Barker in her 1988 study, The Lost Prophet. The text Augustine said could not be trusted had already saturated the texts he was defending as authoritative. The judgment description in 1 Thessalonians 4, where Paul writes that the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and the dead in Christ will rise first, is an echo of Enoch 51 verse 1, where the mountains were moved and the spirits of the dead cried out from under the earth. Paul's resurrection sequence carries the structure of Enoch's description. The imagery is not independent. It is derived. Paul gives the broad outline. Enoch provides the construction drawings. What makes the suppression of Enoch's judgment account most significant is not what it adds to popular theology. It is what it corrects. The popular church framework says everyone stands before God and is judged for their personal sin. This produces a specific set of questions, primarily focused on the individual. Did you believe the right things? Did you live the right way? Did you confess the right sins? The spiritual attention collapses inward. Enoch's framework opens the proceeding outward. Before any individual human stands before the throne, the beings who taught humanity to build weapons, who organized the corruption of the pre-flood civilization, those beings stand in the dock. Accountability begins at the source. This is a fundamentally different moral framework. It does not relieve human beings of accountability. The kings and mighty are judged. The sinners whose names are driven from the congregation are judged. The individual accounting happens, but it does not happen first. Enoch's judgment is systemic before it is individual. The stars will change their courses. The moon will alter its cycles. The seasons will lose their regular pattern. These are not punishments sent upon the earth. They are symptoms of a system whose internal order is being finalized. When the judgment proceeds, the calendar itself registers the change. The church's version of judgment is an event that happens to people. Enoch's version is an event that happens to the entire structure of the created order. The stars, the seasons, the imprisoned beings in the deep, the dead in their compartments, the kings who suppressed, the watchers who corrupted, all of it reaching a moment of accounting simultaneously. Chapter 45, verse 4 says, "In those days I will cause my elect one to dwell among them, and I will transform heaven and make it eternal illumination." Verse 5 says, "I will transform the earth and make it a blessing and cause my chosen ones to dwell upon it." The judgment does not end with the separated categories staying separated. It ends with a transformed creation. The prison does not simply remain sealed. The chains that were readied are used. The names that were driven out are absent. The earth that was transformed is inhabited by those whose deeds were weighed and held. The section of Enoch most directly relevant to what judgment actually looks like exists primarily in a tradition the Western Church never had direct access to, and secondarily in echoes embedded in the New Testament texts the Church did canonize. When the Council of Laodicea voted in 364 CE to exclude Enoch from the canon, they issued Canon 60 prohibiting texts that named the angels held in punishment and described the places of their binding. The stated reason was specificity. Names can be checked. Measurements can be tested. The concrete framework Enoch provides, named beings in specific locations awaiting a specific proceeding, is exactly the kind of claim that stays testable across centuries. What the council voted to remove was not just a text. They removed the procedural record of the judgment, the named defendants, the categories of evidence, the exact scales, the chains waiting in the valley, the transformed earth waiting after the verdict. All of it stays out of the Bible. All of it stays in a church in Ethiopia. And all of it says something about Judgment Day that the version most people were taught cannot account for. Enoch did not see a simplified event where individual souls receive their verdict. He saw a proceeding that begins with the angels, who corrupted the foundation of human civilization, moves through the kings, who suppress the knowledge of who sits on the throne, accounts for the compartmentalized dead, who have been waiting since before recorded history, finalizes the imprisonment of the beings held in pretrial detention for the entire span of human time, and ends with a restored earth where the chosen dwell in the presence of the elect one under eternal illumination. That is not the Judgment Day most people were taught. It is the one Enoch wrote down, in chapters the church voted to remove, preserved in a language.
Anything is possible on Cloud 9. Upgrade your combo or 32-ounce strength to a Cloud 9 cup while supplies last. One love.
And with that, today's job is done. On to the next gig. This one.
It is the coldest, most isolated place on Earth, and the least understood. Buried beneath Antarctica's endless ice lie structures, fossils and clues that could rewrite what we know about Earth's history and challenge our understanding of the ancient world. For centuries, Antarctica was nothing more than a blank space on ancient maps, an untouched, frozen world at the edge of civilization. Twice the size of Australia, larger than all of Europe, and holding 90% of the world's ice, Antarctica remains one of the least explored places on the planet. But as technology advanced and exploration deepened, something strange began to emerge. From ancient maps that show the continent without ice, to satellite images capturing shapes too symmetrical to be natural, Antarctica has become more than a land of snow and silence. Whispers of hidden research zones, forbidden discoveries, and unexplained sightings have only deepened the mystery. In this documentary, we explore what has been found on this continent, the stories passed down through history, and how they may connect to what lies beneath the ice. We'll examine the myths, the discoveries, and what makes it Earth's most mysterious and only forbidden continent. You'll hear the legends, see the evidence, and decide for yourself what Antarctica is truly hiding. In 2016, satellite images taken over the Ellsworth Mountains in Antarctica sparked a wave of curiosity. Hidden among the snow and ice, one peak in particular stood out, a mountain with 4 sharp faces and a pointed top. From above, it looked strikingly like the pyramids of Giza. This pyramid-shaped formation is located in the southern part of the Ellsworth Mountains, a remote range not far from the Patriot Hills Research Base. It stands around 4,150 feet tall and is clearly visible from aerial views. Geologists who have studied the region explain that what looks like a pyramid is most likely the result of natural processes.
She talks about the ice age, what happened. I'm assuming that's what happened to Antarctica.
Last certify light translation by Chris Filer. Introduction. I certify that the following text is the absolute truth and no work of fiction. These are parts of a transcript of an interview I've made with a non-human and reptilian being in December 1999. This female being was already in contact with a friend of mine, whose name is given only with the abbreviation EF in the text, since some months. Let me declare that I was all my life a skeptic about UFOs, aliens and other weird things, and I thought that EF tells me just dreams or fictitious stories when he talked with me about his first contacts with the non-human being Lacerda. I was still a skeptic when I met this being on December 16th last year in that small warm room in a remote house of my friend near to a town in the south of Sweden, despite the fact that I saw now with my own eyes that she was not human. She has told and shown me so many unbelievable things during that meeting that I can't deny the reality and the truth of her words any longer. This is not another of the wrong UFO papers which claim to tell the truth but tell in fact just fiction. I am convinced that this transcript contains the only truth and therefore you should read it. I had talked with her for over 3 hours, so the following transcript shows you only shortened parts of the interview, because she asked me after the interview not to publish everything she had told me already now. The order of the questions in this transcript is not always the same order in which I had asked them, so it may seem sometimes a little bit confusing to you. It was not easy to delete all the important parts she had asked me to delete from the transcript, so I apologize for the maybe unusual order. I'm in the possession of the entire transcript of the interview, 49 pages with some of my drawings of her body and her equipment, and also have some tapes on which I have the full interview, but I will not reveal this before I have permission from her. I will send this shortened form of the still fascinating document to 4 of my reliable friends to Finland, Norway, Germany, and France, and I hope they will translate it into their own languages and into other languages, and I hope as many people as possible will be able to read and to understand the transcript. If you receive it, please send it to all your friends via email or make printouts and copy them. I certify furthermore that various paranormal abilities of her species like telepathy and telekinesis, including the moving and dancing of my pencil on the table without touching and the flying of an apple around 40 centimeters over her hands, were shown to me during the 3 hours and 6 minutes of the meeting, and I'm absolutely sure that these abilities were no tricks. The following is certainly difficult to understand and to believe for someone who hasn't experienced it, but I was really in contact with her mind, and I'm now completely sure that everything she said during the interview is the absolute truth about our world. Unfortunately, if I read the entire transcript and, much more, this very shortened form by myself, I have the strong impression that everything I've written sounds too unbelievable to be true, that everything sounds more like a bent science fiction story from TV or cinema, and I have doubts that anyone will believe my experiences. But they are true, if you believe it or not. I can't expect from you that you believe my simple words without evidence, but I can't give you that evidence. Please read the transcript and think about it, and you will maybe see the truth in these words. There will be a new meeting between me and her, again in the same house in Sweden, on April 23, 2000, and she promised me to give me maybe some evidence for her existence. In the meantime, I collect questions which I will ask her then. Maybe she gives me permission to reveal more of the missing parts in the transcript and about the coming war. Believe it or not, this makes no real difference, but I hope you will believe. Oleke. Transcript of interview, shortened version, December 16, 1999. Question. First of all, who are you and what are you? Are you an extraterrestrial species, or can your origin be found on this planet?
Answer. As you could see with your own eyes, I'm not a human being like you, and to be honest, I'm no real mammal, despite my partly man-like body features, which are a result of evolution. I'm a female reptile being, belonging to a very old reptilian race. We are the native Terrans, and we live on that planet since millions of years. We are mentioned in your religious writings like your Christian Bible, and many of the ancient human tribes were aware of our presence and worshipped us as gods. For example, the Egyptians and the Inca and many other old tribes. Your Christian religion has misunderstood our role in your creation, so we are mentioned as evil serpent in your writings. This is wrong. Your race was genetically engineered by aliens, and we were just the more or less passive visitors of this accelerated devolution process. You must know, some of your scientists have already supposed this, that your species had evolved in a naturally completely impossible speed within just 2-3 millions of years. This is absolutely impossible, because evolution is a much slower process if it's natural, but you have not understood this. Your creation was artificial and done by genetic engineering, but not by us, but by an alien species. If you ask me if I'm an extraterrestrial, I must answer no. We are native Terrans. We had some colonies in the solar system, but we originate on this planet. It's in fact our planet and not yours. It was never yours.
Question. Can you tell me your name?
Answer. This is difficult, because your human tongue is not able to pronounce it correctly, and a mispronunciation of our names is very offensive for some of my kind. Our language is very different from yours. but my name is. I will try to say it smoother by use of your human letters, something like Shiashakasksh with a very, very strong pronunciation of the SH and K sounds. We have no four names like you, but only a single but unique name, which is divided and characterized by the way of speaking, and which is given not to children who have a known children name, but only in a special procedure in the adolescent age at the time of either religious or scientific enlightenment or awareness, as you would call it. I would appreciate it if you don't try to say my real name with your human tongue. Please call me Lassiter. This is the name I generally use when I'm among humans and talk with them.
Question: how old are you?
Answer: we measure the time not like you in astronomical years and in the revolving of the Earth around Sun, because we usually live beneath the surface of the planet. Our time measurement depends on periodically returning cycles in the Earth magnetic field, and according to this, and said with your numbers, I'm today, let me calculate, 57,653 cycles old. I have reached my adult phase and my awareness 16,337 cycles ago. This is a very important date for us. According to your human time scale, I'm around 28 years old.
Question: what is your task? Do you have a job like us?
Answer: to say it with your words, I'm a curious student of the social behavior of your species. That's why I'm here and talk to you. That's why I have revealed my real nature to EF and now to you, and that's why I give you all that secret information, and why I will try to answer all the questions on your many sheets of paper honestly. I will see how you react, how others of your kind react. There are so many crazies and liars of your kind on this planet who claim to know the truth about us, about UFOs, about aliens and so on, and some of you believe their lies. I'm interested to see how your species will react if you make the truth, which I will tell you now, public. I'm quite sure every one of you will refuse to believe my words, but I hope I'm wrong, because you need to understand if you want to survive the coming years.
Question: I've read your full statement, which you have given to EF, about this, but can you give me now just a short answer? Are UFOs real flying objects piloted by extraterrestrials, or do they belong to your species?
Answer: some observed UFOs, as you call them, belong to us, but most not. Most of the mysterious flying objects in the sky are not technological devices, but mainly misinterpretations of natural phenomena your scientists have not understood, like spontaneous plasma flares in the high atmosphere. Nevertheless, some UFOs are real craft belonging either to your own species, especially to your military, or to other alien species, or at last to us. But a minority of sighted craft belongs really to us, because we are generally very careful with our movements in the atmosphere, and we have special ways to hide our ships. If you read a report about a sighting of a metallic bright gray cigar-shaped cylindrical object with a length of, there are different types, let me say between 20 and 260 of your meters, and if this object had made a very deep humming sound, and if there were 5 bright red lights on the metallic surface of the cigar, 1 at the top, 1 in the middle, 2 at the end, then it's likely that some one of you have seen one of our ships, and this means that it was either partly defect, or that someone of us was not careful enough. We have also a very small fleet of disc-shaped craft, but such UFOs belong usually to an alien species. Triangular UFOs belong generally to your own military, but they use foreign technology to build them. If you really want to try to see one of our craft, you should have a look at the skies over the Arctic, the Antarctic, and over in Eurasia, especially over the mountains there.
Question: have you a special symbol or something like that with which we can identify your kind?
Answer: we have 2 major symbols representing our species. 1, the more ancient, symbol is a blue serpent with 4 white wings on a black background. The colors have religious meanings for us. This symbol was used from certain parts of my society, but it is today very seldom. You humans have copied it very often in your old writings. The other symbol is a mystic being you would call a dragon in the shape of a circle with 7 white stars in the middle. This symbol is much more common today. If you see one of that symbols on a cylindrical craft I've described in my previous answer, or on some underground installation, this thing or place belongs definitely to us. and I would advise you to go away from there as soon as possible.
Question. The 7 stars in the second symbol you mentioned, do they mean the Pleiades?
Answer, Pleiades? No. Actually, the 7 stars are planets and moons, and they are a symbol for our former 7 colonies in the solar system. The stars are shown in front of a blue background, and the dragon circle means the shape of Earth. The 7 white stars mean Moon, Mars, Venus, and 4 moons of Jupiter and Saturn. We had colonized in the past. 2 colonies are no longer in use and abandoned, so 5 stars would be more correct.
Question. As you have not allowed me to make photos, what would be very useful to prove your real existence and the truth of this story? Can you describe yourself detailed?
Answer, I know that it would be helpful to prove the authenticity of this interview if you can make some photos from me. Otherwise, you humans are very skeptic. That's good for us and for the real alien species acting secretly on this planet. So even if you had such photos, many of your kind would say that they are fraud, that I'm just a masked human woman or something like that. That would be very offensive for me. You must understand that I can't give you permission to make photos of me or of my equipment. This had various reasons, which I want not to discuss with you further, but one of the reasons is the keeping up of the secrecy of our existence. Another reason is more religious. Nevertheless, you have permission to make drawings of my look and of my equipment I can show you later. I can also try to describe myself, but I doubt that others of your kind will be able to imagine my real look just from simple words, because the automatic denial of the existence of reptilian species and generally of intelligent species other than your own is part of the programming of your mind. Well, I will try. Imagine the body of a normal human woman, and you have at first a good imagination of my body. Like you, I have a head, 2 arms, 2 hands, 2 legs and 2 feet, and the proportions of my body are like yours. As I'm female, I have also 2 breasts. Despite our reptile origin, we have started to give milk to our babies during the evolution process. This happened around 30 million years ago, because this is the best thing to keep the young alive. Evolution had done this for your species already in the dinosaur age and, a little bit later, also for ours. That means not that we are now real mammals, but the breasts of us are not as large as those of human women, and the size of them is generally equal for every female of my kind. The external reproduction organs are for both sexes smaller than those of humans, but they are visible and they have the same function as yours. Another gift of evolution to our species. My skin is mainly of a green-beige color, more pale green, and we have some patterns of brown irregular dots, each dot of the size of 1 to 2 centimeters, on our skin and in our face. The patterns are different for both sexes, but females have more, especially in the lower body and in the face. You can see them in my case as 2 lines over the eyebrows crossing my forehead, at my cheek and at my chin. My eyes are a little bit larger than human eyes. For this reason, we can see better in the darkness, and usually dominated from the large black pupils, which are surrounded from a small bright green iris. Males have a dark green iris. The pupil is slit and can change its size from a small black line to a wide open egg-shaped oval. Because our retina is very light sensitive and the pupil must compare this. We have external round ears, but they are smaller and not so curved as yours. But we can hear better because our ears are more sensitive for sonic. We can also hear a wider range of sonic. There's a muscle or lid over the ears which can completely close them, for example underwater. Our nose is more pointed and there is a V-shaped curving between the nostrils, which enabled the ancestors to see temperature. We have lost most of this ability, but we can still feel temperature much better with this organ. Our lips are shaped like yours, those of females a little bit larger than those of males, but of a pale brown color, and our teeth are very white and strong and a little bit longer and sharper than your soft mammal teeth. We have no different hair colors like you, but there is a tradition to color the hairs in different ages, and the original color is, like mine, a greenish brown. Our hairs are thicker and stronger than yours, and they grow very slow. In addition, the head is the only part of our body where we have hairs. Our body, arms and legs are similar in shape and size to yours, but the color is different. Green beige, like the face, and there are scale-like structures on the upper legs, over the knee, and up the arms, over the elbow. Our 5 fingers are a little bit longer and thinner than human fingers, and our skin on the palm is plain, so we have no lines like you, but again a combination of a scale-like skin structure and of the brown dots. Both sexes have the dots on the palm, and we have no fingerprints like you. If you touch my skin, you will feel that it is smoother than your hairy skin. There are small sharp horns on the upside of both middle fingers. The fingernails are grey and generally longer than yours. You see that my nails are not so long and round at the top. This is because I'm female. Males have sharp pointed nails with a length of sometimes 5 or 6 of your centimeters. The following feature is very different from your body and part of our reptilian origin. If you touch the backside of my upper body, you will feel a hard bony line through my clothing. This is not my spine, but a very difficult shaped external plate structure of skin and tissue following exactly our spine from the head to the hip. There is an extremely high number of nerves and large blood vessels in this structure and in the plates, which are around 2 or 3 centimeters long and very touch sensitive. This is the reason why we have always problems to sit in chairs with a back like this chair. The main task of these small plates, beside a role in our sexuality, is simply the regulation of our body temperature, and if we sit in natural or artificial sunlight, these plates become more blood-filled and the vessels become wider, and the sun is able to heat up our reptoid blood, which circulates through the body and through the plates, for many degrees, and that gives us a great pleasure. What else is different from your kind? Oh, we have no navel, because we were born in a different way to your mammal birth. The other exterior differences from your kind are minor, and I think I must not mention all now, because most of them are not visible if we wear clothing. I hope the description of my body was detailed enough. I would advise you to make some drawings.
Question. What kind of clothing do you generally wear? I suppose this is not the way you dress normally.
Answer. No, I wear this human everyday clothing only when I'm among humans. To be honest, it's not very comfortable for me to wear such tight things, and it is always a very unusual feeling. If we are in our own home, this means in our subterranean home, or in our large artificial sun areas, and if we are together with others near to our own name, we are usually naked. Is this shocking for you? When we are in the public and together with many others of my species, we wear very wide and soft clothing made of thin, light stuff. I have told you that many parts of our bodies are very touch sensitive, mostly the small back plates, so we can't feel comfortable in tight clothing because it can hurt us. Man and woman wear often the same kind of clothing, but the colors are different for the sexes.
Question. You said others near to your own name. Do you mean your family?
Answer. No, not really. You would call it family, but with this word you mean only those of your kind which belong genetically together like father or mother and child. As I have said earlier, we have a very difficult and unique name. Part of the pronunciation of that name is absolute unique, and there is no other being with the same name, but part of his name, the middle part, is pronounced in a way that tells the others to which family I must use the word, because you haven't the right one in your vocabulary. You belong. This means not that all in that group are genetically related to you, because these groups are usually very large and contain between 40 and 70 of us. This group includes generally your genetic relations, except one of them had decided to left this group, and your connection with father and mother is often the strongest. It would be too difficult for me to explain you now our very old social system, which is very complex, and we would need many hours only for the primary things. Maybe we can meet another time and I can give you detailed descriptions of all these things.
Question. Have you a tail like normal reptiles?
Answer. Do you see one? No, we have no visible tail. If you look at our skeleton, there is only a small rounded bone at the end of our spine behind the pelvis. This is a useless rudiment of the tail of our ancestors, but it is not visible from the outside. Oh, Our embryos have tails during the first months of development, but these tails disappear before they were born. A tail makes only sense for a primitive species which tries to walk on two legs and must hold the balance with the tail. But our skeleton had changed during evolution and our spine is nearly in the same shape as yours, so we need no tail to stay on 2 feet.
Question. You said that you were born in a different way to us. Do you lay eggs?
Answer, yes, but not like your birds or primitive reptiles. Actually, the embryo grows in a protein liquid inside the mother's womb, but there is also an egg-shaped but very thin chalk hull around it that fills the whole womb. The embryo inside this hull is completely autarky from the mother's body and it has every substance it needs to develop inside this chalk hull. There is also a cord like your navel cord which is connected to a point hidden behind the back plates. When the baby is going to be born, the whole egg is pressed through the vagina covered in a slimy protein substance and the baby came out of this soft egg after some minutes. These 2 horns on our middle fingers were instinctively used from babies to break through the chalk hull to take their first breath. Our young are not so large as your babies when they were born. They are between 30 and 35 of your centimeters tall. The egg is around 40 centimeters tall. This is because our vagina is smaller than a human one, but we grow to a normal size of 1,60 to 1,80 meters.
Question. What about your body temperature? You said that you enjoy to lay in the sun. What effect has this to your organism?
Answer, we are no mammals and as reptiles our body temperature depends on the temperature of our surrounding. If you touch my hand you will maybe feel that it is colder than yours, because our normal body temperature is around 30 to 33 degrees Celsius. If we sit in the sun, especially naked and with our row of small back plates in the sun, our body temperature can rise for 8 or 9 degrees within minutes. This rise causes a production of many enzymes and hormones in our body. Our heart and brain and every organ becomes more active and we feel then very, very good. You humans only enjoy being in the sun, but for us it is the greatest pleasure you can imagine. Maybe like your sexual excitement, we also enjoy swimming in very warm water or other liquids to rise our body temperature. If we are for some hours in the shadow, our temperature goes back to 30 to 33 degrees. This can cause no harm to us, but we feel much better in the sun. We have artificial sun rooms in the underground, but this is not the same for us like the real sun.
Question. What do you eat?
Answer, generally various things like you. Flesh, fruit, vegetables, special kinds of fungus, from subterranean farms, and other things. We can also eat and digest some substances which are poisonous for you. The main difference between you and us is that we must eat flesh, because our body needs the proteins. We can't live completely vegetarian like your kind because our digestion would stop working and we would die after some weeks or maybe months without flesh. Many of us eat raw flesh or other things which would be disgusting for you. Personally, I prefer cooked flesh and surface fruits like apples or oranges.
Question. Can you tell me something about the natural history and evolution of your species? How old is your species? Have you evolved from primitive reptiles as mankind has evolved from apes?
Answer, oh, this is a very long and complex story and it sounds certainly unbelievable to you, but it's the truth. I will try to explain it in short. Around 65 million years ago, many of our unadvanced ancestors from the dinosaur race died in a great global cataclysm. The reason for this destruction was not a natural disaster, an asteroid impact as your scientists believe falsely, but a war between 2 enemy alien groups that took mainly place in the orbit and high atmosphere of your planet. According to our limited knowledge about the early days, this global war was the first alien war on planet Earth, but it was definitely not the last, and a future war is coming soon, while a Cold War, as you call it, between alien groups is ongoing since the last 73 years on your planet. The opponents in this 65 million-year-old war were 2 advanced alien species, whose both names are again not pronounceable for your tongues. I'm able to say them, but it would hurt your ear if I tell you the names in their original way. One race was humanoid like your species, but much older, and was from this universe, from a solar system in the star constellation you call Procyon today in your maps. The other species, about which we know not so much, was a reptilian species, but they have nothing to do with our own species, because we have evolved from local saurians without exterior influence, except the successful manipulation of our own genes by us. More about that later. The advanced reptilian species came not from this universe but from well, how should I explain it to you? Your scientists have not really understood the true nature of the universe, because your illogical mind is not able to see the easiest things and relies on wrong mathematics and numbers. This is part of the genetic programming of your kind, to which I will come later. Let me say that you are nearly as far away from the understanding of the universe as you were 500 years ago, to use a term you will maybe understand. The other species came not from this universe but from another bubble in the foam of the omniverse. You would call it maybe another dimension, but this is not the right word to describe it correctly. By the way, the term dimension is generally wrong in the way you understand it. The fact you should remember is that advanced species are able to walk between bubbles by use of, as you would call it, quantum technology, and sometimes in special ways only by use of their mind. My own species had also advanced mental abilities in comparison to your species, but we are not able to do the matter string/bubble changing without technology. But other species active on this planet are able, and this looks to you like magic as it had to your ancestors. Back to our own history, the first species, the humanoids, had reached Earth around 150 years before the reptilians, and they built some colonies on the former continents. There was a large colony on the continent you call Antarctica today and another one in the continent you call Asia today. These people lived together with animal-like saurians on the planet without problems. When the advanced reptilian species arrived in this system, the humanoid colonists from Procyon tried to communicate peacefully, but they were not successful and a global war started within months. You must understand that both species were interested in this young planet not for his biology and undeveloped species, but for only one reason: raw material, especially copper. To understand this reason, you must know that copper is a very important material for some advanced species, even today, because it is, together with some unstable materials, able to produce new stable elements if you induce a high electromagnetic field in the right angle with a high nuclear radiation field to produce an overcrossing of fluctuating fields. The fusion of copper with other elements in such a magnetic radiation field chamber can produce a force field of special nature that is very useful for various technological tasks. But the base for this is an extremely complex formula you are not able to discover because of the restrictions of your simple mind. Both species wanted to have the copper of planet Earth, and for this reason they fought a not very long war in space and orbit. The humanoid species seemed to be successful during the first time, but in a last battle the reptilians decided to use a mighty experimental weapon, a special kind of fusion bomb which should destroy the life forms on the planet but should not harm the valuable raw materials and the copper. The bomb was fired from space and detonated at a point of your planet you call Middle America today. As it detonated in the ocean, it produced an unpredictable fusion with hydrogen, and the effect was much stronger than the reptilians had expected. A deadly radiation, an overproduction of fusion oxygen, a fallout of different elements, and a nuclear winter for nearly 200 years were the result. Most of the humanoids were killed and the reptilians lost their interest on the planet after some years for, even for us, unknown reasons, maybe because of the radiation. Planet Earth was on its own again, and the animals on the surface died. By the way, one result of the fusion bomb was the fallout of different elements and the materials created in the burning process, and one of those materials was iridium. Your human scientists today see the iridium concentration in the ground as an evidence for an asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs. That is not true, but how should you know that? Well, most of the dinosaurs died. Not all in the detonation but in the bad things which came after the war, especially in the nuclear winter and in the fallout. Nearly all dinosaurs and reptilians were dead within the next 20 years. Some of them, especially those in the oceans, were able to survive for the next 200 to 300 years even in this changed world, but these species also died, because the climate had changed. The nuclear winter ended after 200 years, but it was colder on Earth than before. Despite the cataclysm, some species were able to survive. Fish, like the sharks, birds, little creepy mammals, your ancestors, various reptiles like crocodiles. And there was a special kind of small but advanced dinosaurs which had developed together with the last large animal reptilians like the species you called Tyrannosaurus. This new reptile was walking on two legs and looked a little bit like your reconstruction of an iguanodon. It originated in this family, but it was smaller, around 1.50 meters tall, with some humanoid features, a changed bone structure, a larger skull and brain, a hand with a thumb which was able to grab things, a different organism and digestion, advanced eyes in the middle of the head like your eyes, and most important, with a new and better brain structure. This was our direct ancestor. There are theories that the radiation from the bomb took part in the mutations of the organism of this new breed, but this is not proven. Nevertheless, this little humanoid-like dinosaur evolved during the following 30 million years. As I have said earlier, a species need generally more time to evolve than you think, if the evolution is not artificially induced like in your case, from an animal to a more or less thinking being. These beings were intelligent enough not to die in the next millions of years, because they learned to change their behavior. They lived in caves instead in the cold nature, and they learned to use stones and branches as first tools and the use of fire as help to warm them, especially to warm their blood, which is very important for our kind to survive. During the next 20 million years this species was divided by nature into 27 subspecies. Unfortunately, former reptilian species were prone to divide themselves in a more or less illogical way into subspecies during the evolution process. You can clearly see this in the unnecessary high number of animal dinosaur species in earlier times, and there were many, mainly primitive, wars between this subspecies for dominance. Well, nature was not very friendly to us, and as far as we know from the 27 subspecies, 24 were extinct in primitive wars and in evolution, because their organism and mind was not developed enough to survive, and, as main reason, they were not able to change their blood temperature in the right way if the climate changed. 50 million years after the war and after the end of dinosaurs, only 3, now also technological, advanced reptilian species were remaining on this planet together with all the other lower animals. Through natural and artificial crossbreeding, these 3 species were united to one reptilian species, and through the invention of genetic manipulations, we were able to eliminate the dividing prone genes in our genetic structure, according to our history and belief. This was the time when our final reptilian race, as you see me today, was created by use of genetic engineering. This was around 10 million years ago, and our evolution nearly stopped at this point. Well, actually there were some minor changes in our look toward a more humanoid and mammal-like appearance during the coming ages, but we have not divided again into subspecies. You see, we are a very old race in comparison to your kind, which was jumping around as small monkey-like animals in the trees at this time, while we invented technology, colonized other planets of this system, built large cities on this planet, which disappeared without a trace in the ages, and engineered our own genes while your genes were still those of animals. 10 million years ago the small simians started to grow, and they came down from the trees to the ground, again because of the change of the climate, especially on the so-called African continent, but they evolved very slow, as it is normal for a mammal, and if nothing extraordinary had happened to your kind, we wouldn't be able to sit here and talk, because I would sit in my comfortable modern house and you would sit in your cave clothed with fur and trying to discover the secrets of fire, or you would maybe sit in one of our zoos. But the things had developed differently, and you believe now you are the crown of creation, and you can sit in the modern house, and we must hide and live beneath the earth and in remote areas. Around 1.5 million years ago, another alien species arrived at Earth. It was surprisingly the first species since over 60 million years. This would be more surprising for you if you would know how many different species are today here. The interest of this humanoid species, you call them elogium today, was not the raw material and the copper, it were to our astonishment the unadvanced taped humanoids. Despite of our presence on this planet, the aliens decided to help the apes to evolve a little bit faster, to serve them in the future as some kind of slave race in coming wars. The fate of your species was not really important for us, but we didn't like the presence of the elogium on our planet and they didn't like our presence on their new galactic zoo planet, and so your 6th and 7th creation was the reason for a war between us and them. You can read about that war, for example, partly in the book you call Bible, in a very strange way of description. The real truth is a very long and difficult story. Should I continue?
Question. No, not now. I've made some notes about your history and now I have some questions.
Answer, please ask.
Question. First of all, you handle with a very large time scale. You claim that your primitive ancestors lived together with the dinosaurs, survived the, as you called it, artificial cataclysm and evolved then over 40 million years and your evolution was completed 10 million years ago. This sounds very unbelievable to me. Can you say something to this?
Answer, I understand that this must sound absolutely unbelievable to you, because you are a young and genetically engineered species. Your historical horizon ends at a scale of just some thousands of years and you think this is right. But it isn't. This is impossible. Your programmed mind is obviously not able to handle with such large time scales. Our evolution time may seem incredibly long to you, but this is in fact the original way of nature. Remember, your early mammal ancestors developed together with dinosaurs and they survived the bomb like us. They evolved slowly during the next millions of years and they divided into various species and shapes, some of them larger, some of them smaller. This is evolution of the body, but what about their mind and intelligence? They were simple animals. The mammals evolved since, let us say, 150 millions of years, but only in the last 2 to 3 millions of years they were able to become intelligent and thinking. And within this small period beings like you were created. From nature? 148 millions of years time for the evolution of animal-like mammals, 2 millions of years time for the development of, more or less, intelligent beings like you? Ask yourself, do you really think this accelerated evolution is natural? Then your species is more ignorant than I thought. We have not evolved wrong, but you.
Question. I understand. But I have another question. You've mentioned many facts about the ancient war between the aliens 65 million years ago. This happened very long before your kind became really intelligent, as far as I have understood you. Why do you know so many things about that first war and about the evolution of your species?
Answer, this is a good question, much better than the previous, and I have not explained it properly to you. Our knowledge about the First War comes completely from an ancient artifact, which was found around 16,000 years ago from our archaeologists on the continent you call North America today. They found there a round plate with a diameter of approximately 47 of your centimeters. The plate was made of an even for us unknown magnetic material, and inside the plate there was another smaller crystal plate which contained an enormous amount of information coded in the molecular structure of the crystal. This memory plate was manufactured from the last bomb survivors of human race from Procyon already 65 million years ago, but it was completely intact when we found it. Our scientists were able to encode the messages and data, and so we heard the first time about the events which took place in the distant past and which led to the extinction of the dinosaurs. The plate contained detailed descriptions of both species, but more about the humanoids, and about the events and weapons, including the fusion bomb. It contained also a description of the animals and saurians on Earth, including our pre-intelligent ancestor species. The rest of our knowledge about our evolution comes from skeletons and from the back reading and encoding of our DNA. You see, we know the real truth about our roots since 16,000 years. Before that time, there was a more religious idea of our creation.
Question. What have happened with both alien species?
Answer, we don't know exactly. The surviving humanoids on Earth obviously died in the years after the bomb, and others of their kind and the reptilians never came back to Earth, as far as we know. Concerning the reptilian aliens, there is a possibility that it was physically impossible for them to return, because the matter between bubbles is sometimes in rapid movement. The current theory is that both species had ceased to exist during the millions of years.
Question. You've mentioned skeletons of your kind. How can it be that human scientists haven't found any trace of you and your ancestors if you really lived for such a long time on this planet? We have found many skeletons of primitive dinosaurs, but none of an advanced reptilian being with a larger skull and brain and a hand with a thumb as you have described it before.
Answer: yes, you have. But your great scientists were not able to reconstruct the skeletons completely, because they wanted to reconstruct reptilian animals, not intelligent beings. You would laugh if you would know how many of the, especially small, saurian skeletons in your museums are totally wrong constructions of never-existing beings, because you used many bones which didn't really belong together, and sometimes you made artificial bones if something was missing you needed to construct an animal saurian. Many of your scientists are aware of this problem, but they don't make it public, because they can't explain it, and they claim that the right bones were just missing and their reconstruction is right. Many bones of us were used for iguanodon reconstructions, for example the hands with a visible thumb. Look at an iguanodon in a museum and you will see that I'm right. A scientist in the country you call United States had built a nearly correct skeleton of our kind some years ago, but the local government, which is partly aware of our existence, confiscated the reconstruction. As we live today, and since thousands of years, nearly completely beneath the earth, you will not find any cadavers or skeletons of us.
Question. You speak sometimes about underground cities and artificial sunlight. Do you mean something like a hollow earth with this? Is there a second sun inside our planet?
Answer: no. Earth is not really completely hollow and there is no second sun inside. This story is ridiculous and physically not possible. Even your species should be intelligent enough not to believe this. Do you know how much mass a sun must have to produce energy and light for a longer time by fusion? Do you really think that there could be a small active sun inside the planet? When I talk about our subterranean home, I talk about large cave systems. The caves you have discovered near to the surface are tiny in comparison to real caves and huge caverns deeper in the earth, in a depth of 2,000 to 8,000 of your meters, but connected with many hidden tunnels to the surface or to surface near caves. And we live in large and advanced cities and colonies inside such caves. Major sites of us are beyond the Arctic, the Antarctic, Inner Asia, North America and Australia. If I talk about artificial sunlight in our cities, I don't mean a real sun but various technological sources of light, including gravitational sources, which illuminates the caverns and tunnels. There are special cave areas and tunnels with a strong UV light in every city and we use that places to heat our blood. Furthermore, we have also some surface sun places in remote areas, especially in America and Australia.
Question. Where can we find such a surface near entry to your world?
Answer. Do you really think I will tell you their exact location? If you want to find such an entry, you have to search it by yourself, but I would advise you not to do that. When I came to the surface 4 days ago, I used an entry approximately 300 of your kilometers north from here near to a large lake, but I doubt that you would be able to find it. There are only a few entries in this part of the world. More are far more north and east. As a little advice, if you are in a narrow cave or in a tunnel or even in something that looks to you like an artificial mine shaft, and as deeper you walk as smoother appear the walls, and if you feel unusual warm air streaming from the depth, or if you hear the rushing sound of streaming air in a ventilation or elevator shaft, then look for a special kind of artificial and smooth wall somewhere in the cave with a door made of grey metal. If you would be able to open that door, but I doubt this, you would be in a usually round technical room with ventilation systems and elevators to the depth. This is probably an entry to our world. If you have reached this point, you should know that we are now definitely aware of your presence. You are already in big trouble if you have entered the round room. but you should look for one of the 2 reptilian symbols on the walls. If there are no symbols or other symbols, you are maybe in bigger trouble as you think, because not every underground installation belongs to our kind. Some new tunnel systems are operated from alien races, including hostile races. My general advice, if you find yourself in a, for you, strange underground installation, run away as fast as you can.
Question. You mentioned earlier that you use the name Lacerta when you are among humans and that you enjoy it to be in the real sun on the surface of Earth. But how can you be among humans? You don't look like us, so anyone will see that you belong to another species. Why have nobody seen and described a being like you with your kind lives already since our creation together with us on the same planet? Can you explain that to me?
Answer. First, my kind was of course seen and described, and worshipped, many times in your primitive past, for example in your religious writings like your Christian Bible. You can find descriptions and even simple drawings of us for also in the southern part of the American continent on various temples. So-called wise men from India and from the Asian mountains have described our species many times in writings, together with other wise men from the African continent. I think we are the most mentioned non-human species, maybe beside the origin, in your history. If you don't believe me, have a look at your history and you will see the truth in my words. Your great scientists called the belief in us superstition and religion, and today's intelligent humans have forgotten our presence on the surface in the past. Furthermore, our species is seen even today sometimes from human witnesses in its original shape on Earth or in our surface near entries and tunnel systems, but fortunately you and your media didn't take the reports of such crazies serious. That's good for us, and that's the reason why we allow those people to see us as we really are. Some of my species are also in direct contact with human scientists and politicians from the surface. But this is top secret as you would call it, and nobody of your public knows anything about it. The matter of these meetings is generally the upcoming war within between the alien species and our assistance in this war. But there is also another explanation, why we can walk among you and why you are not able to recognize us: mimicry. The following may again sound unbelievable and even shocking to you, but as you have asked I will explain it. I have told you before that we have more advanced mental abilities than your species, and with more advanced I mean that we are able to use telepathy and telekinesis from our birth on. In fact, mother and newborn child communicate generally with telepathy during the first months, without special training as you need it to activate these sleeping parts of your brain. The structure of our brain is a little bit different to yours, and our hypothesis is larger and more active than yours, especially when we are in sunlight. Our own abilities are very strong in comparison to yours, but weak in comparison to the matter string/bubble mind forces of some of the alien species on this planet. I was never very good in that mind things, but we all have these primary abilities and can use them, for example for our protection or even for attack. When we are on the surface and we meet human beings, even a large group of them, this makes no difference. All of your minds are like one mind. We are able to touch their mind and induce them via telepathy the command "see us" as one of your kind, and the weak human mind will accept this order without refusion and they will see us, despite our reptilian look, as normal humans. I've done this many times, and you weak humans generally see me as an attractive brown-haired woman, because I have created this special mimicry image in my mind years ago, and I can induce it into your minds without problems. I've needed some time at the beginning to learn the use of the mimicry correctly, but then it worked nearly automatically, and I can even walk among a group of yours and nobody will recognize what I am. There is a simple switch: see us as we really are, see us as we want you to see us, in your consciousness, which was placed there from the origin when they created your kind, and we can use this switch to convince you that you see humans when you look at us. Other aliens use this switch, too. It is easier as you think. When there are meetings between your kind and aliens which seem to look exactly like yours, these aliens have used that switch, and some of the meetings with man-like aliens can be also explained with meetings with my kind. When I met EF the first time, He saw me also as a normal human woman, and I remember that he was very frightened and shocked when I revealed him my real appearance.
Question. Do you mean that you can really make me believe that I talk now with an attractive brown-haired human woman instead of a reptilian being like you?
Answer, probably, but I don't think so in your special case. When someone expects to see a human woman instead of me, I can do it without problems with his mind, even with large groups, because nobody expects to see a reptile woman. But I have allowed your mind to see me in my original appearance from our first meeting on, and I have never induced something into your mind, so you have already realized that I'm not human. If I would now try to change this, it would probably lead to an absolute confusion or to unconsciousness, and I don't want to harm you. As I have said, I'm not very good in these things.
Question. That's very scary. Can you kill with those abilities?
Answer, yes, but it's forbidden. This means not that it was not done in previous times.
Question. Have both sexes these abilities?
Answer, yes.
Question. What about photos? How do you appear on photos?
Answer, this is a silly question. I appear on photos as a reptile being, because I can't have influence on the photo or on the camera itself, but only on the photographer's mind. If he or she would develop the film and show the photo to others, they would see me in my original shape. That's the reason why it is forbidden for our kind to be filmed or photographed, and we must avoid every camera on the surface. That is very difficult, and we were filmed sometimes in the past without our knowledge, especially from certain of your governments and secret agencies.
Question. What other commands can your kind induce into our minds? Something like serve us or obey?
Answer, this is again a strange question. We are not your enemy, most of us not, so why should we do this? To answer your question, it depends on the strength of the human mind and on the strength of the sending reptilian. There is no serve us or serve me switch in your mind, so such a command is much more difficult to induce. If the human mind and consciousness is weak and the reptilian inducer is experienced in these things and was some hours in the sun before he or she tries to do it, then it could probably work for a certain time. There are secret teachings about such things, but I've never learned anything about it. I use my primary abilities for mimicry and for communication with my own kind and sometimes for other private things, but I've never used it to harm humans or their mind. I would appreciate it if we can end with this topic here.
Question. A last question. You said earlier that you can hide your UFOs. Do you use the same abilities to do this?
Answer, yes, but on a technical base. There is a powerful device inside each craft which is able to send an artificial signal to your minds to convince you that you see either nothing but only the sky, or that you see normal aircraft like planes instead of our ships. This isn't used very often, because we avoid human public when we move in the atmosphere. If you are able to see our UFOs, it means that the device is either defect or deactivated for some reason. The camouflage effect didn't work on photos. To answer this possible question of you already in advance, but why should someone make a photo of the sky when he could not see anything unusual there? By the way, most of the surface near entry points to our tunnels are also hidden with such a device, and your kind will generally see only normal cave walls instead of the door. And that's one reason why I've said that I doubt that you will be able to find such a secret door to our world, but it have happened a few times in the past.
Question. Back to your and our own history. You've mentioned the race of theologians who have created our human race. From where did they come and how did they look like? What had exactly happened when they arrived? Are they our God?
Answer, theologian came from this universe, from the solar system you call Aldebaran in your maps. They were a very tall humanoid species with usually blonde hairs and a very white skin. They avoided the sunlight, because it hurt their skin and their eyes. This was absolutely unbelievable for a sun-loving species like us. They seemed to be intelligent and peaceful at the beginning, and we started a more or less friendly communication with them, but later they showed their real intentions and plans. They wanted to evolve the apes to a new breed, and we were a disturbing factor for them on their new zoo planet. At first, they caught around 10,000 or maybe even 20,000 of your simian ancestors, and they left the planet for some 100 years. When they returned, they brought your, now more human, ancestors back. Then they left Earth again for some thousands of years, and the primitive pre-humans lived together with us without major problems. They were just afraid of our aircraft and technology. The Elohim had taught their mind and enhanced their brain and their body structure, and they were now able to use tools and fire. The Elohim returned within 23,000 years 7 times and accelerated the evolution speed of certain of your kind. You must understand that you are not the first human civilization on the planet. The first advanced humans, who lived at the same time with less developed pre-humans, because the Elohim had experimented with different speeds and stages of evolution, with technology and speech existed around 700,000 years ago on this planet. Your scientists have not understand this, because they found only the bones of the pre-humans and some primitive cave drawings showing advanced humans and flying devices. This genetically advanced human breed lived together with us, but they avoided contact with my kind, because the Elohim teachers had warned them with misleading purpose that we are evil beings and that we lie to them. Well, after some centuries the aliens decided to extinct their first creation, and they accelerated the evolution of a second and better test series, and so on and so on. The truth is that your modern human civilization is not the first on this planet Earth, but already the 7th. The buildings of the first breeds are lost, but the 5th civilization was the one which built the large triangular constructions you call Egyptian pyramids today around 75,000 years ago. Your Egyptians just found that large ancient pyramids in the sand and tried not very successful to build similar constructions, and the 6th civilization was the one which built the cities which ruins you can find today beneath the sea in the so-called Bimini area around 16,000 years ago. The last creation of the 7th breed of your series was done just 8,500 years ago, and this is the only creation you can remember and to which your religious writings refer. You rely on archaeological and paleontological artifacts which show you a wrong and short past, but how should you know anything about the 6 civilizations before? And if you find evidence for their existence, you deny and misinterpret the facts. This is partly a programming of your mind and partly pure ignorance. I will tell you in the following only about your creations, because the 6 previous mankinds are lost and therefore they should not concern you. There was a long war between us and the Elohim, and also between certain groups of the Elohim themselves, because many of them were the opinion that the again and again creation of human species on this planet makes no real sense. The last battles in this war were fought around 5,000 years ago in orbit and surface. The aliens used powerful sonic weapons to destroy our underground cities, but on the other hand we were able to destroy many of their surface installations and bases in space. The humans of your series were very frightened when they observed our battles, and they wrote it down in form of religious myths. Their mind was not able to understand what was really going on. The Elohim, who appeared as gods for the 6th and 7th breed, told them that it is a war between good and evil, and that they are the good and we are the evil race. This depends certainly on the point of view. It was our planet before they arrived and before they started their evolution project with your kind. In my opinion, it was our right to fight for our planet. It was exactly 4,943 years ago, according to your time scale, that the Elohim left the planet again for unknown reasons. This is a very important date for us, because many of our historians called it a victory. Fact is that we don't know what had really happened. The Elohim were gone from one day to another. They vanished without a trace together with their ships, and we found most of their surface installations destroyed by them. The humans were on their own and your civilization developed. Many of us were in contact with certain, more southern, tribes of your species in the coming centuries, and we were able to convince some of them that we are not the evil the aliens wanted them to believe. During the time from 4,900 years ago to today, many other alien species arrived at the planet. Some of them used the old teaching and programming of your mind and played again God for you. But the Elohim themselves never came back. They had left the planet for a duration of some 1,000 years or so earlier, so we expect their return one day in future to end their project or to maybe extinct also the 7th breed. but we don't really know what have happened to them. To answer this question of you in advance, your current civilization doesn't know anything about your real origin, about your real past, about your real world and universe, and you know very little about us in our past, and you know nothing about the things to come in near future. As long as you will not understand and believe my words, I tell you the truth because we are not your enemy. As long there is danger for your species, your enemies are already here and you have not understood. Open your eyes or you will be in big trouble soon. If you haven't believed anything of the things I've told you before, then you should really believe and remember this.
Question. Why do you think I don't believe you?
Answer. I have a certain feeling that you don't believe me, despite the fact that I'm sitting here in front of you. Everything I have told you in the last 2 hours is the absolute truth about our world.
Question. How many alien species are active on Earth at the moment?
Answer. As far as we know, 14 species. 11 from this universe, 2 from another bubble, and 1 very advanced from a very different plane. Don't ask me for names, because nearly all are not pronounceable for you. 8 of them are not pronounceable even for us. Most of the species, especially the more advanced, are just studying you as animals, and they are not very dangerous for you and for us, and we work together with some of them. But 3 species are hostile, including the one which was in contact with some of your governments and exchanged their technology for copper and other important things, and which had betrayed your kind. There was and is a Cold War between 2 of these hostile races during the last 73 years, and the 3rd species seemed to be the winner in this useless struggle. We expect a more hot war between them and you in the near future, I would say in the next 10 or 20 years, and we are worried about that development. In the last time, there were some rumors about a new 15th species which had arrived on Earth just 3 or 4 years ago, but we don't know anything about their intentions and we were not in contact with them till now. Maybe the rumors are wrong.
Question. What do the hostile alien races want?
Answer. Various raw materials, including copper for their technology, your water, or better the hydrogen in your water, which is a source of energy in advanced fusion processes, and certain chemical elements in your air. Furthermore, 2 of the species are also interested in your body, in your human tissue and blood, because their own genetic structure is defect through bad evolution and radiation, as far as we know, and they need intact strings from your kind and from animals to repair their own genetic again and again, but they are not really able to repair the defects completely because their DNA and your DNA is not fully compatible. My own species is absolutely incompatible with them, so they are not very interested in us, and they try to make more compatible crossbreeds between you and them by use of artificial fertilizations and artificial wounds. We suppose that the coming war between the 3 races, or between you and one or all of them, will be fought for raw material, hydrogen, air and DNA.
Question. Is this the reason for the abductions?
Answer. Partly, especially when the aliens took egg and sperm samples from you. Sometimes the abductors belong to another and more advanced race, and they just want to study your body and your mind, which is more interesting for some of them than your solid body, as you would study a primitive animal. As I have said, 3 alien species are hostile, and this means that they do not care for your fate or for your life, and people who were abducted by them came very rarely back alive. If someone is able to report about an abduction, it means, in my opinion, that he or she has not met one of the aggressive species, or that he or she is a very, very lucky human to be alive. Advanced and friendly races also took sometimes egg and sperm samples, but for other reasons.
Question. You said there are only 14 species active on Earth. But why describe people who saw alien beings, so many different and bizarre types of them?
Answer. I think I have already answered to this question. As I have said, most of the alien races have much more advanced mind abilities than you or even me. There is just one alien race completely without such abilities. They are able to appear in your mind and memory as whatever they want, and this induced image has nothing to do with their real appearance. You remember them as normal humans or grey dwarfs or even extremely bizarre animals because they want you to remember that, or sometimes they want you to completely forget anything about a meeting with them. Another example, you can for example remember that you were just in a normal of your human hospitals and that some doctors were examining you, and you think not further about what have happened to you, maybe till you discover that there is no hospital in the street where you supposed it, but in fact you were examined by them in one of their laboratories. You can't rely on your mind in this case. They appear in different shapes to you to confuse you and to make so-called abduction witnesses who are able to remember the events, or who believe they are able to remember, ridiculous in the public, and as far as we know, they are successful. Believe me, there are only 14 alien species on this planet and only 8 of them abduct humans at the moment, again as far as we know. In addition, not every one of your abductees is one, and some of the aliens in their reports are really just imagination or lies.
Question: how can we protect us against this influence on our mind?
Answer: I don't know. I doubt you can, because your mind is like an open book to read and write for nearly every species I know. This is partly the guilty of the origin themselves, because they had constructed, or better misconstructed, partly intentionally, your mind and your consciousness without real protection mechanisms. If you are aware that someone tries to manipulate your mind, you can only concentrate on that suspicion and try to analyze every one of your thoughts and memories. Very important, don't close your eyes. This would lead to a different form of brain waves which are more easy to access. And don't sit or lay down to rest. If you stay awake during the first minutes, you can maybe try to filter the other thoughts and wait in your brain, and the inducer will give up after some minutes if he or she is not successful, because it will start to hurt his or her own brain. This is very difficult and certainly painful, and it can harm you, so better don't try to resist, but it would be the only possibility you have. However, you can try this only with the more weaker species, not with the strong.
Question: what do you mean with one species comes from a very different plane?
Answer: before I can explain that correctly to you, you must be able to understand the universe, and this would mean a maybe useless teaching of your mind, including the removal of some barriers, of many weeks, and with teaching I mean not only teaching by words. I have said this with your word plane or level because you have again no better word in your vocabulary, and dimension would be in this case absolutely wrong. It's rather wrong even for another bubble, because a dimension can't exist without planes. If you would be a species living in another or over the plane, and if you would be furthermore able to enter planes without technology so that your body is not made of that kind of matter, you know, then you would be the mightiest being you can imagine. This very advanced race I've mentioned had developed outside of here, and they've evolved in fact over billions of years. They would be able to destroy all of you and us and everything with just a single thought. We were in contact with them only 3 times in our whole history, because their interest in your planet is different from that of all other races. They are definitely no danger for you or us.
Question: what will happen when the war begins?
Answer: this is difficult to answer. It depends on the enemy race and on their tactic. War is not always that primitive thing you humans mean with the word. War can be fought on various levels. One possibility they have is the destruction of your social system by influence on political leaders. Another is the use of advanced weapon systems, which can cause earthquakes or volcanic eruptions or other disasters, including weather disasters, which may seem natural to you. The special fields from copper fusion I've mentioned earlier are able to have an influence on your global weather. I think they will not attack the planet directly before the human civilization is weak, because even you have possibilities to destroy their craft, but not many. Let me say that we are not absolutely sure if there will be really such a hot war already in the next years. I don't want to talk further about this.
Question: this is the end of the interview. Do you want to say a last sentence or message?
Answer: open your eyes and see. Don't believe only in your own history or your scientists or your politicians. Some of them know the truth about various things, but they don't inform the public to avoid confusion and panic. I think your species is not as bad as some of my kind thinks, and it would be a pity to observe your end. That's everything I can say. Go through your world with open eyes and you will see. Or maybe not. Your kind is ignorant.
Question. Do you think anyone will believe that this interview is the truth?
Answer, no, but it is an interesting experiment for my social studies. We will meet again in some months and you will tell me then what have happened after the publication of my message. Maybe there is hope for your kind.
I once again reaffirm that the following text is the absolute truth and is not fiction. It was composed from 3 original tape recordings which were made on April 24, 2000 with a tape recorder during my second interview with the reptilian creature known as Lacerda. At Lacerda's request, the original text of 31 pages was revised and shortened up to deal with some questions and answers. Some existing questions were partially shortened or amended. It was even undertaken to extract message and significance from it. This part of the interview, either not mentioned or not mentioned completely in the transcript, deals primarily with personal issues, paranormal demonstrations, the social system of the reptilian species and alien technology and physics. The reason for the shifting of the date and time of the second meeting was a possible observation and surveillance of my own person after the publication of the first transcript. Although everything was attempted on the advice of Lacerda to keep my identity a secret, just 2 days after the dissemination of the document abroad, and various unusual events took place. Please don't think that I am paranoid. However, I believe that the publication of the interview has drawn either official attention or the attention of some organization to me. Up until this time, I usually regarded people who believed that they were being followed by the state to be nothing more than jokers. But now I have begun to revise my ideas on that since events in January. It began with the failure of my telephone for several hours. When the phone became operational once again, there were quiet echoes and strange clicking and whirring sounds when I made calls. A defect could, ostensibly, not be found anywhere. Overnight, important data disappeared from the hard drive in my computer. The testing program reported defective sectors where, strangely enough, there were only data which dealt with illustrations and completed textual material from the interview. These defective sectors also contained material of a paranormal nature in the field of my research. Fortunately, the material was also stored on floppies. In addition, I discovered by pure chance some hidden data in a likewise hidden directory index. The name which appeared on the data and the directory index was E72UJ. A friend, who is a computer expert, could not make anything of this designation, and when I was about to show it to him, the directory index had disappeared. One evening, my apartment door was standing wide open, my TV set was running, and I am absolutely confident that I had turned the TV set off. A minivan with British markings and the imprint of a Europe-wide supermarket chain parked in front of my house. I noticed the same minivan again on several occasions traveling at a distance behind my car, even when I visited the town of 65 kilometers away. When I returned, the car was on the other side of the street once again. I never saw anyone get into or out of the car. A knock on the door of the vehicle and on the tinted windows caused no reaction of any kind. After about 2 weeks, the minivan disappeared again. When I informed DF personally about these events, he suggested that I change the place and date of the meeting in order to assure our own and Lacerda's safety. The meeting took place on April 27, 2000 in another isolated location. It was unobserved as far as I can determine. Once again, all of this may sound strange and paranoid, like a fantasy from a cheap science fiction film. However, I can only repeat to and assure the reader once again, all of this is the unadulterated truth. Believe my words or don't believe them. These things have happened and they will continue to happen, whether you believe it or not, until it is too late. Our civilization is in danger. Transcript of the interview, shortened version, date of interview, April 27, 2000. Comment by O.A.K. The meeting began with an appraisal of diverse questions and opinions which I had gotten from readers of the first transcript in anonymous fashion through distribution from my trustworthy friends. Some of these opinions, altogether there were over 14 pages of paper, contained comments shaped by everything from a radically religious to a fanatical tendency to welcome contact with a reptilian species. Some of these comments contain stereotypical phrases like servants of hell or species of the evil one. I don't want to go into any kind of detailed description here since I don't want pass on further any false and radical realm of thought. Question: when you read these religious and animosity-ridden comments here, what do you think and feel then? Is the relationship between your species and ours really shaped from that kind of total negation?
Answer: does it amaze you that I am not completely angered by that? I had fully expected those kinds of extreme reactions. The programming for the utter negation of another species, especially the reptilian species, as in your own case, is deeply embedded in each of your own individual consciousnesses. This ancient conditioning stems from the days of your third artificial creation, and, biologically speaking, is passed down as an information genome from generation to generation. The identification of my species with the powers of darkness was a primary intention of the Elohim, who liked seeing themselves in the role of the powers of light, something which in and of itself represents a paradox, since that humanoid species was extremely sensitive to your sunlight. In case you were expecting me to act offended, I guess I'll have to partially disappoint you. These obscure intentions are not really your fault. You are simply following for the most part what you have inherited from your ancestors. It is indeed actually somewhat disappointing that many of you develop no especially strong individual self-conscience, for this would help you to overcome the conditioning. As I already said, we were in direct contact in the last several centuries with some of your more primitive human tribes. These tribes had themselves succeeded in breaking through the old creation programming. They were able to meet us without tension, hate, and total rejection. Apparently, many of your modern civilized individuals are not in a position to think on their own, but rather let themselves be guided by programming and religion, which is also a manifestation of that ancient programming and part and parcel of the plan of the Elohim. Therefore, comments of that kind I'd sooner regard as amusing than irritating. They simply confirm in large measure for me my suppositions about your defined mode of thinking.
Question: therefore, you are not the species of the evil one as was remarked earlier?
Answer: how am I supposed to answer that? Your people still think according to a simple and completely inappropriate scheme of generalizations. Simply put, there are absolutely no purely evil species. There exist in every terrestrial and extraterrestrial species alike both good and evil individuals. It's even true of your own people, but there is no such thing as an absolutely evil species. This conception is really very primitive. You people have believed from time immemorial what you are supposed to believe, what was foreseen for you to believe by your creators. Every well-known species, even the more highly developed ones, consists of a great number of individual consciousnesses. At least a portion of the consciousness is individual, even though there are connecting fields of consciousness. These self-sufficient spirits are able to decide freely for themselves a lifestyle which is either good or evil, according to your own human standards. It depends again on the respective point of view. Your people are not necessarily in a position to judge whether the deeds of a much more highly developed species are good or evil, because you stand at a lower observation point, from which an assessment is not possible. Your simple words good and evil are in any case examples of a tendency towards generalization. In my language there are many concepts for the various shades of meaning of individual behaviors in comparison to the norms of a society. Even those extraterrestrial species which are inclined to act with antagonism towards you are not species of the evil one, even though they operate negatively with respect to your own race. They do this for their own reasons and do not regard themselves as evil. Were your structured way of thinking more linear and more focused as theirs is, then you would also behave in such a fashion. The attitude of a species towards other kinds of existence naturally depends very heavily on its respective structured way of thinking. Each species sets its own priorities. To classify that as good or evil is really quite primitive. For the survival of any species argues for many varieties, among them your own, as well as for even the most varied of the worst or negatively directed deeds. I won't even exclude my own kind in this regard, for there have been certain occurrences in the past which I don't personally welcome, but about which I would also not like to go into detail. None of these occurrences have happened in the last 200 years of your time scale. But please note the following. There are no absolutely good and there are no absolutely bad species, because each and every species always consists of individuals.
Question. In the letters that I got, there was often the question whether you could go into any greater detail regarding the advanced physics that you commented on last time. Many people said, your words made no sense. For example, how do UFOs function? How do they fly? How do they perform the maneuvers that they do?
Answer. I ought to explain that to people? That's not all that simple. Let me think about it for a minute. I always have to use very simple words in order to make clear to you the basic principles of a higher kind of science. Let's try this. You have to be clear about some fundamental facts. The very first thing is that you must divide up the conception of the physical world because each existence consists of different layers. Let's say for simplicity's sake that it consists of a material illusion and sphere of influence.
Translator's note. No legitimate translation exists for this word Feldraum. Feld means field, Raum means space, room, expanse. Therefore, I'm translating it as sphere of influence.
Certain physical conditions are associated only with the realm of the material, as in concrete, while other and more complicated conditions are associated only with the sphere of influence of the material world. Your conception of the physical world is based upon a simple material illusion. That illusion is further subdivided into 3 elementary or basic conditions of matter. A fourth and very important condition also exists, which you simply pay attention to more or less as you choose. It is the one bordering on the sphere of influence or plasma realm, for you. The theory for a controlled transformation or an elevation of the frequency of matter and the stable existence of this fourth aggregate condition of matter is not very common, or it exists at a very primitive level. As an aside, there are simply 5 states of matter, but the post-plasma state would really be going too far and it would only serve to confuse you. Besides, it is not necessary for an understanding of the basic theory. It is connected with diverse phenomena which you would characterize as paranormal. Now, back to the essentials. Plasma. Now, with plasma I don't mean just hot gas, as the concept is generally simplified by your people, but rather I mean a higher aggregate condition of matter. The plasma state of matter is a special form of matter which lies between its real existence and the sphere of influence, that is, a complete loss of mass and pure accretion of energy of various form whenever matter is pushed or shoved.
Note, no explanation was given for the use of the word pushed, shoved as used in this context. Your guess is as good mine.
The fourth state of matter is very important for certain physical conditions which can be used, for example, to... How should I express this to you? Generate anti-gravity. That's a rather strange human word and not really correct, but you ought to understand it better this way. Essentially, in the world of real physics, there are no bipolar forces, but rather only observer-dependent reflective behavior of a single, large unified force at different levels. With anti-gravity, or the displacement of gravitational characteristics into levels, one can, for example, cause apparently solid matter to levitate. This method is employed partly by us and by extraterrestrials as well as a means of propulsion for their UFOs. You people are moving on a really primitive level towards a similar principle for your secret military projects. But since you have more or less stolen this technology, and it was later falsely passed on to you intentionally by the extraterrestrials, you lack the real physical understanding. As a result, you have to struggle with problems of instability and radiation with your UFOs. According to my information, there have been a great number of deaths of your people because of intense radiation and field disturbances. Don't you agree? This is also an example of the business regarding the question of good and evil. You people play with unknown forces and thereby accept the death of colleagues of your own kind, for they are dying for a greater cause, namely, for the advancement of your technology, which as a result is being put into place once again for the purpose of war, that is, for negative pursuits. Now, one can give you the benefit of the doubt that only the least number of your kind have any knowledge about these alien projects, which are, as you explain it, top secret. It was told to you that the higher the ordinal or ranking number of basic matter, the simpler the heightening of the condition, but that is only partially correct. If you can't circumvent these powers, then you're better off not attempting it. But your kind has always been ignorant and has from time immemorial tried to play around with forces which you have not even understood. Why would that ever change? You remember this business of copper fusion? By means of the fluctuation at the right angle with the induced radiation field, copper is fused with other elements. The illusion of matter is fused. The fields in the sphere of influence overlap each other, but the main force would be reflected by that process and would assume a quasi-bipolar character. The resulting connection and the field would therefore not be stable in the normal condition of matter and unsuited for tasks. As a result, the entire field spectrum is shifted to a higher plasma-like condition, whereby the spectrum comes together with this harsh shifting to the opposite pole side. The word is not correct, of the force field, and it resembles quite closely a gravitational shift. This shifting causes a tilting of the repulsing quasi-bipolar force, which now no longer flows to the interior of the force field, but rather flows partly to the exterior of the field. The result is an interstratifying reflective force field which is very difficult to modulate within certain technical boundaries in relation to its own characteristics. It can also carry out a multiplicity of tasks, as for example, causing massive flying objects to be levitated and maneuvered. It can also exert camouflage function in the realm of electromagnetic radiation as well as manipulate temporal sequences of events, indeed only to very limited extent, and other things as well. Are you familiar with your quantum tunnel effect? Even the amplitude equalizations among genuine matter can be achieved with one of those kinds of fields if the frequency and the distance from the plane of the field are high enough. Unfortunately, the whole thing that I have explained to you in your words has come out to be rather primitive, I'm afraid. It sounds rather strange and certainly impossible for your comprehension, but perhaps this simple explanation can be of some use to you in helping you to understand. But then again, maybe not.
Question: is there a scientific substantiation for paranormal powers, as for example with your powers of thought?
Answer: yes. In order to explain that, one has to acknowledge the physical reality of the sphere of influence. Feldrum, I'll try to do it. Wait just a second. You are going to have to separate yourself mentally from the illusion that which you see as the true nature of the universe. It is, at best, the surface of a side. Imagine for yourself that all the matter here, you, this table, this pencil, this technical device, this paper, does not really exist, but that it is rather only the result of a field oscillation and a concentration of energy. All matter that you see, every creature, every planet and star in this universe, has an information energy equivalent in the sphere of influence which is located on a main field, the general level of things. Now, there is not only one level, but several. Last time, I had mentioned that highly developed species which is capable of changing levels, which is something completely different from the simple bubble changing, for bubbles are a part of each and every level. Do you understand? Dimensions, as you call them, are a part of a solitary bubble. Bubbles or universal foam are a part of a level, and levels are layers in a sphere of influence, while the sphere of influence, acting in the capacity of single physical size, is essentially unending. It is composed of innumerable information energy layers and general levels. There are in the sphere of influence no null levels, all are the same, but they are separated by means of their energy conditions. I notice that I am confusing you now. I think I ought to stop with this explanation.
Question: no, please continue. How do concrete paranormal powers rise?
Answer: well, okay then. Let's try something simpler. Again, it is not completely correct, but let's begin in this manner. Tangible matter on this side is mirrored in the sphere of influence. as a field with distinct layers. These layers contain information, as an example, about the simple structure of matter or the string frequency, but also there is stored information stemming from the development of matter. Are you familiar with the human concept of morphogenetic fields? One part of the layer could be designated as such. Now there is still another intermediary layer for which you unfortunately have no human concept, since the theory is not common in human thinking. Let's call it a paralayer, for this layer is mainly responsible for everything which you call PSI and paranormal and which lies outside the boundaries of your primitive science. This paralayer lies between the layers of matter and the morphogenetic layers of a field in the sphere of influence. It can actively integrate with both. Your body, for example, is mirrored as a field in the sphere of influence. Feldrum. That doesn't mean that it does not also exist here as well, as flesh, blood, bones, in the form of matter strings or atoms, but not only that. Existence is always a duality. Some layers of the field contain simple information about the solid matter of your body and its frequency, while other layers contain information about your spirit, your consciousness or, speaking from a human religious point of view, your soul. Awareness or consciousness in this case is a simple energy matrix, divided into different layers of your field in the sphere of influence, nothing more, nothing less. Genuine awareness can also exist here on the matter side, but only in the form of post-plasma, the fifth form of matter. With the necessary physical knowledge and the corresponding technology, the consciousness, awareness matrix, or soul, can also be separated from its field of rest. It can, despite its removal, continue to exist in a self-sufficient manner for a certain amount of time. That has the strange occult name of soul robbing. But above all, we're talking about science here, not about magic or dark forces.
Comment by Elaine K. The soul robbing was mentioned in one of the radical, religiously motivated comments in connection with the reptilian species.
Creatures with more powerful mental powers can have a direct influence on the paralayer by means of their consciousness, awareness fields. Now this layer is not limited only to the individual, but rather as a part of a general information layer. You could call it in a prosaic sense the community soul, that is connected with all animate and inanimate matter and all consciousness which exist on this main level. The biological cause for these abilities lies on the side of matter, by the way, in the pituitary gland, which always is in the position to generate the frequencies to actively control the sphere of influence. Feldrum. Even you people could theoretically do this, however, you are solidly blocked in these things. As I have said, the paralayer can interact with mind as well as with matter. For example, if I decide to use my mental powers once more in order to move this pencil, then, simply said, I imagine in my mind how my consciousness, awareness expands, amplifies itself on the matter side in the form of post-plasma to the pencil. In the sphere of influence, this causes simultaneously an automatic command from the consciousness, awareness layer to the paralayer to interact with the matter layer of the pencil. Since the paralayer is not confined to the body, it is not even a problem that the pencil lies over there, for I can unerringly reach it, even without moving my matter body. Post-plasma on this side, paralayer on the other, I have control over the pencil, and the interaction brings the matter field of the pencil to the point where it changes in the manner in which it moves. For example,
Comment by Link A. I certify that the pencil mentioned above abruptly at the very moment jumped into the air to a height of 20 centimeters and then fell back to the surface of the table. The sound is clearly heard on the recording tape. No one visibly had touched the pencil. Question. That is fascinating. Which kinds of paranormal activities can one generate with that?
Answer. All kinds. Everything that you call paranormal. As I said, this special layer lies in the sphere of influence, between the morphogenetic information layers and the matter layers, and can interact with respect to both sides. That is to say, it can be interacted with solid matter as well as with mind or mental information, wherewith we can achieve everything that is generally designated as telekinesis and telepathy, the connection absorption with another consciousness. Awareness is generally separate in the procedure from the simple influence of matter, since different consciousness. Awareness fields work with different oscillations, a consciousness. Awareness that sends or a consciousness. Awareness that listens must first adapt itself to the other mind exactly, before any access is possible. Most species also have chances to block the alien access, but you people don't have this. The following is generally valid: the stronger the paranormal abilities of a species, the simpler the adaptation and the access. Our own abilities are not so powerfully developed, therefore, first we have to learn specifically alien mind influence in order to use our mimicry. For example, where mimicry is actually quite simple in your minds due to the implanting of the on-off switch. Some of these abilities are also partially inherited. Mother and child of my kind as an example are attuned exactly during the first months of life, partially also in the egg covering in the expectant mother, and communicate telepathically. In order to influence you people, we need a certain amount of time for practicing, despite your simple structure. Therefore, it is forbidden, for example, for adults of my kind before the age of enlightenment to come to the surface of the earth. That term is synonymous, along with other things, with full physical strength. In the case of not fully developed abilities, the danger of discovery by you would be too great. By the way, there are of course numerous secret teachings about the real possibilities which can give one these abilities, but I really don't know anything exact about that. Whenever an alien mind ought to be influenced, then there are some generally valid steps, which are set into motion by other extraterrestrial species. First and foremost, the alien oscillation must be felt, something generally that is done automatically by the brain, that is, for the one the field oscillation, for the other the quasi-electrical brain waves here in the normal space, which matter inhabits. That is not especially difficult. After that, one simply probes for the other consciousness. Awareness in the mind with a post-plasma manifestation, the sphere of influence, Fentram, reacts and the connection is there. Now one can read out information from the first one and record the desired information to the second one in the correct location. You asked me last time whether you people have the opportunity to protect yourselves against this influence, and I told you that only an awake and concentrated mind had any kind of a chance to withstand it. In this state of mind, the oscillations change very abruptly and access becomes complicated. More precisely, it can come as a painful recoil. Whenever you close your eyes, then the field becomes flat, and alien access to the mind is immediately possible and without restriction. In terms of your chances against a more highly developed species, you have none at all. They are able to adjust the oscillations faster than you can change. I could even demonstrate it on you, but you were really horrified and confused the last time, so we'll just leave it as an explanation. This explanation presumably sounds to you like, as you say, something esoteric and from the occult or magic. The reason for that is simply that you lack the basic understanding for seeing the background reasons. All paranormal phenomena have a purely scientific origination. None of this has anything to do with supernatural powers. We grow up with this kind of knowledge. We know how one makes use of these powers, and where they come from. We are acquainted with theory and practice. You are not. Therefore, you really don't understand what happens in your world. You see only one side of existence, not the other. I mean here both that are physical. Everything paranormal is dualistic, and it exists in the space that matter inhabits as well as in the sphere of influence, Feldrum. To be explained. It can only be explained by the acceptance of the latter, because the sphere of influence, Feldrum, is the basis. I would welcome an end to the scientific questions since you really aren't grasping them anyway. We're wasting more or less valuable time by doing this.
Question. Only one last question. At our first meeting in December, you made it quite clear that you didn't want to discuss scientific and paranormal concerns. Why the openness now?
Answer. The last time I saw really no necessity in overburdening you with facts of that kind, and now you are obviously overburdened. Therefore, I had preferred only to mention these topics in a peripheral sense. Apparently, However, some of my performances today have set you to thinking about your world, something that can't be all bad. And by the way, your human scientists will tend to regard my comments as humbug. And so I see no great danger in spreading this information widely. No one will pay much attention to it. By the way, the words of people who have characterized me as a creature of evil have their basis in the belief in occult powers and magic, both of which things do not exist. There is no magic, only highly developed science, and everything that you label as magic is only a part of science. If you would only comprehend that, then you would be a step ahead in your development. My openness on this issue ends here. Pose other questions, please.
Question. Good. Let's talk about UFOs. Can you explain to me how our governments came into possession of UFO material to the point that they could start their own projects? Did it have anything to do with the Roswell incident?
Answer: yes, but that incident was not the first one. I am no historian. I am studying only your current behavior, so my knowledge about those events in your history is presumably not very extensive. I will try to explain to you what I know about those things which happened at that time. Let me think about it for a second. In the years 1946 to 1953 in your time scale, there were 5 cases where extraterrestrial ships crashed to the surface of the Earth. In that crash, which you call the Roswell incident, there was not only one alien ship involved, but 2 that crashed after a collision in different parts of the land in the West. The one you call the USA. You have to know that the ships of this particular species can remain levitating in the air for a particular period of time even though they are damaged. That accounts for the spatial difference in their crash locations. These were indeed not the first crashes, but by that time the second and the third. Another ship had crashed in 1946, but it was destroyed beyond usability. One thing first before the explanation, it certainly sounds ridiculous to you that such highly developed extraterrestrial ships simply crash, and that a relatively large number did so in a relatively short amount of time. The explanation for that is likewise more than strange, but it is correct. It does not lie in the ship's drive itself, but rather in the direction of the field to your planet. This species that we are discussing, and it was always in this time period that this species used a disc-shaped craft, used a propulsion system which ran according to the normal principle of fusion, to be sure, but one that at that time employed a more than unconventional method for field alignment. This method had various advantages but also disadvantages. The repelling field must of course lie in the absolute correct angle to the surface of the Earth. This species used an alignment technology in their ships, with which the field locked into place all points of the Earth's magnetic field. Now at that time this species had just arrived on the Earth and their point of origin lay on a planet with a more stable magnetic field, for which they had developed and aligned their drive. The magnetic field of the Earth is not really all that stable. It is subject to cyclical variations and it forms field eddies under unfavorable conditions. Whenever a ship with one of those kinds of drives gets into a field fluctuation or into an eddy that is too strong, then for a short time the repelling field can no longer align itself correctly and the ship glides uncontrolled on its flight path. The drive is operating correctly, to be sure, but the field fluctuates in all directions and because of that, the ship can crash. In the case from 1947 which you addressed, it is my understanding that one of the ships got caught in a fluctuation. Its field linked up unintentionally with that of its squadron leader and it collided with another ship whereby both of them were heavily damaged. The cause for the magnetic fluctuation at that time was probably an electrical disturbance brought about by a weather event. Both ships crashed as a result. One of them fell near the collision point, the other 100 of your kilometers or so distant. All occupants were killed in the impact. The thin hull structure of that kind of disc craft is in and of itself not very stable, since those discs have not been designed for crashes as well as for flight in a field where there are exterior forces at work. Now, your human military collected the individual pieces at first until they discovered the whole ships with the dead creatures aboard. Immediately they classified everything as top secret and brought them to their military bases in order to analyze the drive. The secret endeavor was to set the alien technology in place later against evil enemies of that great country. That is as primitive as it is ridiculous. I believe I remember, I don't want to specify exactly your date, that it was probably between 1949 and 1952 that there was a rather bad accident during some research being done on one of the wrecks. According to what I heard, what members of my species were told by members of that government, it resulted in an unintentional activation of one of the drive's components in the unshielded condition. As a result, for a very short period of time, how should I phrase this, there was an unchecked shift of the environment to a plasma-like condition, which on the other hand, through a very, very unfortunate accident, caused an overturning of the general power field into a magnetic pulse of immense power. Do you have any idea what kind of an effect a plasma magnetic jolt has when it comes into contact with an organism? No, how should you know that? Of course you don't. Disturbance in the structure of the field and bioelectric feedback. Imagine, if you will, a human body which is engulfed in bright flames for 3 or 4 of your days. Those flames apparently do not go out and they burn the body right down to its last constituents. Well, then you have an approximate impression of what happened. I think that 20 or 30 of your scientists were killed in that lab. 2 further crashes occurred in 1950 and 1953 in the water catchment area of the American continent. Those ships were able to be recovered from the crashes relatively intact. The one in 1953, as I remember, even had an intact drive core. It was by means of that device that you saw for the first time that you had understood the entire concept fully incorrectly and that you had reconstructed it fully incorrectly. Even today you still don't have it right. That species, which had built the ships in the first place, a species which I, by the way, count among those who are unfriendly towards you, was naturally worried about the investigation of their own technology by your kind. They did not want, however, at that early point in time, to begin direct conflict with you, and so they chose the diplomatic path and came into contact with that government during your 1960s. Of course, they did not divulge the real reasons for their being here, copper, hydrogen, air, but rather they pretended to be curious researchers and offered to show people the functioning principle of the ships whereby they would expect in return some favors. Simple-minded as you are, you of course agreed to it, and were deceived. You gave them raw materials, you gave them secure locations for their bases, you gave them access to your most secret defense data, you gave them access to your DNA and much more, and all just to quench your greed for power and information. The alien species of course quickly noticed that they were dealing with simple-minded creatures, and they gave you false and inferior information about their technology so that they receive much more out of the collaboration than your kind do. For example, they gave you information that the drive can only be constructed with unstable elements of a higher ranking number, but they withheld the information that the field drive can be constructed with various modifications to work as well with stable elements of a lower periodic number, and generally, that's the way it's done. Through these half-truths they made you dependent on the synthesizing of high-numbered elements, and thereby renewed by their own technology. Their clues to the construction of your UFOs were laid out in such a way that the solution to old problems caused new problems to arise simultaneously. They never told you the complete truth, but always built in again and again clever lies, which later lead to technical problems, and to your dependence on them. In the last years of your 1970s and your early 1980s, it finally came down to various events between the alien species and the human government. I don't want to go into detail here, since there is much that even I am not exactly sure of. The whole thing lay in the context with some new, or better said, the old technical problems with your own self-constructed ships whose camouflage and drive partially failed to function in test flights in the open. Because of that, the function of secrecy was threatened. Your military and your politicians slowly, very slowly, came to the conclusion after more than 20 years of this that they had been deceived by that alien species. Multitudinous incongruities and the overstepping of bounds of the treaties by both sides finally led to an altercation between you and the extraterrestrials, which culminated in the liftoff of 3 of the alien aerial objects through a special, how do you say it, EMP, electromagnetic pulse, weapon and a military skirmish at one of their underground installations. As a consequence of these attacks, the alien species ultimately withdrew from all contact with you and was understandably more than angered about your kind. Therefore, I count these extraterrestrials among the 3 groups who are hostile towards you, and while the other 2 are more occupied with their own business, among them waging a cold war for dominance on your planet, your old friends and partners are preparing to supply themselves finally with the sole and absolute dominance over raw materials and human DNA. At the moment it is probably true that they lack some of the technical possibilities and the large amount of forces which they need in order to achieve their goals directly. In spite of that, we are counting on negative actions, possibly ever of a more subtle kind, against you in the next few years or decades.
Question. Will the other extraterrestrial species undertake nothing against these warlike actions? Specifically, something ought to be unearthed of the more highly developed species.
Answer, you're wrong there. Specifically, for the more highly developed species there is simply at the very least your fate. You are animals for them. Animals in a very large lab. Understandably, an alien intervention on your planet would disturb their projects, but I don't think that they accept a confrontation with other species for it. Many of them could look for another research planet for themselves, or they could study over a long distance your behavior and your consciousness. Awareness, since crisis situations could have an attraction for their studies. Whenever you people take a look at an anthill, and another person comes along and steps on the anthill, what do? You go on your way, or you search for another anthill, or you observe the ants in their crisis condition. But would one of you, even though you were larger and more powerful than the one who stepped on the anthill in the first place, defend the meaningless ants? No. You have to imagine for yourself the viewpoint of the more highly advanced creatures. You are the ants. Don't expect any help from them. Of course, we would also ask for help when it became clear that your old partners were ganging up on you. Some members of the human government are fully aware of our existence, also partially owing to an old religious basis. For example, there is a gigantic partially underground building in the capital which is totally dedicated to my species, and that also has a direct approach to an elevator shaft and to an underground system. In this building partial meetings have taken place and do take place between us and humans. We have passed on information to you in the last few years. According to what I know, we will keep ourselves as far away from the conflict as we can. You ought to learn to solve your own problems yourselves, or to become intelligent enough never to create those kinds of situations. What will come and who will possibly place themselves on your side, only time will tell. I really do not want to make any indications about that.
Question. I have here 5 prints of different UFOs, which claim to show UFOs. Can you take a look at the pictures and tell me in which of them actual extraterrestrial aerial craft can be seen?
Answer, I can try it. You pose many questions to me today which even I cannot answer unequivocally. Don't overestimate my knowledge. I'm no expert in alien technology and the construction of extraterrestrial ships. To be sure, there are mostly some technical details and peculiarities about genuine UFOs, with whose help one can easily differentiate them from natural phenomena or human forgeries. You falsify sometimes the pattern of genuine ships. Therefore, it is not so easy simply with absolute certainty to identify an object. I'll try it. Show me the photos.
Comment by Ulike. She considered the pictures respectively for only a couple of seconds and then sorted out photos 1, 3, and 5.
These 3 pictures here are obvious counterfeits or erroneous identifications. In the one picture, it certainly seems to me that a real existing ship of an alien species was adapted for a small model here. It lacks important characteristics which are tied in with the technically and physically associated field. Generally speaking, a picture is all the more a fake the clearer the outline and the colors are, because a levitating ship is generally hidden in a shifted field condition that even distorts the colors or the forms according to alignment. It might perhaps sound strange, but hazy and spectrally shifted photos are sometimes to be interpreted as an indication for a possibly authenticity. By the way, this object is floating above the water. If it were a genuine ship, we would have to see in any case either a trough or a swell on the surface. Since the surface is flat, it is obviously not a genuine ship. In my opinion, none of these three pictures show genuine objects in flight or UFOs. Here in this picture I see above all no artificial object in flight. It seems much more to deal with only a light reflex in your simple optical cameras. You really ought to be intelligent enough not to fall for a mix-up like that. When your general public chases counterfeits and frauds for a long time, then they will presumably discover too late what is really going on in front of them in their atmosphere. Photo 2, Albiosque, France, 1974. This one seems to be genuine, at least it displays the necessary characteristics. I would assign it at first glance to an alien species who have been visiting your planet for the last 35 years or so. The object itself is metallic and disc-shaped. Certainly it is distorted in form and color by means of a field effect. These four white and very long processes on the underside of the ship itself portray a kind of quasi-gravitational light manipulation, that is, the universal force field is being shifted in the direction of a simulated gravity. Actually, it is not a genuine light. It is mostly not a genuine light whenever you see illuminating UFOs, but a special strongly charged form field which manifests itself in the space that matter inhabits as a quasi-light. The reason for the activation of this special high-energy system in an atmosphere is not completely clear to me. It's possible that it is a kind of investigating or influencing of the environment. In any case, it is terribly careless of that species to allow this technology to be photographed by humans. Well, I guess that most of you just plain don't understand it, and those who do will not say anything about it to the general public. Photo 4, Petit Chain, Belgium, 1990. This is in fact a genuine aerial object. It is in no way extraterrestrial. Triangular aerial objects in flight are simply not used by alien species, or not in this form, at least. That streamlined kind of form is a human concept. It is one of your own secret military projects that you build with the help of immature alien technology that was handed over to you by the extraterrestrials during the 1960s and the 1970s. Generally, the form of the hull for a genuine extraterrestrial ship is of no consequence, for inside the field itself there are no exterior forces that have any effect there. In general, the ships have a rounded off form and they are built without hard edges, as a disc or a cylinder, so that the field can flow more easily. Your projects decree that along with the alien drive field there also be a conventional jet engine system. Therefore, they are always triangular and built thus with streamlining in order to be steerable with this primitive recoil principle. In the example here the ship glides above all on its genuine field drive. Do you see the distortion and the quasi-light in the rotating cylinders? That is an unmistakable indication for the authenticity of the photo. But why, you might ask, other force cylinders? That's unusual. Even the interval seems to be incorrect. The coloring is very dark and the interior optical distortion is very noticeable, presumably a reconstruction of the original system by your scientists. Since the alien species has just not given you any more information since the disagreement, they are rebuilding the system single-handedly without actually being able to understand what kind of dangerous thing they are doing there. This construction does not make the system better, only more unstable. Both of the forward cylinders are too close to each other. They will definitely flow into each other. The color shows me a powerful residual radiation. It was probably the case that high elements were used again as customary for the shifting. It is in any case very dangerous to be unshielded in the vicinity of the field. Did the person who took the photo display any kind of radiation and burn damage?
Question. I don't know. Where do these military UFOs come from? From the United States?
Answer, yes. I think generally that's true. From the Western continent.
Question. Why then do they fly over thickly populated areas of Europe? This photo comes from Belgium. That doesn't make any sense. Can you explain?
Answer, why is it that only I am able to explain strange human deeds? It's possible that these are long-distance tests or tests with the electromagnetic camouflage systems. The old enemy of the American nation is on this side of the world, so why shouldn't they test here? At home they've had enough time to have had their ships crossing back and forth. Maybe they have aroused too much observation there. With one of those kinds of unstable field structures, as your photo indicates, I consider it somewhat improbable that that ship is capable of making a flight of the length over the ocean. It's possible there is a test station here on your continent. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it.
Question. Many readers of the first transcript have posed the question how your original contact with the F came about. I already know the story from your narratives, but could you repeat it here once again for this volume and for the new transcript?
Answer, of course. Now, the story began about 2 of your years ago here in Sweden. I have been strongly interested in your species and your behavior since my youth. I had already studied your literature at that time, as well as possible. Naturally, it is not easy in my homeland to come into possession of human books. But since my group or family stands in a high-ranking order, I was able to gather some material together and sometimes to speak with others of my kind who have already been in contact with you. I was really very curious about your species, and as soon as I was allowed to come to the surface, I attempted to assemble more information immediately. Above all, it was expressly forbidden for me to commence direct contact with humans because in my position at that time, there existed no necessity for doing so. It was in your year 1998, when I was on my way further north from here in the remote forests in the vicinity of the entrance to my world and was looking for biological specimens, which we use in order to watch over environmental pollution and destruction of your flora and fauna statistically by your own kind. At the time, I was already on the return path to the entrance. We can even orient ourselves more easily, by the way, through our senses to the Earth's magnetic field, and already in the vicinity of the large lake, when much to my surprise I came across a cabin in the woods. In this cabin I sensed a human consciousness, awareness. It was EF. Actually, I had no permission for contact with another species, but by the same token I had set in place my mimicry capability quite successfully prior to this. Even with larger groups of you, I had never ever come across a human being when I was alone. Now, let's call it primitive curiosity. I wanted to talk with the person in this cabin, and so I knocked on the door. E opened the door and we got into an interesting conversation. His language was not quite yet common at that time for me, but it's not all that hard to learn a new language when one can read the information in the consciousness, awareness of the opposite individual. I simply told him that I came from a foreign country in the East. Of course, at the time, he did not really recognize who I was. He was totally convinced that he was talking with a creature of his own kind, although it was simply only a mimicry image. Since my assignment anyway had as its goal an investigation of this terrain which was to last for several days, I visited him in this span of time 3 times as a human person. At first we talked mainly about really ordinary things, later we got into religious and physical topics. He seemed to be impressed by my knowledge, and I was likewise impressed with his clear thoughts and his, for a human being, well-displayed personality structure and his own opinions. You really like giving yourselves over completely to a public opinion or conditioning, as for example, reptilian species are evil and stuff like that. I steered the conversation in this direction, and DF said something to the effect that he believed in alien species and that they did not have to necessarily be evil, but perhaps only different than his kind are. That pleased me. At that juncture of time, of course, I could not speak concretely with him about my knowledge because he wouldn't have believed me. He would have taken me for a human practical joker. I cultivated the very, very unusual idea, for my kind, to show him my true exterior, something that I did during our conversation at our fourth meeting in the cabin. Actually, he was predestined for contact. He was open-minded, honest, intelligent, not religiously inclined or conditioned. He lived alone and isolated, and no one would believe him, should he decide to go public with his story. I dared to take the step, but then I had serious doubt about the propriety of my act, especially when he reacted very violently. He got control of himself again after a time and we could finally talk concretely about definite matters. Now he had no choice but to believe me. This was the beginning of a series of meetings which initially took place there in the woods, but later took place in his remote residence. Finally he brought you into contact with me. And for that reason we are now sitting here once again and talking about things which probably won't be believed out there in human society.
Question. You said you would not have had permission at that time for contact with human beings. Do you now then have permission to talk with EF and me about all these things and even to make this scientifically public?
Answer, yes. That is difficult to explain and for you to understand. Let's just say, I find myself in a position now to arrange this permission without having to take into account any consequences. In this position I am quasi-immune against certain restrictions. Let's look it that way. Yes.
Question. If other people want to come into contact with your kind, do they have a chance to do so?
Answer, generally not. We avoid contact with you and we operate on the surface only in remote areas, and though we use the mimicry techniques in case we should meet some people. That I am talking with you now does not mean that others will follow my example. It goes without saying that you could try to find an entrance to my world and penetrate your way into there. However, that can sooner lead to unpleasant consequences for the infiltrator. You have next to no chances on the surface of recognizing us. You can't even contact us directly. We have to contact you, just as I did with EF. Those kinds of contacts, however, are not the rule, but are very rare occurrences.
Question. Can you describe your subterranean homeland location?
Answer, I can attempt to do so, but I certainly will not tell you where this place is located. My homeland lies in one of our smaller underground settlements to the east of here. I'll give you some numbers so that you can make a better impression for yourself. Just a minute. I have to try to convert the measurements approximately into your units. It is a dome-shaped cavern at a distance of about 4,300 meters from the Earth's surface. The cavern was organized as a colony about 3,000 years ago. A major portion of the ceiling structure is artificially integrated into the rock, and the form was remodeled into an almost elegantly proportioned and very flat dome with an oval ground plan. The diameter of the dome, according to your measures, is about 2.5 kilometers. The height of the dome at the highest point is about 220 meters. Underneath that highest point in every colony there stands a special whitish-grey cylindrical building, a kind of supporting column which holds the honeycomb net-carrying structure of the dome. This building is the tallest, largest and oldest in the entire dome, for it is always situated as the first construction together with the security of the ceiling. In the meantime, of course, there were times when it was completed and reconditioned. That building has a very special name and religious significance. We have only one of those columns. Larger colonies even have more columns according to the construction of the ceiling. One of the main colonies in Inner Asia has as an example 9 of those kinds of supports, but that colony is also over 25 of your kilometers in size. The central building is generally a center of religion, but also a center for climate control, and a center for the behavior and the regulation of the lighting system. We have at our location altogether 5 large artificial light sources which generate your UV light and its warmth through gravitational sources. The air shafts and the light systems from the surface likewise run through these columns, and naturally, they are very intensely controlled. By the way, we have 3 air shafts and 2 elevator systems there, and even a tunnel connection to the next main colony, which lies approximately 500 kilometers to the southeast. One elevator shaft leads to a cavern near the surface, the other leads to one of our depots for the ships. You remember, the cylindrical ships, that is naturally concealed closer to the surface behind a rocky mountain face. Normally, there are only 3 ships there. It's a small depot. The other buildings of the colony are, for the most part, concentrically ordered in oval circles around the main supporting column, and they are, without exception, much flatter, generally only between 3 and 20 meters tall. The shape of the buildings is round and dome-like. The color is even differentiated according to circle and distance from the main column. To the north of the column, there is an additional, very large but very flat round building. This building interrupts the concentric system of the colony with its diameter of about 250 meters. It is the artificial sun zone in which specially illuminated corridors and rooms are housed. In these locations, very powerful UV light predominates, and they are used in order to warm our blood. There is even a medical dispensary and a meeting room located there. Beyond the outer ring of the colony, there are zones in which animals are kept. You know, we must consume flesh as nourishment, and the gardens in which plant nourishment and mushroom culture are cultivated. There is also hot and cold running water there from subterranean sources. The power station is located on the edge of the colony. The station is driven by fusion as its base, and it supplies the colony and the suns with energy. My group or family lives, by the way, in the 4th ring of buildings out from the central support column, so much in such a short time. To describe to you all the buildings and their tasks would be going too far. It is difficult to describe something like that to you, for it is a completely different set of surroundings and culture from what you are accustomed to in your life on the surface. You really have to see it for yourself to be able to believe it.
Question: will I myself see it sometime?
Answer: who knows, maybe. Time brings new opportunities.
Question: how many creatures of your kind live in this colony?
Answer: approximately 900.
Question: that is the end of the interview. Do you have any final message for the readers of the transcript?
Answer: yes. I'm thoroughly surprised at the many comments to my words. Of course, I am naturally also disappointed about the religious portrayals of me as the enemy which have been voiced and which have buried themselves deeply in your mind. You should learn to set yourselves apart from the old conditioning and not to stand quasi under the control of something or someone who has already been gone for 5,000 years. You are, after all, free spirits. Those are my final words.
The Democrats are trying to take over Texas because I am advancing transformative policies the Democrats are against. Number one.
People, Joel Benjamin 528, aka Big Money Benjamin. Let us begin, shall we? Black humanoid aliens exposed. The shocking reports that have the world asking, are we alone? People. Let's get into it. Salute to the international audience and salute to the domestic. Joel Benjamin here, aka Big Money Benjamin, aka MC Spookism. So we're going to talk about these 7 foot, 8 foot tall black aliens. I've been doing my best to try to keep a distance from this type of live stream, but it needs to be done. A lot of people around seeing it and quite frankly are requesting it. We know Trump started the Space Force. Let's start from there. Now we know they have a lot of military projects, a lot of people that work for the military and NASA and they spoke about reverse engineering, crafts, yada, yada, yada. It's funny when you start getting into extraterrestrials, but it's even more funny when you start talking about, voila, black aliens, right? So, I'm sorry. It's obvious that this stuff been out, and we already have disclosures. I don't need to go into that. What I'm going to show you is just some stuff with extraterrestrials, stuff that's been said by certain people. I want to play one guy in particular for you, Norman Berggren. Now, for anybody who is not new to this page,
George Bush.
What if everything you learned about creation was only half the story? Scripture has been guarded, translated, and passed down through centuries. Yet one ancient tradition preserved texts that Western Christianity deliberately excluded. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church maintained a canon of more than 80 sacred books, including the complete Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, and manuscripts that describe creation in ways that challenge everything most believers assume about God. These texts do not simply add details. They fundamentally reshape our understanding of who created humanity and why. Most people assume the Bible has always contained the same books in every Christian tradition. But history reveals a different truth. When early church councils met to decide which texts belonged in Scripture, they faced writings that portrayed the divine realm in uncomfortable ways. Books that spoke of multiple celestial beings with distinct agendas. Texts that described creation as a collaborative project rather than the work of a single voice. These scriptures survived in Ethiopia, preserved in the ancient Ge'ez language, untouched by Western theological debates. In this investigation, we will move through three critical discoveries. First, we will examine what these forbidden texts actually say about the beings who created us. Then, we will explore why these revelations threatened institutional Christianity so deeply that entire books were removed from the canon. Finally, we will ask what changes when you read familiar Genesis passages with this wider perspective restored. And once we understand this first layer, the real story begins. The Sefer Kudus, the Holy Book of Ethiopia, stands as one of Christianity's oldest surviving biblical traditions, while Western Bibles contain 66 books. The Ethiopian canon includes 84, making it the most complete Christian scripture collection on earth. These additional texts are not minor footnotes or obscure poetry. They contain detailed accounts of creation, celestial hierarchies, and divine intervention that radically expand the Genesis narrative most Christians know. The Book of Enoch alone transforms our understanding of early biblical history. Enoch walked with God, Genesis tells us, and then he was no more because God took him. But Ethiopian scripture preserves Enoch's own testimony about what he witnessed during that divine encounter. He describes ascending through multiple heavens, meeting beings of terrifying power, and learning secrets about creation that were meant to remain hidden from humanity. These are not symbolic visions or poetic metaphors. Enoch writes with the precision of someone documenting real experiences, naming specific celestial entities and describing their roles in cosmic governance. Subscribe now to discover biblical truths that traditional churches never taught you, because what comes next challenges 2,000 years of theological assumptions. Why did Western Christianity exclude these texts? The answer lies not in questions of authenticity, but in questions of control. The Book of Enoch was widely quoted by early Christians, including the New Testament writer, Jude, who directly references Enoch's prophecies. Church fathers like Tertullian and Clement of Alexandria considered it scripture. Yet by the 4th century, as Christianity became institutionalized under Roman authority, church councils began systematically removing books that complicated the emerging Orthodox narrative. The Ethiopian Church, geographically isolated from Rome and Constantinople, never participated in these councils. They preserved the original, more complete canon that early Christians recognized. This was not rebellion or heresy. It was simply continuation of the tradition they had always known, unchanged by political pressures that reshaped Christianity elsewhere. What made these texts so dangerous to institutional authority? The answer becomes clear when you examine their content closely. These books present a cosmos far more complex than the simple heaven and earth dualism that later theology preferred. They describe multiple levels of celestial authority, beings with different levels of power and knowledge, and most troubling of all, they reveal that these beings did not always agree with each other about humanity's purpose or destiny. The God of Genesis, as presented in these Ethiopian texts, emerges not as a solitary monarch, but as the highest authority within a vast celestial administration. Below him exist ranks of powerful beings, each with specific responsibilities, territories, and spheres of influence. Some of these beings loved humanity and worked for our benefit. Others viewed us as a threat or a tool to be manipulated, and some rebelled entirely, choosing to interfere directly in human affairs in ways that violated cosmic law. This revelation explodes the foundation of monotheistic certainty that many believers were taught to accept without question. If creation involved multiple divine voices and wills, then understanding our origins requires examining not just what was created, but who created it and why. The Ethiopian Bible forces us to ask uncomfortable questions about divine unity, authority, and intention. Like this video if you are ready to explore biblical history without filters or institutional gatekeeping, because the evidence we are about to examine cannot be unseen. The Book of Jubilees provides another crucial piece of this puzzle. Often called Little Genesis, Jubilees retells the creation story with additional details that clarify ambiguous passages in Genesis. It explicitly describes the angels present at creation, their roles in shaping the physical world, and their ongoing involvement in human history. Jubilees does not contradict Genesis. It expands it, filling gaps that the shorter Genesis account leaves unexplored. Together, Enoch and Jubilees paint a picture of creation as a carefully planned project involving multiple celestial participants working under supreme authority. They describe debates among these beings about whether humanity should receive certain knowledge, disagreements about how much freedom humans should possess, and eventually outright rebellion when some of these beings decided to take matters into their own hands. The implications are staggering. If these texts accurately preserve early biblical tradition, then the story of humanity is not simply about obedience and sin. It is about being caught in the middle of a cosmic conflict that began before we existed and continues to this day. We are not merely creations. We are contested territory, valued by some celestial powers and feared by others. Comment below your thoughts about why these texts were suppressed, because understanding the motive behind censorship reveals as much as the content itself. The Ethiopian church never wavered in their conviction that these books belong in Scripture. For them, Enoch and Jubilees are not apocryphal or secondary. They are essential to understanding God's plan and humanity's place in creation. They read Genesis alongside Enoch, interpreting one through the lens of the other, achieving a more complete picture than either text provides alone. This approach was not unique to Ethiopia in the early centuries. The Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in the 20th century, proved that Jewish communities in ancient Palestine also treasured the Book of Enoch. Multiple copies were found among the scrolls, indicating it was widely read and copied. Early Christians inherited this broader canon from their Jewish predecessors, only to see it narrowed by later institutional decisions. What happened when Christianity gained political power changed everything. Roman emperors needed religious unity to maintain social control across their vast empire. A complex, multi-layered cosmology with numerous celestial beings and conflicting agendas did not serve that goal. A simpler narrative with clear hierarchies, absolute authority, and unquestioned obedience proved far more useful for building institutional power. So councils met, debates raged, and ultimately books were classified as non-canonical. Not because they were fraudulent or late compositions, but because they complicated the theological system that served imperial Christianity. The Ethiopian church, never subject to Roman, simply continued using the script.
Taking too long. Let's see.
This is Buick now.
For thousands of years, the Bible has been revered as a sacred text, a cornerstone of human understanding about God, creation, and morality. This mysterious word, Elohim, holds the key to unlocking the truth about a plurality of powerful beings rather than a single creator. This means the Bible, in its original language, is speaking not about one God, but about a collective, a group of powerful beings. By studying Elohim closely, we uncover undeniable evidence that challenges everything we thought we knew. This is the clue that reveals the Bible isn't telling us about a singular divine creator, but about gods in the plural. Could these Elohim, often obscured by theological interpretations, be the same powerful beings described in other ancient cultures? Why hasn't this been made clear to us before? For me, the answer is simple. Theologians and religious institutions have obscured this truth for centuries. But if we strip away the layers of theological interpretation and examine the Bible's original texts, the truth reveals itself right before our eyes. This is not speculation. It's a revelation waiting to be uncovered. Are you ready to uncover the truth about Elohim, the gods of the Bible? The mystery of the word Elohim begins with a question that has puzzled theologians and seekers of truth for centuries. Why is it plural? In the Hebrew Bible, Elohim is a grammatically plural word, yet it is often paired with singular verbs and traditionally translated as God, implying a singular, omnipotent being. But does this conventional understanding fully capture the complexity and depth of the term? Or is there something far more profound hidden within the linguistic and cultural layers of the Bible? Jewish tradition explains Elohim as a majestic plural, or pluralis majestatis, a linguistic tool used to express grandeur, power, or supremacy, especially in reference to a singular entity. For instance, in Genesis 1:1, the Bible begins with, "In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth." Here, the verb bara, created, is singular, suggesting that Elohim refers to one being, the God of Israel, despite the plural form of the noun. This has often been interpreted as emphasizing the infinite greatness and authority of the divine. But then we encounter verses like Genesis 1:26, where the text shifts dramatically. And Elohim said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." The plural pronouns, us and our, stand out, raising a significant question. If Elohim refers to a singular God, then why does the text suggest a conversation among multiple beings? Some argue this could reflect a heavenly court or divine council, a concept not uncommon in the mythologies of the ancient Near East. Others propose it signifies divine deliberation or self-reflection. However, such interpretations fail to address the plural nature of the word itself. The mystery deepens with passages like Genesis 20:13, where Abraham tells the Philistine king Abimelech, "When the Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house." Here, the verb hitu, caused me to wander, is plural, suggesting the involvement of multiple beings. Yet most modern translations render this as, "God caused me to wander," erasing the plural form to fit monotheistic theology. Similarly, in Genesis 35:7, Jacob builds an altar to Elohim and declares, "There Elohim revealed themselves to me." The verb niglu, revealed, is plural in the original Hebrew, again pointing to a collective of entities. These are not isolated instances. Throughout the Hebrew Bible, plural verbs associated with Elohim challenge the notion of a singular deity. Adding another layer of complexity is the nature of the Hebrew language itself. Ancient Hebrew, like other Semitic languages, was written without vowels. This means that the exact pronunciation, and sometimes the meaning of words like Elohim, is open to interpretation. It wasn't until centuries later, between the 6th and 9th centuries CE, that a system of vowels was introduced, creating what we now call Masoretic Hebrew. This standardization shaped modern interpretations, but also created uncertainties. Could the word we now read as Elohim have originally been pronounced differently, with a different meaning entirely? Without the original vocalization, we cannot be sure. Even Jewish tradition acknowledges the ambiguity of Elohim. Some sources argue that Elohim refers not to a singular God, but to a category of beings, including judges, rulers, or spirits. For instance, in 1 Samuel 28:13, the witch of Endor tells King Saul, "I see Elohim ascending out of the earth," referring to the spirit of the prophet Samuel. Here, Elohim is accompanied by a plural verb, olim, ascending, yet it describes a single entity. This elasticity of Elohim, used to describe spirits, judges, angels, and even pagan gods like Dagon, Judges 16:23, raises the question, what is the true meaning of this word? Could it reflect a forgotten understanding of divine or powerful entities? The word Elohim appears over 2,600 times in the Hebrew Bible, and its plural form is not a grammatical accident. It is a clue, a key to understanding a worldview where multiple powerful beings influenced human history. Ancient Mesopotamian narratives about the Anunnaki mirror this concept. These gods descended from the heavens, shaped civilizations, and governed humanity, much like the Elohim. Could the Elohim and the Anunnaki be different cultural interpretations of the same beings? This means that the text we read today is not a direct window into the past, but a carefully curated document, reflecting the theological and cultural priorities of its compilers. Faced with these uncertainties, what can we conclude? It's quite obvious that the word Elohim is a mystery, and there is no clear and ready answer about its true meaning. So why should we trust the theological explanations from one side or another? Is Elohim the Trinity? Is it the majestic plural? To me, all of it seems like a grand plot designed to obscure the real truth. And the real truth is, no one knows the exact meaning of the word Elohim. In that case, the correct approach is to preserve the mystery. If humanity had done this, we might have reached the point much earlier where we uncovered that what hides behind the name Elohim are the Anunnaki. Because it was only in the 19th century, with the discovery of ancient Mesopotamian texts, that we began to connect the dots. Moving beyond the linguistic puzzle of the word Elohim, we now focus on their roles and actions as described in the Hebrew Bible. This is where the mystery deepens. Elohim are not merely abstract figures or poetic flourishes in the text. They are active participants in shaping humanity's earliest civilizations. From dividing nations to governing laws, from presiding over councils to influencing the rise and fall of leaders, the Elohim appear not as distant gods, but as rulers, legislators, and judges with tangible influence over human history. The role of the Elohim as rulers is perhaps most vividly described in Deuteronomy 32:8. When Elyon divided the nations, he assigned lands according to the number of the sons of Elohim. Yahweh's portion was his people, Jacob. This passage paints a picture of an organized division of humanity, where Elyon, often translated as the Most High, apportions territories among the sons of Elohim. Each Elohim seems to have been assigned a specific group of people or a region to govern. Yahweh, notably, is given the people of Israel as his portion, indicating that he was one among many entities overseeing different human groups. This structured division raises profound questions. Was this a form of divine administration meant to ensure order among early human civilizations? Or could it reflect something far more grounded, an ancient system where power was distributed among advanced beings with vested interests in humanity's development and control? The Bible portrays the Elohim as a council, similar to pantheons in other cultures like the Greek Olympians or the Sumerian Anunnaki. These assemblies made decisions about humanity's fate, including creation, governance, and destruction. Unlike the modern theological interpretation of an all-knowing, all-powerful God, these Elohim seem bound by responsibilities and consequences, much like advanced yet limited beings. Their mortality and moral failings bring them closer to the realm of tangible, sentient rulers, rather than distant, spiritual deities. One of the most dramatic illustrations of this competitive dynamic is found in 1 Kings 18, in the story of the prophets of Baal defeated. Here, Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, and Baal, the Elohim of the Canaanites, are set in direct competition to determine which god, or Elohim, is the most powerful. The stage is set on Mount Carmel, where the prophet Elijah challenges King Ahab and the prophets of Baal to a divine showdown. Elijah, representing Yahweh, declares, "How long will you waver between two opinions? If Yahweh is Elohim, follow him. But if Baal is Elohim, follow him." This statement underscores the pluralistic worldview of the time. In Canaanite texts, El, the singular form of Elohim, appears as a chief god among many, reinforcing that the term originally described a plurality of beings. Elijah doesn't deny the existence of Baal. Rather, he acknowledges Baal as an Elohim and challenges his power. The question is not whether Baal exists, but whether he is more powerful than Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel. In a dramatic test, the prophets cry out to their God, but there is no response. They dance, shout, and even slash themselves with swords to provoke Baal, but their cries go unanswered. In contrast, Elijah prepares Yahweh's altar, drenches it with water, and prays. Fire from Yahweh descends and consumes everything, offering wood, stones, and even water. The people witnessing this proclaim, Yahweh, he is Elohim. Yahweh, he is Elohim. This story is not just theological, but political as well. It establishes Yahweh's supremacy over Baal in the eyes of the Israelites, solidifying his role as their patron Elohim. Yet, it also reflects the competitive nature of the Elohim, a world where power is demonstrated through direct action and measurable results. Yahweh's role as one of the Elohim is particularly significant. Yahweh's role in the Hebrew Bible reflects a local deity elevated to supreme status within Israelite tradition. This elevation could explain the biblical author's efforts to prioritize Yahweh over rival Elohim, such as Baal or Asherah. Far from being the singular omnipotent deity of later theological interpretations, Yahweh is presented in the Hebrew Bible as a regional ruler, a being chosen by the Israelites as their patron Elohim. This idea is reflected in the Ten Commandments, which reinforce Yahweh's supremacy. You shall have no other Elohim before me.
Get on down, you two. Rhythm Energy's power shift electricity plan is ship may use to cheap hours and save. Now that's the ship.
What if I don't like my therapist? You'll find one you do. I can't deal with insurance. Lula makes that.
Rather than denying the existence of other Elohim, this commandment assumes their reality, but prioritizes Yahweh for the Israelites. Yahweh's relationship with Israel is contextual and covenantal, rooted in agreements where he promises to protect and guide Israel in exchange for their exclusive loyalty and worship. This relationship is unique to Israel and their nation, reflecting Yahweh's role not as a universal God for all people, but as the patron Elohim of a specific group. It's quite obvious then that Yahweh is one of the Elohim, a member of this plurality of powerful beings. The very term Elohim is plural, emphasizing that Yahweh belongs to this collective group of divine or advanced entities. This is a recurring theme, one that I've explored in many of my previous videos, and one that we'll continue to unpack in future videos. The competition between Yahweh and Baal, as seen on Mount Carmel, is a direct manifestation of this worldview, a world where Elohim are numerous, powerful, and constantly vying for influence and worship. The divine showdown on Mount Carmel wasn't just a test of power. It was a dramatic display meant to cement Yahweh's dominance in the eyes of the Israelites. This act of public demonstration echoes the competitive nature of ancient gods vying for loyalty and influence. This ancient world filled with different Elohim were the biblical times. In those days, there were distinct Elohim, interpreted as gods, interacting with various peoples and attempting to establish their own nations. I've always been fascinated by these topics, which is why I created a channel dedicated to exploring biblical stories. In fact, I've created a comprehensive, more than 3-hour-long video retelling the entire story of the Bible. It's a deep dive into the traditional biblical narrative, but even within that framework, the plurality of gods becomes clear, especially in the way Yahweh repeatedly asserts his oneness and power over other deities. If you're interested, You can access this video in the final screen of this video. For me, this is a crucial point to understand. These Elohim, or as we might call them, the Anunnaki, were here among us. They were the governors of our ancient times, and they were flesh and blood beings. Were the Elohim extraterrestrial beings? Let me say this plainly. I believe the Elohim were extraterrestrial beings, advanced entities whose presence on Earth shaped the course of human history. And I'm not alone in this conclusion. When we dig deeper into the biblical texts and compare them with other ancient records, the evidence becomes strikingly clear. The Elohim described in the Bible align almost perfectly with the Anunnaki from Mesopotamian lore. Both groups of beings who descended from the heavens wielded immense power and governed humanity. But if the Elohim were extraterrestrial in origin, what were they doing here? And why do their actions echo across so many ancient cultures? Let's explore this theory and uncover the connections between these powerful beings, their advanced technology, and their motives for interacting with humanity. The Bible is filled with accounts that, when read through a modern lens, sound less like divine miracles and more like descriptions of advanced technology. For example, the pillar of fire and cloud that guided the Israelites through the desert could very well have been a vehicle, an advanced machine emitting light and smoke to signal their path. Likewise, the chariot of fire that carried the prophet Elijah into the heavens is reminiscent of modern depictions of spacecraft. Ancient people, with no frame of reference for advanced machines, would have described these objects using the limited vocabulary they had, attributing them to the divine. Even today, reports of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, often describe flying objects that seem to defy the laws of physics. Could these modern sightings be echoes of the same advanced beings who were once worshipped as gods? Perhaps the most mysterious of all is the Ark of the Covenant, a sacred object said to house immense power, even deadly to those who mishandled it. The Bible recounts that 70 men died simply by gazing into it. Could this have been a highly advanced technological device, dangerous due to radiation or another unknown energy source? These descriptions challenge the traditional interpretation of miracles, and instead suggest the Elohim were wielding technology so advanced it appeared as magic to those witnessing it. The idea of ancient advanced technology is not unique to the Bible. The Hindu Vedas provide vivid descriptions of Vimanas, the celestial vehicles of the gods. These flying machines were said to ascend to the heavens, capable of speeds and maneuvers that defy even modern technology. Could these Vimanas and the chariots of fire mentioned in the Bible be two cultural interpretations of the same phenomenon? Extraterrestrial craft employed by advanced beings? If the Elohim were indeed extraterrestrial visitors, their motives for coming to Earth may become clearer when we examine parallels between the Bible and Mesopotamian mythology. The Anunnaki, described in Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian texts, were said to have come from the heavens to Earth. According to the Enuma Elish, humanity was created at the behest of these beings as a labor force, particularly to mine Earth's resources. This aligns eerily with the biblical creation story in Genesis, where the Elohim say, "Let us make man in our image." Both accounts suggest that humanity was the product of deliberate design, not divine whim, but a calculated decision by advanced beings who required workers. This notion of creation is further supported by the Atrahasis epic, where the Anunnaki gather in council to discuss the creation of humans as a solution to their labor shortage. The texts describe how Enki, one of the leading Anunnaki, played a crucial role in the genetic engineering of humanity. Such ancient accounts not only parallel the biblical narrative, but also underscore the idea that these beings worked collectively as part of a council to determine humanity's fate. The concept of a divine council appears in the Bible as well. The Bible repeatedly references councils of divine beings, mirroring similar gatherings found in Mesopotamian and other mythologies. This mirrors the Mesopotamian accounts, where the Anunnaki frequently convene to make decisions. For instance, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the gods assembled to decide the fate of humanity during the flood. Similarly, in the Atrahasis epic, it is the council of gods that decrees the destruction of humanity via a flood, only for Enki to defy them and preserve life by instructing Ziusudra, known as Atrahasis or Utnapishtim in other texts, to build an ark. The Genesis flood story parallels Mesopotamian accounts, where councils of gods, including the Anunnaki, determined humanity's fate. Yahweh's decision to preserve Noah mirrors Enki's actions in the Atrahasis epic, showing shared traditions of divine intervention. Another compelling example of the Elohim's collective decision-making is found in the Tower of Babel narrative in Genesis 11. Humanity, united by one language, seeks to build a tower reaching the heavens. The Elohim, alarmed by this display of human ambition, intervene. Behold, the people are one, and they all have one language, and this is only the beginning of what they will do. Now nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Let us go down and confuse their language, so they may not understand one another's speech. This story, which portrays the Elohim as fearing humanity's progress, has an earlier precedent in the Mesopotamian tablet Enmerkar and the Lord of Arada. Written centuries before the Bible, this text also describes a time when humanity spoke one language and how the gods decided to confuse their speech to hinder their unity. The similarities between these two stories are undeniable, further connecting the Elohim of the Bible to the Anunnaki of Mesopotamian mythology. In scattering humanity and confusing their language, the Elohim ensured that no single group could unify and challenge their authority. The story seems less like a myth of divine punishment and more like a strategic move by advanced overseers to maintain control over a fragmented species. The question remains, why would advanced beings seek to divide humanity? Was it to maintain control, ensuring that we remained manageable and unable to challenge their authority? This interpretation aligns with the idea that the Elohim, like the Anunnaki, were not benevolent caretakers, but overseers with their own agendas. The Bible's portrayal of Yahweh as the central Elohim for the Israelites reflects this dynamic. Yahweh is frequently depicted as asserting his supremacy over rival Elohim, as seen in 1 Kings 18, where the prophet Elijah challenges the prophets of Baal to a contest to determine whose God is more powerful. This rivalry mirrors the competitive nature of the Anunnaki, who, according to Mesopotamian texts, vied for influence and control over humanity.
Jack, clean your room before you ride your bike. Okay, bye, Mom.
The idea of gods, or advanced beings, competing for dominance is also prominent in other ancient cultures. The Olympians of Greek mythology frequently clashed over their domains and interactions with humanity. Similarly, the Babylonian gods convened councils to settle disputes, as seen in the Enuma Elish and other epics. These recurring motifs suggest that ancient cultures were describing a world where powerful beings, whether called Elohim, Anunnaki, or Olympians, were actively shaping human history, often in competition with one another. Taken together, these accounts suggest a radical reinterpretation of the Elohim. They were not abstract deities or metaphysical concepts. They were advanced beings, physically present on Earth, wielding technology so advanced it was indistinguishable from magic to those who witnessed it. I believe the Elohim were extraterrestrial visitors, remembered across cultures under different names. They were the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia, the architects of civilization, and the beings who shaped humanity for purposes we are only beginning to understand. But this raises deeper questions. If the Elohim were extraterrestrial beings, what was their ultimate agenda? Were they benevolent caretakers, guiding humanity toward progress? Or were they selfish overseers, driven by their own needs and desires? And perhaps the most unsettling question of all, are they still watching us? Now that we've explored the possible identity and actions of the Elohim, let's reflect on what this means for humanity. Rereading the Bible with the term Elohim left intact is like wiping centuries of dust off an ancient painting, revealing vibrant colors and details that were long obscured. It forces us to confront an astonishing possibility. The Bible does not tell the story of a singular divine being, but rather a plurality of powerful entities, beings who governed humanity, created civilizations, and directly influenced the trajectory of human history. This perspective reshapes everything. If the Elohim were advanced beings, extraterrestrial in origin, their actions raise profound and unsettling questions. Were we created with intention, for a specific purpose? Were the stories of Genesis a record of genetic engineering, where humanity was shaped in their image, as servants, workers, or even as an experiment? And if so, were the Elohim guiding us with benevolent motives, or were they simply using us for their own ends? Was the division of humanity, the scattering at Babel, and the enforcement of loyalty to specific Elohim their way of maintaining control? Could our religions, governments, and social structures be echoes of systems set in place by these ancient overseers? This interpretation challenges the traditional theological narrative. For centuries, humans have looked to the Bible as the ultimate story of divine connection, a narrative of faith, creation, and morality. But viewing the Elohim as advanced beings, perhaps extraterrestrials with unimaginable knowledge and power, forces us to reinterpret this foundational text. Rather than an account of divine omnipotence, it becomes the story of a relationship between humanity and a group of superior entities. It reframes our origins as the result of intervention by advanced beings, rather than the work of a single creator. And if this is true, what does it mean for humanity's understanding of God, the universe, and our place within it? This is not a dismissal of spirituality, but an invitation to expand it. The possibility that we are part of a much larger cosmic story, one involving beings far beyond our understanding, does not diminish our significance. Instead, it situates us within a vast, interconnected universe filled with mystery and potential. The biblical narrative of the Elohim finds striking parallels in the mythology of the Anunnaki. To truly understand the Elohim, we must examine their hierarchical structure, which is vividly detailed in Mesopotamian texts. In these accounts, the Anunnaki are not a monolithic group, but a council of gods, each with distinct roles, responsibilities, and realms of influence. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy is Anu, whose very name means heaven, and who represents the ultimate source of authority. Anu, often described as the progenitor of the Anunnaki, resides in the highest heavens, delegating power to his children to govern the cosmos. Beneath Anu are his sons, Enlil and Enki, two figures who embody different aspects of divine rule. Enlil, whose name means Lord of the Air, serves as the enforcer of order and executive authority among the gods. He is often depicted as stern and judgmental, making decisions that affect the fate of humanity. Enki, on the other hand, is the god of wisdom, knowledge, and creation. Known for his compassion, Enki is frequently portrayed as humanity's benefactor, defying the Council's harsher decrees to preserve and protect human life. In the Atrahasis epic, for instance, it is Enki who warns the human Atrahasis about the impending flood, instructing him to build an ark to save himself and the seed of humanity. The hierarchical structure of the Anunnaki mirrors the council-like dynamics described in the Bible. Psalm 82, for example, provides a rare glimpse of the Elohim as a council. God stands in the assembly of the Elohim. He judges among the gods. The story of the Tower of Babel in Genesis 11 further illustrates this collective dynamic. These narratives suggest that the biblical and Mesopotamian accounts share a common origin, further connecting the Elohim to the Anunnaki. Yahweh, as portrayed in the Bible, fits within this hierarchy as a regional Elohim. Deuteronomy 32:8 describes how the Most High, Elyon, divided the nations among the sons of Elohim, assigning Yahweh his portion, the people of Israel. This reflects a system where individual gods or Elohim were assigned specific territories and peoples to govern. Yahweh's declaration in the Ten Commandments, "You shall have no other Elohim before me," is not a denial of other gods, but a demand for exclusive loyalty from his people. But how does this hierarchical system reconcile with the Elohim's portrayal as creators of the universe? The Bible credits them with creating the heavens and the earth, while the Enuma Elish describes the Anunnaki as architects of the cosmos. For me, this raises a profound mystery. If the Elohim were flesh and blood beings, as these accounts suggest, how could they also create something as vast and cosmic as the universe? From nothing, nothing comes. Everything must have a beginning. Modern cosmological theories, like the Big Bang and the multiverse, hint at the possibility that even the universe itself may have an origin rooted in intelligence. The Big Bang describes a singularity, a moment when all matter, energy, and time came into existence. But what caused this singularity? Could it have been set into motion by an advanced intelligence, perhaps even beings akin to the Elohim? Similarly, the multiverse theory suggests that countless universes exist, each with its own physical laws. Could the Elohim have emerged from one of these universes, bringing their knowledge and technology to ours? In Mesopotamian mythology, the Anunnaki's hierarchy offers a clue. Anu, their father and supreme being, is described as embodying heaven itself. His essence permeates the cosmos and all Anunnaki beings. Could Anu, or the principle he represents, be a bridge between the physical and the cosmic, between the finite and the infinite? Could his essence, said to pervade every Anunnaki and every substance in the universe, point to a larger cosmic origin? This is the enigma at the heart of all creation. If even the creators were created, where does the chain of existence truly begin? For me, this question of origins is not just academic, it's deeply personal.
Correct.
The Elohim, the Anunnaki, The sky people, those from heaven to earth, came, whatever we choose to call them, were beings of immense power and knowledge. But they too must have come from somewhere. Their story, like ours, is part of a much larger narrative, one that began long before humanity and extends far beyond our comprehension. What do you think? Were the Elohim gods extraterrestrials or something else entirely? And who or what created them? These are the questions that drive my search for answers.
Me too.
Join me as we continue exploring the mysteries of humanity's ancient past. Share your thoughts in the comments below.
What y'all think? Thank y'all for listening, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and close. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the likes. Exploring, y'all. All right.